Lin Feng opened his eyes and found himself in an unfamiliar room. This unfamiliar room was very spacious and very neat. So this is the world of my mother's note ghost stories? At that moment, a mechanical sound suddenly rang in Lin Feng's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for activating the system. Hearing the system's voice, Lin Feng immediately became a bit excited. Because he knew his golden finger had arrived. Now starting to issue the newbie gift pack, 1 error behavior prompt, and 3 error information prompts. Lin Feng felt that the system's rewards were not bad. At the same time, many viewers from Long Country were watching Lin Feng through the live stream. I wonder if Lin Feng can clear the level and eliminate the ghost stories. Yeah, if the rule ghost story arrives in our Long Country, it would be a devastating blow. By the way, what exactly is Lin Feng's identity? As a person who had lived 2 lifetimes, Lin Feng's psychological quality was naturally not something ordinary people could compare to. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly heard footsteps. The footsteps were very hurried, it sounded like leather shoes stepping on the floor. Instantly, Lin Feng became alert. After all, this was the world of the rule ghost stories, and one careless move could lead to death. If he died in the rule ghost story world, he would die in reality as well. Knock knock. Suddenly, there was a tentative knock on the door from outside. Lin Feng did not make a sound, he knew. At this time, if he went to open the door, something bad might happen. After all, this was the world of rule ghost stories, and it could not be judged by normal standards. He represented Long Country, and if he died, not only would he die, but the rule ghost story would also descend upon Long Country. Time passed minute by minute. The viewers in the live stream were discussing fervently. I hope Lin Feng doesn't open the door. If he opens it, I feel like disaster will strike. Yes, even though this ghost story hasn't found its rules yet, if a stranger comes in after he opens the door and kills Lin Feng, then he's finished. Since I was a child, my mom always told me not to open the door to strangers. Little bunny, be good, open the door, mom is coming back. No, I won't open it, I treat you like a fool. At this moment, a keen viewer noticed the time. Oh my, it's actually 13:13 in this ghost story world, and the date is the 13th, no wonder something bad is happening. Indeed. In the ghost story livestream, the time in the ghost story world was clearly displayed. After some reminders from the viewers, soon all the viewers noticed the time in the livestream. A few more minutes passed, and gradually, the sound of footsteps rang again. It was the sound of leather shoes stepping on the floor, but the sound went from loud to soft, then quickly disappeared. Lin Feng let out a breath. Phew, that guy finally left. At that moment, a prompt appeared in Lin Feng's livestream. The chosen one from Asin Country, Mariko, has been eliminated. The rule ghost story will descend upon Asin Country. The viewers from Long Country were immediately stunned when they saw this announcement. What exactly happened to Asin Country's chosen one? I don't know, but I feel like Asin Country's chosen one probably opened the door. Let's go and see what's going on. Soon, many viewers from Long Country, and even from other countries, rushed to Asin Country's livestream. Now, Asin Country's livestream was pitch black, but many insulting bullet comments could be seen. Damn Mariko, he's ruined us. The rule ghost story is about to descend, I don't want to die. We are all ruined because of Mariko. But soon, those viewers saw something. Death replay. So, many viewers opened the death replay. They were all very curious. How did Mariko, the chosen one of the country A, die? Because they needed to record this deadly message, and then remind their country's chosen one through the way of passing the message, so as to avoid falling into the trap. You see, every country has the chance to send a message to its own chosen one in every rule-based creepy story. The message cannot exceed 50 words, and it can only be sent once in each creepy world. In the replay footage, a knock was heard on the door. Mariko curiously walked up and asked, "Who's there?" A voice from outside responded, "Is someone inside?" "Yes." "Don't worry, don't be scared, I'm your father, I came here specially to protect you." Mariko felt confused, but still chose to trust the strange voice from outside. Mariko opened the door, and a middle-aged man in military green clothing and sunglasses walked in. Then, the man in green suddenly pulled out a gun from his waist and aimed it at Mariko's head. "Ah, Dad, are you kidding?" The man in green gave Mariko a strange smile. Bang! Then, Mariko died from a gunshot. Idiot Mariko, don't open the door to strangers, don't trust strangers, even kids know this. Oh no, the creepy story has come to our country A. Someone died, someone died. Just now, I saw the man in green through the peephole, the creepy story has come, our people in country A should quickly figure out a way to survive. After understanding the cause of Mariko's death, the non-country A viewers mostly left. In Long Country's live stream room, Lin Feng was looking in the mirror, and the reflection showed that he had already turned into a 17 or 18-year-old boy. But after looking in the mirror for a while, a bad feeling surged in Lin Feng's heart. This mirror looks really strange. Soon, Lin Feng left the mirror. This rule-based creepy stories instance is called Mom's Note, so there must be a note from Mom at home. As long as I search carefully, I should be able to find it. Mom's Note should have many rules and tips. With his mind made up, Lin Feng began searching the room for Mom's Note. After a short while, Lin Feng found a note. At the top, the 5 large words Mom's Note were clearly written. Dear baby, Mom can no longer come back. Remember to go to Grandma's house 3 days later. Immediately below, the note displayed a series of rules. 1. It's best to go out between 9 and 11 p.m., not at any other time. 2. Don't look up when you go out, remember to always look at your feet. 3. No matter who knocks on the door at home, do not open it. 4. You can fully trust Grandma. 5. Do not talk to anyone when you go out at night, you can carry a doll with you. 6. If the knocking lasts more than a minute, please stick the blue talisman paper on the door. Chapter 2, The Life-Saving Doll. 7. The golden pocket watch in the room can tell you the exact time. 8. Actually, there's no danger if you stay at home, just wait obediently for Mom to come back. 9. You can go out to buy things at the right time, it's almost absolutely safe during the right time. 10. Mom will never come back. 10 rules? Seeing these 10 rules, Lin Feng began to think. Then he started looking for contradictions. Suddenly, Lin Feng saw that the 2 words completely in the 4th rule turned red. System, what's with the red words? Replying to the host, the red words represent errors. Friendly reminder, there are still 2 error tips left. Lin Feng continued reading, and when he got to the 8th rule, his heart suddenly raced. Because the entire 8th rule was wrong. The entire text of Rule 8 was in bright scarlet red. Damn! Not only that, the 10th rule also turned red. Mom won't come back. This. Lin Feng couldn't believe that the 3 wrong hint chances were used up on this piece of paper. But Lin Feng had some certainty now. First, 9 p.m. to 11 p.m. is definitely a safe time. Secondly, don't look up when going out, always look at your feet. Then, don't open the door. Grandma can't be completely trusted either. Don't talk to anyone when going out, and there is another blue talisman paper at home. There is a golden pocket watch in the room, it shows the correct time. Don't stay at home for too long, Mom will come back. Forget it, never mind, let's first find the pocket watch and the doll. With that, Lin Feng began searching. Soon, Lin Feng found a golden pocket watch in the bedside table. The time now was 12:30 p.m. This was the time shown on the golden pocket watch. The golden pocket watch is found, now it's time to find the doll. Lin Feng rummaged through the room again, after a while he found the blue talisman paper, but no doll. How strange, where is the doll? Lin Feng wasn't willing to give up and continued searching. Finally, after searching for another hour, still no doll. I'm so tired, where is the doll? The bathroom. Lin Feng suddenly thought he hadn't checked the bathroom yet. He pushed open the bathroom door and started searching. After a while, still no doll. Where is the doll? Suddenly, Lin Feng accidentally locked eyes with his reflection in the mirror. A chilling sensation ran through his entire body. He immediately rushed out of the bathroom and slammed the door shut. But the coldness didn't go away, Lin Feng could clearly feel that something was watching him. Although he couldn't see it, Lin Feng could sense that thing was slowly closing in on him. What's going on? Could I have been targeted by something creepy? Lin Feng began to run, but he could still feel that thing chasing after him. Damn! Lin Feng didn't dare take his life lightly. He had a strong intuition that if he didn't run, something terrible would happen. The viewers in the Dragon Kingdom livestream were confused. What's going on? Why is Lin Feng running so fast? Something's not right. Lin Feng went into the bathroom just now, he must have encountered something evil. But the house is too small, I don't think Lin Feng will be able to escape. At this moment, a green path suddenly appeared before Lin Feng's eyes. At the same time, the green path was surrounded by red. Lin Feng couldn't help but glance back and noticed the path in the bedroom was also red. Then, Lin Feng ran along the green path. Soon, Lin Feng reached the balcony. Suddenly, Lin Feng saw a gray doll on the ground. The doll was palm-sized, looked extremely creepy, and had many patches on its body. The doll wore a small skirt, and as Lin Feng picked it up, a piece of paper fell out from its skirt. 11. Do not open the bathroom door. 12. Do not sleep in the bedroom, sleep only on the balcony. 13. There is money under the flower pot on the balcony, you can use that money to buy food, there is nothing at home. 14. No matter what happens, you must return before midnight. Hey, system, take a look for me. Friendly reminder, all hint chances have been used up. Please be careful, host. Ugh, I'm done for. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly realized that he couldn't feel that thing anymore. It seems like this doll, although creepy, should be able to protect me. I'm hungry, but I can't go out to buy food. Lin Feng also saw the flower pot on the balcony. He moved the flower pot and sure enough, found 500 yuan bills under it. Lin Feng then sat down on the balcony to rest. Pickled Cabbage Kingdom livestream. The chosen one from Pickled Cabbage Kingdom, Li Zhangzhao, opened the bathroom door and walked in. This bathroom seems okay. It quite fits my aesthetic standards. Then, Li Zhangzhao looked at the mirror again. I still look so charming and handsome in the mirror. I'm so handsome that I could make those girl groups lose their minds. Li Zhangzhao started laughing. I just came back from the Dragon Country livestream. I remember the second note said we can't go to the bathroom. I don't feel too good. The Dragon Country chosen one seemed to have encountered something chasing him, but he escaped to the balcony and found a doll. The second note fell off the doll. Suddenly, Li Zhangzhao also felt a chill run down his spine. What's going on? Damn it, who's spying on me? Come out. The viewers in the Kimchi Country livestream were instantly speechless and anxious. Run, hurry up and run. Quick, go to the balcony. There's a doll on the balcony, and a second note. Seeing that Li Zhangzhao wasn't moving, the higher-ups of the entire Kimchi Country were also very anxious. After a brief discussion, they directly sent a hint to Li Zhangzhao. Quickly go to the balcony, there's a doll on the balcony, under no circumstances should you enter the bathroom. Li Zhangzhao was very confused. What's going on? Wait a minute, this seems to be a hint from our Kimchi Country. Realizing this, Li Zhangzhao decided to run. But suddenly, Li Zhangzhao felt as if something was strangling his neck. Gradually, he found himself unable to breathe. Help! The people from Kimchi Country saw it and were anxious inside. Just now, Li Zhangzhao had a chance to escape, but he wasted a little time. In the end, Li Zhangzhao's body completely lost its vitality. The chosen one from Kimchi Country, Li Zhangzhao, is dead. The Rule horror story will randomly descend upon Kimchi Country. Chapter 3, 1/8 of Good Intentions. Damn it, Li Zhangzhao's stupidity got us all killed. I, representing the girl group, despise Li Zhangzhao. It's over, the Rule horror story is going to descend. Help! I don't want to die yet. Being born in Kimchi Country, I deeply regret it. Lin Feng was more composed. He was resting on the balcony. Occasionally, he would check his pocket watch. It's 9 o'clock, time to go out and buy some food. Lin Feng held money in one hand and a doll in the other, opening the door. Even though it was already 9 at night and the sky had darkened, fortunately, there were lights in the hallway. I don't know which floor this is, but for safety's sake, I'll go and come back quickly. Lin Feng kept his head down, looking at his feet, always remembering the rules on the note. Hey! At that moment, a crisp female voice interrupted Lin Feng's thoughts. Lin Feng quickly reacted and sped up his pace. Where are you going? Are you going out to buy something? My notebook is also used up, and I need to go to the convenience store downstairs. How about we team up? Lin Feng ignored the voice's owner. Why are you walking with your head down? What if you bump your head? Why aren't you talking? Lin Feng dared not speak, because one of the rules said not to speak to anyone when going out. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt his arm being pulled by a pair of hands. I think you're going to the convenience store, right? By the way, my name is Annie. In the Dragon Country livestream, the viewers could see clearly around Lin Feng. Annie is so cute. Yeah, and she has golden hair, looking all sparkly. Makes you want to protect her. Right. Wait a minute, this is the Rule horror story world. Couldn't Annie want to harm Lin Feng? The Dragon Country viewers thought that Annie's appearance surely meant something bad would happen. Lin Feng immediately swatted away Annie's hand. If he wasn't forbidden to speak, he would have definitely cursed at her. Then, Lin Feng began to run. Soon, Lin Feng saw the stairwell. Hey, this is the 33rd floor. Are you sure you want to take the stairs? Hearing Annie's voice, Lin Feng ran even faster. Immediately, Lin Feng ran toward the hallway. Because he had to run and also look at his feet, Lin Feng wasn't paying attention and, with a thud, he fell down. Hey, are you okay? The doll also fell off the stairs, and the money dropped. Then, Lin Feng heard the sound of hurried footsteps. So unlucky, I've been tangled up by something weird. Ignoring the pain, Lin Feng struggled to get up, grabbed the doll, ignored the money, and ran off. Be careful! Annie shouted from behind. Be careful? You're so weird and bad, trying to harm me? No way. It seemed like Annie heard Lin Feng's words, and she furrowed her brow. Hey, I really don't have any ill intentions. I won't hurt you, brother. At least not in the next 3 hours. Annie sighed and chased after him. Lin Feng dared not joke with his life. Life only comes once. If he died this time, then it would really be over. Hey, wait for me. Let's go together. Don't run so fast, it's dangerous. Annie looked like a very kind girl, but Lin Feng didn't think so. Finally, Lin Feng tripped again. Your money. Lin Feng wanted to stand up again, but the pain was too much for him to rise. At this moment, another sound of leather shoes hitting the ground came from the stairs. A military green figure appeared. Uncle, this brother fell down, I think he needs our help. Yes, Annie, I think so too. Let's help him together. At this moment, the viewers in the Dragon Kingdom livestream were losing their composure. Damn, isn't this the killer who murdered the chosen one from the Asen country? We're finished, our Dragon Kingdom is doomed. Sigh, at this rate, I think Lin Feng won't be able to escape. At this moment, some foreign viewers lurking in the Dragon Kingdom livestream showed up. Ha ha ha. This is so satisfying. Soon, the chosen one of the Dragon Kingdom will be dead, and then the rule creepy tales will descend on the Dragon Kingdom, and it will be just like our Asen country. We Asen country have lost many people, Dragon Kingdom should lose a lot too. Once Dragon Kingdom falls, our beautiful country will become the world's #1 power. The man in green and Annie slowly approached Lin Feng, who was lying on the stairs. System, give me one more chance. Sorry, host, both prompt chances have been used up. Ha ha ha. Dragon Kingdom is finally finished. Western bastards, we from the Kimchi country are so excited, Dragon Kingdom is just like us now. Once Dragon Kingdom falls, our beautiful country will rise. Dragon Kingdom is the #1 power in the world. In its early days, Dragon Kingdom was a very weak country. But the people of Dragon Kingdom had a stubborn drive to resist fate. Every person from Dragon Kingdom had a big dream of being a great nation. The people of Dragon Kingdom remembered the feeling of being weak and unable to raise their heads due to the country's decline. In the end, through the hard work of generations, Dragon Kingdom gradually became the world's #1 power. Dragon Kingdom is the most populous country in the world. Dragon Kingdom has a population of 3 billion, the world's leading technology, and global productivity. Even the second-place beautiful country lags far behind Dragon Kingdom. When the man in green and Annie reached Lin Feng's side, the viewers from Dragon Kingdom were nearly collapsing. Sigh, Lin Feng tried his best. Yes, that's all we could do. Next, maybe the rule creepy tales will come to Dragon Kingdom, but we are not afraid. Our Dragon Kingdom overcame one difficulty after another to become the world's #1 power. What is a mere rule creepy tale? We swear to march forward with Dragon Kingdom. Foreign viewers didn't forget to mock. Dragon Kingdom's chosen one, just wait to die. Yes, yes. Wait to be shot by that man in green. After that, it seemed that all the viewers from Dragon Kingdom had accepted their fate. Those foreign viewers were excited to watch, but Lin Feng's death notification did not appear. The man in green, along with Annie, slowly helped Lin Feng to his feet. The man in green asked with concern, "Are you okay? It seems like you're hurt. How about I take you to the hospital?" Annie also said, "It's okay, big brother. You can fully trust everyone in this world now." Lin Feng was very confused. The feeling of danger didn't come. Strange, aren't you supposed to be eerie? Aren't eerie beings supposed to try their best to kill us, the chosen ones? Lin Feng directly pointed it out, but the man in green and Annie did not get angry. You can understand it as 1/8 of kindness. Chapter 4, Escape from Here. 1/8 of kindness? Not only was Lin Feng confused, but the Dragon Country viewers and even the foreign viewers were also very confused. That's right. There is always a glimmer of hope. This is the last kindness in this world. However, when it reaches midnight, it won't be like this. At that time, I will kill you. You don't need to keep your head down now. Between 9 p.m. and midnight, this time is basically absolutely safe. Lin Feng was also very confused. Absolutely safe? Except for you committing suicide, any rule will be overridden by that one rule. Which rule? The rule that, during the correct time, is almost absolutely safe. Lin Feng also thought for a moment. Indeed, there was such a rule. It was the 6th rule. Big brother, let's take the elevator. By the way, big brother, do you want to go to the hospital? No, I plan to go out and buy something. The Dragon Country viewers breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. Instead, the foreign viewers gritted their teeth in anger. Damn, this is infuriating. The chosen one from Dragon Country is so lucky, it's almost too much. Damn it. It's unfair. Baka, this is totally unfair. A blind cat meets a dead mouse, the chosen one from Dragon Country. Some people from Dragon Country started retorting the foreigners. What are you guys doing in our Dragon Country livestream? Yeah, our chosen one is still alive and well, hee. Disappointed? I think I see a bunch of foreign dogs barking. Our Dragon Country's chosen one is tough. Whether you believe it or not, they can't die. The man in green and Annie together helped Lin Feng out of the stairs, then they entered the elevator. By the way, big brother, never, ever go outside during the day. Oh. Let me tell you, people like you, the chosen ones, will be met with the world's malice. Annie continued, it will go to any length to try and kill you, of course, excluding the time when you're absolutely safe. So if I go outside during the day, it would be certain death? The man in green said, not entirely. The things on you will protect you. What about my mom? The man in green didn't speak this time but pointed at the doll in Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng couldn't believe it, the doll in his hand was his mom. Women are fragile, but for their children, they become strong. Some mothers are so great that they're willing to fall into hell and fight the entire world for their children. At this moment, both the man in green and Annie, surprisingly, sighed in unison. The man in green continued, but the will of the world cannot be defied, it is something that no individual can resist. Gradually, Lin Feng seemed to guess something, and his eyes began to water. Anyway, remember, don't go out during the day. Never take the elevator during the day, and no matter what you hear at the door, don't make a sound. You have to pretend that no one is home, and never look through the peephole, don't appear in the mirror, and always keep the bedroom door closed. After a while, Lin Feng and they exited the elevator. Big brother, let us take you to the convenience store. They quickly arrived at the convenience store downstairs. Welcome. The owner of the convenience store was a man in his 60s. Grandpa, I want to buy some exercise books. All right. Annie is such a good kid who loves studying. Soon, the owner handed a few brand new exercise books to Annie. With a kind gaze, she stared at Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, I want to buy something to eat. Okay, please wait a moment. Soon, the shopkeeper brought a large pile of things to Lin Feng, including tea leaves. Lin Feng was a bit confused, he hadn't asked for tea leaves. It seemed that the shopkeeper noticed Lin Feng's confusion and said, tea leaves are good, they help refresh the mind. Lin Feng was about to pay when he suddenly remembered that his money seemed to be missing. Grandpa, please put my brother's things on my account. All right. Soon, Lin Feng was carrying a big bag of things, along with Annie and the man in green, heading back to the elevator. The man in green suddenly said, not every world will have an eighth of kindness. You can understand this as a unique characteristic of this world. Your path as the chosen ones will only get more difficult from now on. But let me remind you, your time is running out. As time passes, the malice of this world towards you will only grow stronger. Uncle, will my brother die then? Yes. But brother is innocent, why don't we help him, uncle? The man in green shook his head inside. The path of the chosen ones is like this, from the moment you are chosen, you are already sentenced to death. Either succeed, or die. The chosen ones will have no way to turn back. The man in green told Lin Feng a lot of things. Soon, the elevator stopped. Uncle, I want to play with my brother for a while. Okay. Lin Feng felt embarrassed to refuse Annie. Soon, Annie followed Lin Feng into his house. It's a bit messy here, brother. Should I help you clean up? Lin Feng nodded. Soon, Annie had tidied up the room. Lin Feng picked up a piece of bread and began to eat. Annie then helped Lin Feng close the bedroom door. By the way, brother, I really don't want you to die, but tomorrow you might be in danger. What do you mean? Because we remembered you tonight, we might cause you trouble tomorrow. But don't worry, as long as your infection is not deep, if we knock and you don't answer, it will be hard for us to find you. Lin Feng felt touched. If this were not a world of rule-breaking strange tales, how good would Annie be? Let's eat together. Okay. Lin Feng handed Annie a piece of bread. But happy times are always short-lived. Annie took a bite of the bread. But brother, remember, no matter what, never lose your sanity. Try to maintain your self-awareness. Tomorrow should be okay, the day after might be very dangerous, and the day after that is probably hell for you. By the way, Annie, what does the green-clad uncle mean by my time is running out? Hearing Lin Feng's question, tears instantly filled Annie's eyes. The malice of this world towards you will grow stronger as time passes, and in the end, they might directly execute you. Maybe by then, everyone will want to kill you. But how can I leave this world? Annie wanted to say something but seemed hesitant. Her lips moved, but no sound came out. Lin Feng guessed this must be lip reading. However, Lin Feng didn't understand lip reading and couldn't figure out what Annie was saying. But Lin Feng could understand that Annie must have some unspeakable difficulty. Otherwise, Annie would have definitely told him the right way to clear the game. Soon, Annie began chatting with Lin Feng casually. Annie seemed like a girl who would talk about anything. After a while, Annie began to say goodbye to Lin Feng. I'm leaving, brother. Take care of yourself. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Definitely don't go to the bathroom, don't go outside during the day, and don't make any noise if anyone knocks on your door. After many reminders, Annie left. Then Annie helped Lin Feng close the outer door. Lin Feng glanced at the golden pocket watch and noticed that it was exactly 11:30 in the evening. Eat enough, drink enough, then sleep. Lin Feng looked at the doll and said, Mom, I'm going to sleep now. At the same time, some experts from Dragon Country began to discuss. I deduced that what Annie just said was lip reading. I also think it was lip reading, but I don't know which country's lip reading it is. Annie's lip reading must contain the correct way to pass the level, we must crack it and then give the hint to Lin Feng. Yes, only if Lin Feng passes the level, can Dragon Country be safe. The expert group began to work overtime to crack the code. They started comparing language after language. Chinese, English, Japanese, French, any language they could think of, they did not overlook. After the expert group worked through the night, they finally determined what Annie said. Escape from here. In the morning, Lin Feng woke up. He had slept on the balcony all night, and of course, the balcony wasn't as comfortable as the bed. However, Lin Feng didn't think too much about it. He knew that today was an important day. What exactly did Annie say? Just as Lin Feng was wondering, a message from Dragon Country arrived. Annie said, escape from here. Please stay calm at all times. Our expert group deduces that you need to meet specific conditions to escape from here. Stay calm. It looks like I have to find a way to escape from here. First, go to my grandmother's house, that should be the key step to escaping. There are still 2 days left, I must find a way to go to my grandmother's house. But I don't even know where my grandmother's house is. At the same time, some chosen ones from other countries were eliminated last night. Although the 3 hours were mostly absolutely safe, some chosen ones from certain countries, when seeing Annie's enthusiasm, suddenly had inappropriate thoughts. They teased Annie and ended up being bitten to death by Annie, who opened her blood-red mouth. Or they were shot dead by the man in green. Did you hear? The contestant from Sakura Country, Ichikawa Steelplate, teased Annie and got killed by her. Yeah, it seems that even during the absolute safety time of 3 hours, you can't do weird things like teasing. I hope Lin Feng doesn't do that. Lin Feng simply finished his breakfast and looked at the doll. Good morning, Mom. The doll blinked its eyes with great intelligence. Although Lin Feng was an orphan and didn't have a real mother, this mother in this strange world wasn't a real mother. But Lin Feng could still feel an overwhelming amount of maternal love from this mother. At that moment, footsteps suddenly sounded outside the door. The footsteps stopped. Then there was a knock on the door. Is anyone there? Lin Feng could tell that it was Annie's voice. Brother, it's time for breakfast. Are you at home, brother? If you are, please answer me. Brother, you lost your money yesterday, do you still want it? This voice of Annie, although similar to what Lin Feng heard yesterday, felt completely different. This voice was filled with strangeness, coldness, and an eerie chill. Lin Feng felt a cold sweat break out all over his body. Brother, I'm going to open your door now. He, brother. At the same time, the viewers from Dragon Country couldn't help but feel their scalps tingle. This Annie must be fake, with ill intentions. Yes, Lin Feng, don't open the door. Right, the strange must follow the rules. If you open the door, you will die. At the same time, in Ostrich Country's live broadcast room, the contestant from Ostrich Country, Tansan Yair, also heard Annie's voice. He, beautiful little Annie. Annie, brother is here, do you want to play some games with brother? Brother, Annie knows many games, I will satisfy you. Annie, brother will take good care of you. Last night, Tansan Yair regretted not taking action when he had the chance. Now thinking about it, Annie was really beautiful and cute. Simply amazing. She was the perfect girlfriend standard. The viewers from Ostrich Country, upon seeing this, immediately began to curse. This guy has got his mind on something else, sigh. How could our Ostrich Nation encounter such an idiot? We're doomed. The high-ups in Ostrich Nation couldn't take it anymore, directly messaging Tanzania to warn him. Idiot, do not open the door, if you do, you will die. Also, do not tease Annie even at safe times, or you will still die. Brother, Annie is getting impatient waiting. I'm coming, Annie, I will take good care of you. Tanzania's mind was full of fantasies at this moment. He had ignored his country's warning, walked to the door, and opened it. Annie, quickly come in with brother. In the next moment, Annie's terrifying and eerie laugh echoed. He he he. Suddenly, Annie's face dimmed. Then, a row of long, sharp white teeth appeared in Annie's mouth. Following that, Tanzania let out a scream. Annie looks so well behaved, how can she be so fierce? Yeah, her mouth is wide open. It's strange how she could just eat Tanzania in one bite. It's over, our ostrich nation is finished. The chosen one of ostrich nation, Tanzania, has died. A rule-bound horror story will descend upon ostrich nation. At this moment, the viewers from ostrich nation were filled with absolute despair. In the Dragon Nation livestream. On the screen. Brother, are you there? Annie really likes you, brother. Do you want to play a game with Annie? Brother, Annie knows what you want, hurry up and open the door. Lin Feng sat on the ground, closed his eyes, pretending no one was there. After a while, Annie stopped talking, and then the sound of footsteps leaving was heard. But soon, the sound of footsteps approaching again was heard. Lin Feng sighed to himself, this eerie thing is really sly, pretending to leave. After a while, the footsteps disappeared again. Lin Feng was now determined not to make a sound, not to open the door. Half an hour later, the footsteps returned. Hee, brother, you didn't play with Annie, so Annie is leaving. Chapter 6, Annie's Hint. This Annie is really crafty, pretending to leave. Yes, bluffing. The vile eerie thing, last night I really misjudged Annie. I just saw in the Ostrich Nation livestream, Annie's mouth was wide open, she eats people. What? This beautiful and cute girl, how can she be so vicious? Could Annie be the slit-mouthed woman? In the Kangaroo Nation livestream. On the screen. Annie said she's leaving, she should really be gone, right? Curiously, Yozel walked up to the peephole and took a look. There's really no one there. Looks like that damned Annie really did leave. Phew, it's safe. Just as Yozel let out a sigh of relief, suddenly Annie's figure appeared in the peephole. Brother, were you looking for me? Yozel was startled and immediately stepped back. Help! Brother, Annie really craves your body. Can you play a game with Annie? No, this is the official notice from Kangaroo Country sent to Yasser. In the panic and chaos, the officials of Kangaroo Country had forgotten that they could only send a message of up to 50 words. Immediately, Yasser saw the notice from Kangaroo Country. Arrogant little Annie, I'll see how long you can keep acting so high and mighty. Without hesitation, Yasser picked up the blue talisman on the table and stuck it on the door. At that moment, the violently shaking door stopped moving. Strange, I clearly saw someone earlier. How did they suddenly disappear? Damn it, the door's defense has suddenly strengthened in such a short time. The sound of banging on the door gradually faded, and Annie slowly walked away. Ha, Annie, you're no match for me. At noon, Lin Feng heard the sound of leather shoes tapping on the floor. The clock on the wall showed it was 1:13 p.m. Lin Feng glanced at his pocket watch, noticing it was 12:02 p.m. Lin Feng sighed inwardly, as expected, the wall clock is unreliable. Knock, knock, knock. The door was knocked on. Lin Feng knew that now was not the time to open the door. He wouldn't make the foolish mistake of mocking the weirdness. Sure enough, the knocking only lasted for a few seconds before it stopped. Lin Feng decided to take a nap. When Lin Feng opened his eyes again, he realized it was already dark outside. Ah, how long have I slept? He turned on the light and checked his pocket watch, finding it was already 9 p.m. I can't believe I slept so long. It's already 9 p.m. At that moment, there was a sudden knock at the door. It's 9 p.m., it should be okay to open the door now. Lin Feng walked to the peephole and looked out, and to his surprise, Annie was standing at the door. The Dragon Country audience, upon seeing Annie, immediately became alert. Damn, it's that haunting Annie again. Yeah, I hope Lin Feng won't open the door for her. Wait, no, it's safe time now. Soon, Lin Feng opened the door. Have you eaten, brother? Lin Feng nodded, instinctively reaching out to touch Annie's face. Annie showed a look of confusion. Brother. Lin Feng smiled, you're just too cute, Annie. I couldn't resist touching your face. Brother, I'm going to the convenience store later. Do you want to come with me? Sure, Annie. And so, Annie took Lin Feng into the elevator. Brother, did you hear knocking on the door earlier today? Lin Feng nodded. Instantly, a flash of guilt appeared in Annie's eyes. Lin Feng noticed it. It's okay, Annie, I think you must have had your reasons. Brother, do you hate me? Lin Feng shook his head, no, I don't hate you. In fact, I'm really grateful for your help yesterday with that uncle. Annie's face twisted for a moment, then she said, thank you, brother. Alright, it's all in the past. But when you knocked, I didn't make a sound. Not making a sound was the right thing to do. But brother, it seems you're not contaminated, so tomorrow there shouldn't be any problems. By the way, Annie, when you said that yesterday, did you mean you wanted to escape from here? After hearing that, Annie made a gesture to Lin Feng. By the way, brother, tonight the night view is beautiful. How about I take you out for a walk? Lin Feng felt a little puzzled, as if Annie had something else to say. I wonder where Annie wants to take me. There's a theme park not far from here. I think you might be interested, brother. No, that's just for little kids. But brother, you look like a little kid. Maybe the theme park has something you want. All right. Lin Feng began to guess that Annie invited him to the theme park for a reason. When will we come back? We'll be back after a short while, don't worry, brother, it won't take long. And so, Annie took Lin Feng to the entrance of the community, where they bumped into the old security guard. What are you going out for so late? Well, Grandpa, my brother said he suddenly wanted to go to the amusement park, so I. You two be careful on the road, remember to come back early. Okay, Grandpa. At this moment, the expert team from the Dragon Kingdom was extremely focused. They had not slept for more than a night, but in order to get to the bottom of the strange talk, they planned to continue pushing themselves. Outside the community, there were crisscrossing roads, with numerous streetlights on both sides. It's so beautiful. Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim. Chapter 7, Do you need to take a train to pass the level? Annie hailed a taxi. Driver, to the amusement park. Okay. Just like that, Annie and Lin Feng got into the back seat of the taxi. The taxi slowly started moving. At this moment, the driver suddenly asked, Are you the chosen one? Annie replied, No. The driver said, It doesn't matter if you're the chosen one, but you shouldn't stay too long in a place of chaos. By the way, young man, do you have a smoking habit? Before Lin Feng could answer, the driver had already handed him a cigarette. Lin Feng glanced at Annie, seemingly unsure of what to do. It's okay, brother. Men mostly smoke. My dad and grandpa often smoke, I'm used to it. The driver then handed Lin Feng a lighter. Lin Feng lit the cigarette and began to smoke slowly. As soon as he took a puff, Lin Feng realized that the cigarettes in this world were different from the ones in his world. The taste was actually sweet. And with a puff of smoke, Lin Feng actually felt more alert. Thank you, driver. The driver laughed happily, the chosen one, it's tough. But I still hope the chosen one can survive. Annie rested her head on Lin Feng's shoulder. Brother, don't play too long later, we need to go back. If it's 12 o'clock and you haven't come back, no one can save you. Okay, I understand. Soon, they arrived at the amusement park. Annie and Lin Feng got out of the car. Hey brother, the gate to the amusement park is closed. Maybe it's too late. The amusement park seems to have closed. Annie was a bit disappointed. I wanted to take you on the little train. The little train? Yes, if we could ride that, maybe you could. Annie pointed to the gate of the amusement park and continued, the people in this world are just like things locked inside the amusement park. Do you know, that thing has enough horsepower to break open the amusement park's gate? I was planning to let you see it today. Lin Feng silently noted this down. This was Annie's hint to him. He needed to take the train, then he could escape here and clear the strange talk. Of course, the gate of the amusement park can also be opened with a key, but finding the key isn't as convenient as breaking down the gate. Alright, brother, let's go back. The amusement park's gate is locked anyway, there's no point. At this moment, Lin Feng noticed that the taxi hadn't left and was still parked there. He got into the taxi. I knew you would come back soon, so I didn't leave. Thank you, driver. You're welcome, but I must remind you, young lady, some things shouldn't be said casually. Thank you for the reminder, driver. I understand. Soon, the taxi dropped Lin Feng and Annie at the entrance of the community. I'll leave now. Goodbye, driver. The security guard was also a little surprised, you two are back early. Annie said, Grandpa, the amusement park is closed. Wait. Alright, go back. Remember to come find me tomorrow night. With that, Annie took Lin Feng into the elevator. Annie, I'm sorry. I have a smoking addiction. It's okay. Thank you, Annie, thank you for everything you've done for me. Brother, thank you for staying with me. By the way, Annie, that driver seemed to warn you about something. No, it's nothing. Lin Feng suddenly felt that Annie seemed to have something on her mind. But I can understand. After all, it was full of hostility towards me. You better remember, if you say something wrong, it might make him angry enough to hurt you. Thank you, brother, for caring. By the way, Annie, I'm leaving soon, probably the night after tomorrow. Upon hearing Lin Feng say this, Annie's eyes immediately showed some disappointment. Brother, if you leave, there will be no one to play with Annie. It's okay, Annie. Don't you still have your family? I don't belong to this world. You and your family belong to this world. Sigh, actually, the one driving the car earlier was my dad. Lin Feng was a bit surprised. I don't have a good relationship with my dad. Since I was young, he either hit me or scolded me. I hate him. Lin Feng placed his hand on Annie's head and gently stroked it. Annie, if your heart is too heavy and you feel wronged, you can say it out loud. Don't hold it in, okay? The elevator door opened. Sometimes, it feels like I'm about to collapse, brother. Alright, Annie, let's go inside and talk slowly. With that, Lin Feng let Annie into the house. Viewers in the Dragon Country livestream, as well as foreign viewers, were all confused. What's going on here? I seriously suspect Lin Feng is in a romantic relationship with Annie, but I have no proof. Yeah. At this moment, Lin Feng had Annie sit down and handed her a piece of bread. I'm full, brother. Annie, today, let's talk openly. Brother has lived for more than 20 years, and my life experience is richer than yours. If you're feeling lost, I can guide you. Annie hesitated, but after recalling what Lin Feng had said earlier in the elevator, she decided to speak up. She had been holding it in for too long. Lin Feng continued to encourage her. Say it out, Annie. We'll bear it together. Annie nodded and, with a confused look on her face, asked Lin Feng, brother, can I completely trust you? Yes, you can. Brother, woo, do you know? Annie has grown up under the beatings and scoldings of my bastard dad. Your dad really is a bastard. You're his daughter, and him hitting you is really too much. At this point, Lin Feng was also holding back a surge of anger in his heart. What kind of dad is this? They say that daughters are their dad's little soft blankets, but Annie's dad. And mom, really, even though dad beats Annie to death, mom remains indifferent. Your mom really is something. Annie's face was very strange. Brother, what do you mean by that? Annie, your mom shouldn't be indifferent. She should stop your dad. Hearing Lin Feng say this, a bit of comfort appeared on Annie's face. Because someone understood her. Yes, brother, if mom could stop dad, I think I could feel a lot better. At this moment, Annie had already started crying. Viewers from Dragon Country also sympathized with Annie. What kind of animal dad is this? If this were in our Dragon Country, I would definitely report him, make him pay for his actions. Yes, he should go to jail. As a time traveler, even though he had lived 2 lifetimes and seen all kinds of storms, Lin Feng felt unprecedented anger at this moment. Brother, my dad even secretly looks at my phone. Lin Feng continued to reach out and gently stroke Annie's hair. Your dad's behavior is really too much. How about we let him taste something bitter? Brother, you're right. I really wish I could beat him up. Chapter 8, Annie, do you want to beat your dad up? Annie, do you want to beat your dad up? Yes, brother, I've been putting up with him for a long time. By the way, brother, is there any way I can beat my dad up? I really want to, but I'm afraid of him. Annie, you have to do what I tell you from now on. Okay, brother, as long as I can beat that annoying dad, I'll listen to you. Lin Feng thought for a moment, but soon an idea appeared in his mind. Right, how about this, Annie? You pretend that I've kidnapped you, and then I'll call your parents. Annie froze for a moment, then asked. Brother, why do we have to do this? Because this is the way to let Annie beat dad. At this moment, the man in green happened to pass by the door. Uncle, could you come in for a moment? We need your help. The man in green nodded. Oh, it's Annie. How can Uncle help you? Annie told the man in green what had just happened. The man in green nodded. Indeed, my brother is being a bit too much, he deserves a good beating. At the same time, viewers in Longwa's live broadcast room. Great, Lin Feng's idea aligns with mine. Wait, why do I feel like this eerie world is reflecting the real world? It's very possible. At the same time, the leaders of Longwa reached a consensus. Quickly check if there's anyone matching Annie from this eerie world. After the Longwa leader issued the order, the search started wildly. In just 20 minutes, they found the results. There is indeed a person named Annie, but she is already dead. Tell us about Annie's situation, let us understand it. Leaders, it's like this, Annie's father is named Freck, he is from beautiful country, and Annie's whole family is from there. Annie's father Freck once tried to enter a prestigious university in beautiful country but failed. After the failure, Freck became a taxi driver and then decided to pin his hopes on his child. It turned out that Freck had a son, but the son died young. In the end, Freck was unwilling and wanted another son. But fate didn't go his way, the next one was a girl. Just when Freck was about to have an abortion, the doctor told him that due to his wife's health, she couldn't have another abortion, or she might be infertile for life. In the end, Freck reluctantly raised Annie as a son, demanding high standards from her every day. If Annie couldn't meet his expectations, Freck would beat her severely, beat her to death. It wasn't until later, when Annie's academic performance was always top-notch, that Freck relaxed his control a bit, but even so, his requirements for Annie remained very high. Every day, she had to do a large amount of exercises. Apart from studying, it was almost all studying and studying. While other children of the same age played happily, Annie still studied. In short, she was a studying machine. Later, after Annie finished her high school exams, Freck was not satisfied with her results and severely punished her. He forced her to repeat the year. In the end, Annie couldn't take it anymore and went to another world. Afterward, Freck's wife divorced him, and Freck sold his taxi and became an alcoholic. Fortunately, the incident happened in beautiful country, not in our Longwa. Sigh, now there's no chance to tell Lin Feng. At the same time, in the live broadcast room of Longwa, Lin Feng had already hung up the phone. Just a few minutes later, hurried footsteps could be heard. Annie! Annie! A heart-wrenching cry rang out. It was the voice of a middle-aged woman. Don't be afraid, Mommy is here to save you, Annie. The voice was filled with tears. Soon, a middle-aged woman appeared, holding a kitchen knife. The woman then saw Annie, tied up and placed on the balcony. What are you doing? Let go of my daughter, come at me if you dare. Annie also noticed the woman, her eyes flashing with astonishment. Normally, her mother shouldn't be an indifferent person, right? Lin Feng said, Auntie, if you want us to let go of your daughter, that's fine, but not right now. The woman's face showed a murderous intent. She wanted to kill Lin Feng. What do you mean? Auntie, you don't want your daughter to jump off the building and commit suicide, right? If you love your daughter. Actually, I want to be honest, your daughter actually doesn't want to live anymore. What are you saying? Annie is my precious daughter, how could I not love her? At that moment, Annie suddenly retorted, Mom, you don't love me at all, you wish I would die sooner, right? The woman panicked when she heard this. My daughter, I love you, it's just that I have my own difficulties. You're lying. Every time Dad hits me, beating me to death, where are you? Every time Dad insults me, saying I'm a worthless burden, where are you? When Dad beats me until I lose consciousness, where are you? I'm not your and Dad's biological daughter, I must have been picked up by you, right? Annie's words were sharp, stabbing deeply into the woman's heart. Annie, I'm sorry. Sorry, what good is that? Can sorry heal the wounds in my heart? I wish you'd just die. Mom loves you. Just then, the man in green handed the woman a gun. The woman took the gun from the man in green, deep in thought. The reason why her daughter was like this, she couldn't escape responsibility either. Why didn't she have the courage to stand up back then? Well, whatever. I don't believe it, if you really loved me, you wouldn't let me suffer so much, bear so much pain. Every day I have endless homework, things to learn, various extra classes, and I'm just a 16-year-old kid. Do you even care about my feelings? Or maybe I'm not your biological daughter, so my feelings don't matter? Or am I just your slave? Annie spoke, tears streaming down her face. At this point, Annie was already crying uncontrollably. Lin Feng was beside her, helping Annie wipe her tears. Annie continued, other people's kids are carefree, playing and laughing all day, what about me? You and that old, ultimately unable to have an abortion, they decided to raise you instead. Your father's desire for you to succeed is truly heavy, indeed, he is a bit excessive in this way. Uncle, I don't believe it. My dad loves me, he would rather I die early. Do you know why your dad still drives a taxi late at night? It's to earn your tuition. Otherwise, how do you think the money for those tutoring classes comes? He loves you, he just doesn't know how to express his love. The man in green realized he had said the wrong thing and then added, I also feel that your dad, that old bastard, deserves a good beating. The woman looked completely confused. Another 10 minutes passed. A hurried sound of footsteps approached. Let go of my daughter. I will fight you all. It was the previous taxi driver, appearing with a shotgun in hand. If you dare to hurt my daughter, I will take you down with me even if I die. The taxi driver had transformed from his earlier friendliness into a terrifying visage. Honey, you're also here? People around looked at the taxi driver with strange expressions. The taxi driver was bewildered. 2 lives for 1. Lin Feng threw a handgun to the taxi driver. What do you mean? The woman said to the taxi driver, Annie no longer wants to live, she will only be willing to live if you die. This kidnapping was initiated by Annie herself. What? The taxi driver widened his eyes. Annie herself doesn't want to live? Did Annie kidnap herself? You say not to let anyone harm your daughter, but in fact, you are the one who has harmed her the most. Lin Feng complained. The taxi driver was first bewildered, and after a brief contemplation, he began to cry in pain. Whoa, Annie, do you want your father's life? You must know, Dad has it hard, he works until late at night and also has to do overtime during the day. Sigh, but Dad shouldn't have hit you, I beg you, don't die, please don't die. You wicked old bastard, last night, you beat me. I finally made a friend, and you accused me of being in a relationship. Did you ever consider my feelings? I am not your daughter, right? You picked me up, you don't love me. To me, your death would make my life better. Seeing Annie like this, the taxi driver, a grown man, became a crying mess. He reflected on himself, realizing he was indeed too eager for his daughter to succeed. The pain Annie endured was indeed something her peers nearby did not have to suffer. This kind of suffering should not be imposed on Annie. Annie is his precious daughter, she cannot just die like this. If you love me, then use this handgun to kill yourself. If I kill myself, will you be able to live well? We'll talk about that later. Immediately, the taxi driver put down the shotgun and picked up his own handgun. He aimed it at his own head and pulled the trigger. However, the gunshot did not go off for a long time. In an instant, the surroundings fell into a stalemate. The taxi driver was extremely bewildered. Lin Feng could no longer suppress his anger and said, "The reason Annie is like this is because as her parents, you cannot escape your responsibility. You have already harmed her, late love is worse than no love, uncle, you are truly a wretched person." The taxi driver nodded and directly knelt before Annie, then began to slap himself. "I am a wretched person, I actually caused serious harm to my daughter, He felt a chill run through him, today he almost lost his daughter, and now he was filled with regret. Lin Feng looked at Annie's mother again. "Auntie, you too, when Annie's father hit her, you should have pulled him back. After all, Annie is flesh of your flesh." The woman nodded. "Yes, I was too cowardly, I was afraid of him hitting me." Then, the woman looked at the taxi driver and shouted angrily, "Annie is also my treasure. If you dare hit her again, I will immediately divorce you, take Annie with me, and leave you alone." The man in the green clothes also spoke. "Brother, you're really going too far. You can't treat your family like this. Annie is just a child. If you truly love her and want the best for her, stop causing her pain." Lin Feng said, "Annie, do it." Annie suddenly untied the ropes, and like a madwoman, she charged toward the taxi driver. "You old bastard, making me suffer so much. I will make you taste the pain." Lin Feng felt a bit uneasy inside. In fact, he was also gambling, hoping the taxi driver wouldn't retaliate. The taxi driver closed his eyes, and Annie raised her fist, landing a punch on the taxi driver's body. After throwing dozens of punches, blood started to seep from the corner of the taxi driver's mouth, and Annie finally felt some relief. Dad was wrong. Dad didn't consider your feelings. Humph. You actually realize you're wrong? I thought you had no heart. Lin Feng said, "Your family should sign an agreement to reject domestic violence." The taxi driver nodded, looking at Lin Feng with gratitude. "Thank you, chosen one." He knew that today's incident was likely not his daughter's idea but probably the chosen one's. However, he didn't blame Lin Feng because, from his current perspective, having Annie alive was more important than anything else. At this moment, he began to understand Annie. "Alright, Annie's mom, let's go home and sign the domestic violence rejection agreement." Annie nodded, then turned to Lin Feng and said, "Yeah, brother, it's already past 11. It's late. See you tomorrow." As they left, the taxi driver and the woman looked at Lin Feng, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. At the same time, Annie pinched the taxi driver's hand again, leaving a small bloodstain before she let go. The taxi driver didn't care, and said to Lin Feng, "I see that you're not having it easy either. You're my daughter's friend, and I don't want my daughter to lose such a friend. Keep this gun for your protection." "Thank you, uncle." "You're welcome. You've done so much for Annie. You deserve it." The man in green also said goodbye to Lin Feng. Thus, the four of them slowly left Lin Feng's house. "Hello, is this Teacher Daisy? I want to cancel Annie's extra lessons." "Alright, goodbye. Annie, from now on, your dad will never hit you again. If getting into Massachusetts University meant sacrificing your happiness, then I'd rather you not go to that university. Dad, Annie, we are a family. We should communicate properly, not impose unreasonable will on each other." Gradually, the voices of Annie's family faded away. Lin Feng also let out a deep sigh. "Phew, I'm really tired. Sometimes, a family really needs to communicate well. This father is really a scumbag." Lin Feng went over and closed the door. "It's almost 12. I should go to bed early. Tomorrow will be a long day." Lin Feng picked up the shotgun and the handgun scattered on the floor and walked toward the balcony. Chapter 10, Killing a Bloody Path. Wow, Lin Feng is really so healing. Yeah, this kind of behavior is really heartwarming. I suddenly want to have a child with Lin Feng. Such a warm-hearted man will definitely be very loving in the future. Lin Feng was asleep, and he had a dream. Everything around him was pitch black. Where is this place? No voice responded to Lin Feng. Why am I here? Have I completed the ghost story? Still, no voice responded to Lin Feng. How do I leave here? Suddenly, Lin Feng saw several blood-red words appearing in the darkness. You did what I wanted to do but couldn't, filling a part of my regret. What's going on? You have received part of my goodwill. Are you the will of this ghost story world? I am just the will of this world. Live well, chosen one. But I don't even know the way to my grandmother's house. Good luck. Suddenly, Lin Feng woke up. He opened his eyes, looked at the golden pocket watch, and realized it was already 8 in the morning. This nap was surprisingly comfortable. Footsteps sounded outside the door, and Lin Feng knew he couldn't make a sound at this moment. Congratulations, the host has received the blessing of the deity. Lin Feng was taken aback. Blessing of the deity, unexpected things will happen under certain special circumstances. Lin Feng understood, the so-called deity should be the will of this strange world, which is that thing. Soon it was nightfall. Today, Annie was exceptionally happy. She wore a beautiful red hat on her head. Brother, do you know? My dad didn't force me to study today, he even bought me the red hat I wanted. All right, where are we going to have fun tonight? The security uncle downstairs told us to come down today, didn't he? Lin Feng nodded. Soon, Lin Feng and Annie took the elevator down. You know, my dad plans to withdraw me from all the tutoring classes. Oh. But in the end, he only withdrew half. Half? Thank you, brother, I also understand my dad's kind intentions now, that half of the tutoring classes was proposed by me. So, Massachusetts University? I want to take the exam for Massachusetts University, I can't let my parents down. Soon, Lin Feng and Annie met the security uncle. The security uncle handed Lin Feng a cigarette and lit it for him. Kid, I actually know your mom well. Lin Feng was a bit surprised, he didn't expect the security uncle to be so straightforward. You don't have much time left. I don't have much time left? You must leave by noon tomorrow, otherwise, you won't have enough time. Lin Feng planned to go find his grandma tomorrow night, and the security uncle's words caught him off guard. But going out during the day is very dangerous. If you miss the last bus at midnight the day after tomorrow, you will have to wait another 7 days. But my mom still wants me to go to grandma's house. Do you really want to live another 7 days in this increasingly dangerous world? The security uncle chatted with Lin Feng for a while. He told Lin Feng many things. After a while, Lin Feng left the security room. By the way, brother, my dad and mom want to invite you to a meal as a thank you. Oh. When they arrived at Annie's house, Lin Feng found that the table was already filled with a lavish feast. Annie's dad and mom were both home. Annie's mom showed a kindly expression. Child, feel free to sit down and eat. Viewers in the Dragon Country livestream, seeing this, immediately felt envious. Wow, this big table looks amazing. I also want to taste what the food in the strange world is like. I am very curious if the taste is the same as the food in our real world. Some foreigners were very angry seeing Lin Feng eat so heartily. Cheating, the chosen one from the Dragon Country is cheating. Yes, cheating. I protest, I want to report. Lin Feng was enjoying his meal on camera while Annie's father poured wine for him. Annie's mother served him meat. Uncle and auntie, thank you. Annie's dad said, you're welcome, thanks to you, chosen one. Annie's mom also said, child, I actually think you and our Annie are quite matched, but unfortunately, this world is not meant for you. Annie also said, brother, thank you for improving our family's relationship, but outside of those 3 hours, you'd better not encounter us, because during that time we won't be able to control ourselves and might hurt you. It's okay. Lin Feng realized that the food at Annie's house was incredibly delicious. Soon, the time reached 11:50. Lin Feng prepared to leave. He had stayed long enough, it would soon be 12 o'clock. At this moment, Annie suddenly showed a worried look. Wait a minute, brother. There's not enough time, I have to go. Here, this is for you. Annie handed Lin Feng a big box. Open it when you get home. Goodbye, brother, you must stay alive. Tears appeared in Annie's eyes. Certainly, I hope your family can also live well and in harmony. At last, Annie's parents appeared, along with Annie, to send Lin Feng off. Lin Feng knew this was a farewell meal. Lin Feng left Annie's house with the big box. In the corridor, a man in green appeared. As long as you have enough firepower, you can ignore the rules. Thanks. Live well, chosen one. Perhaps we will be enemies in the future, don't take the elevator tomorrow. Lin Feng faced the man in green. Soon, the two men bumped into each other. The man in green placed a small box on top of Lin Feng's big box. Thank you for helping my brother's family, this is my gratitude. Goodbye, good luck, chosen one. Thanks. I will leave Annie in your hands from now on. Don't worry, I am Annie's uncle. I will take care of her. Soon, Lin Feng returned home and shut the door. He glanced at his pocket watch, it was already 11:58. Phew, I'm glad to be back, I almost died. Today, Lin Feng felt very good, but also very heavy-hearted. Although this was a strange world, it felt very much like a real world to Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked forward to what was inside the small box. Soon, Lin Feng opened the small box. Wow! What Lin Feng saw in the small box was a series of gun magazines filled with bullets. Combining that with what the man in green just said, as long as you have enough firepower, you can ignore the rules. Could it be that the man in green gave him bullets to help him carve a bloody path? Chapter 11, Lin Feng is being pursued, with no way out. The audience in Long Country was also very envious. Wow, Lin Feng actually has guns and ammunition. Yes. So exciting. The expert group from Long Country had serious expressions. Actually, Lin Feng could have chosen to leave on the night of the third day. No, if he leaves on the night of the third day, he will have to wait another week. Waiting another week could bring many uncertainties, but waiting another week should be relatively safe. Those foreign audiences were filled with envy and jealousy towards Lin Feng at this time. This is unfair. Why does he have weapons? Yeah. I protest. Damn. It must be that the chosen one from Long Country has cheated, this is unfair. Time reached 7 in the morning. Annie walked past Lin Feng's door outside. In Annie's heart, she thought, chosen one, I hope you can survive. People like you should not die here, this is not your final resting place. Then, Annie knocked on Lin Feng's door. In Annie's heart, she hoped that Lin Feng would not make any sounds or open the door. Fortunately, nothing stirred inside. Then, Annie left. Let's go, Annie. It's time for school. Dad. Today, Dad will take you to school. When Lin Feng woke up, it was already 10:30 in the morning. Right, I still haven't looked at what Annie's gift is. Immediately, Lin Feng opened the big box that Annie gave him. Inside the box were 3 items. A pair of sunglasses, a wind-up teddy bear, and a note. What are these sunglasses and teddy bear for? Lin Feng picked up the note and took a look. The note read a passage. Remember to wear the sunglasses when you go out, don't talk to anyone, keep your head down and watch your feet, take care of your mother. If you have enough strong firepower, don't hesitate to eliminate the enemy. Remember to take the teddy bear, it will protect you. Carry the gun and ammunition, it may increase your chances of survival. Stay alive, brother. These things are really hard to carry. Returning to host, this system has system space. Why didn't you say so earlier? At noon, Lin Feng went out. He wore a pair of sunglasses, holding a pistol, and kept the teddy bear in his pocket. Lin Feng saw some black shadows blocking his way in the corridor. Those black shadows looked at Lin Feng with great confusion. At that moment, the doll on Lin Feng's body emitted a dazzling light. Immediately, those black shadows let out a scream and then vanished into thin air. Mom, you're really amazing. Such a tall building, it's better to take the stairs. Lin Feng noticed that Anne's sunglasses were very strange, wearing them allowed him to see many things that were usually invisible. Then Lin Feng began to stride down the stairs. After a while, Lin Feng reached the door of the stairs. He exited the stairs and arrived at the community. Now the community was empty. The owner of the convenience store in the community glanced at Lin Feng and then continued to read his newspaper. The security guard was not at the entrance. The gate of the community was wide open. Seeing a good opportunity, Lin Feng decided to walk directly to the entrance and leave the community. Suddenly, a tall woman wearing a mask, around 2 meters, walked out in front of him. Lin Feng glanced into the woman's eyes and found that her eyes were red. Then, they began to lock eyes with each other. Lin Feng was quite puzzled as to why there was a woman who was 2 meters tall. Suddenly, the woman's eyes emitted a red glow, followed by a creepy laugh. Ah, chosen one, I found you. The chosen one is here, everyone, come quickly. Then, the woman prepared to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt a chill all over his body and raised his gun, shooting the woman. Immediately, the woman took a few steps back, a bloody hole appearing on her body. The chosen one is here, the woman shouted directly. Then the convenience store owner ran out. He is the chosen one, kill him. Lin Feng felt that the power of the handgun might not be enough, so he used his mind to take out a shotgun from the system warehouse and shot at the woman fiercely. Bang 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 bang. Soon, Lin Feng had fired all the bullets, and the woman fell down. The convenience store owner glanced at Lin Feng and then went back into the store. He seemed to completely ignore the woman's words. Lin Feng looked at the convenience store owner and nodded slightly, thinking, "Thank you, boss." The convenience store owner continued to read his newspaper. Fortunately, Lin Feng didn't make eye contact with him earlier. If he had, he might have lost control and killed Lin Feng himself. At this moment, Lin Feng felt very puzzled. Lin Feng started to recall the details. Why did he encounter this woman's attack? Fortunately, he had the shotgun that Anne's dad gave him, otherwise, he might have died. Lin Feng remembered that he had just locked eyes with the woman a bit too long, and that was it. He thought of a rule from his mom's note: look at your feet when going out. Looking at his feet, did that mean avoiding eye contact? Soon, Lin Feng walked out of the community. How should I go? Looking at the crisscrossing roads, Lin Feng was very confused. Lin Feng had no idea of the direction. Mom, do you know the direction? At that moment, the doll suddenly swayed gently. I see. Quickly, the doll pointed Lin Feng in the right direction. Stop. Don't let him run. Suddenly, shouts came from behind. Chosen One, stop. Then, Lin Feng heard a familiar voice. It was the security guard. You killed our community's people, you must pay the price. Behind the security guard was the convenience store owner. Lin Feng glanced back and saw a few people coming out from the buildings in the community. They all looked fierce and menacing. Lin Feng understood that he had been exposed. He must have killed someone, triggering the security guard to discover him, activating a new rule that made his disguise ineffective. Pay with your life. Don't run, you must die. You are dead, you dared to kill our community's people. Call the police and catch him. At that moment, the audience in the Dragon Kingdom live stream panicked. Oh my, Lin Feng actually walked out of the community. So many people, how will Lin Feng survive? Brother Feng, you are my idol, don't die here. Whoa whoa. Brother Feng, whoa whoa, you can't die. What will happen to our dragon nation if you die? Those foreigners were very happy. Ha, the chosen one of the dragon nation is finally going to die. Look at him jumping around, eating for free, I just can't stand it. Right. Me too, our beautiful country is still waiting to become the world's #1 power. The expert team from Dragon Nation was even more anxious. Lin Feng, you were too impulsive. Sai, is our Dragon Nation really ready to face the arrival of the rules of Weird Tales? Lin Feng tried his best, we can't blame him. In the live broadcast, the crowd in the community was growing larger. Not only that, but people from the stores outside were also gathering, trying to block Lin Feng. Chapter 12, The Malice of the World, The Turning Point. Lin Feng felt a tingling on his scalp. But soon Lin Feng calmed down. Chosen One, die. Damn Chosen One. Chosen One, you shouldn't be here. All the beings around were almost filled with malice towards Lin Feng. Except for that so-called wind-up bear and his mother who had turned into a doll. Now going back is not an option, it seems the only way is to fight our way out. The shotgun ammo is finished, next is the pistol. Just as Lin Feng was about to fight with this group of people, the wind-up bear in his hand suddenly transformed into a giant toy bear and jumped out. The huge toy bear gave a tremendous sense of oppression. It was as tall as 3 stories. The toy bear let out a furious roar, and the people around instantly froze for a moment. At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly noticed that the doll in his hand was actually floating in the air. Then the doll began to float along a path. Lin Feng knew that his mother was showing him the way. Lin Feng ran after the doll. Those people wanted to rush over and kill Lin Feng, but it seemed that because of the toy bear's presence, they didn't dare to act rashly. The viewers from Dragon Nation watched this, their hearts in their throats. I wonder if Brother Feng can successfully pass the level. Yeah, those people on the road don't look like humans at all, they look more like ghosts. After all, this is a world of weird tales, it cannot be understood with ordinary thinking. And so, Lin Feng began to run. After a while, Lin Feng could feel the intense malice of this world towards him. Just now he almost died. Because a van charged directly at him. Fortunately, the mother in front was very strong and directly flipped the van away. However, Lin Feng also saw that his doll mother seemed to fade a little. Maybe using that power would cost his mother something. Behind Lin Feng was the giant toy bear. The toy bear used its body to block those cars that tried to ram Lin Feng from behind. After a while, more and more cars appeared. Those cars practically wanted to run Lin Feng over. Soon, the road was filled with vehicles. The cars formed a big circle, surrounding Lin Feng. This is truly full of malice. He. Is it that if I don't die, you won't let this go? The doll mother was also a bit confused. It seemed that things were developing beyond her expectations. Even Lin Feng was beginning to doubt whether it was really worth the risk to come out. He even regretted why he didn't wait until 9 o'clock before coming out. Next, a more terrifying situation appeared. With a loud bang, a huge sound erupted. Then, a bullet fell to the ground. A glow radiated from the mother. Lin Feng looked down. Damn, they're even using Barrett rifles? On the ground was a bullet, not from an ordinary sniper rifle, but a Barrett bullet. Just then, a rumbling sound came from the sky. Following that, several helicopters appeared. Those helicopters must be here to capture me. Without saying a word, the helicopters immediately opened fire on Lin Feng. Fortunately, Mom blocked these attacks. But Lin Feng could see that Mom was quickly becoming dim. In the Dragon Country live broadcast room. Damn, these strange people are too much. Exactly, even helicopters are here. And guns, Lin Feng's fate is really tragic. The viewers in Dragon Country were all anxious. The high-level officials in Dragon Country were also as restless as ants on a hot pan. What's going on? Why is this weird tale? The difficulty is too high. No, this is a certain death situation. It's impossible to survive. The expert groups from Dragon Country began to analyze. The emergence of this certain death situation must be the will of this world trying to stop Lin Feng from completing the level. Lin Feng is about to leave, the will of this world can't sit still. If Lin Feng goes to his grandmother's house at night, I estimate he will have a long period of safety. Oh no, it's over, Dragon Country is preparing to welcome disaster. The expert groups had already lost hope. Those foreigners in the Dragon Country live broadcast room seemed to feel a sense of satisfaction in taking revenge. Ha, Dragon Country is finally going down. Military forces are mobilized. I bet this Dragon Country's chosen one will die soon. He must be close to death. Our beautiful country is about to rise. In the live broadcast scene, the helicopters had already begun to drop bombs. They tried to blow Lin Feng to death. Many with guns shot directly at Lin Feng. The doll mom let out a pained moan. One kick from the toy bear sent a car flying, and cracks appeared on its body. Lin Feng felt utterly helpless. Although he had a gun, he had no way to use it. With just a pistol, what use was it in this situation? It was as if, in this world, Lin Feng was a vicious criminal. Even this world was determined to eliminate him at any cost. Now the bombs are out, how far can mushroom bombs be? If they throw mushroom bombs at me directly, what should I do? Am I destined to die here? Gradually, Lin Feng began to lower his head in frustration. Oh no, it's over. I didn't expect to fall here. While looking down, Lin Feng inadvertently saw his feet, but he didn't pay attention. After a while, gradually, Lin Feng noticed that the firepower around seemed to disappear. Meanwhile, in the distance, a blonde girl wearing a red hat and a mask, drenched in blood. Brother, Annie can only help you this far. A corpse lay in front of Annie, and the body was none other than the old security guard from the community. Gradually, the mask on Annie's face shattered. This was a special mask that could resist the will of the world. It allowed Annie to escape the control of the world's will during the day, but only for 8 minutes. The old security guard lay bloodied on the ground, never having dreamed that Annie would turn against him. Usually, Annie always called him Grandpa, seeming like a very obedient child to him. A blood-stained dagger lay on the ground. Then, Annie began to cry bitterly. Grandpa! Annie squatted down in grief, holding her head and crying. At this moment, a pair of hands suddenly reached over and gently patted Annie's head. Silly child, Grandpa doesn't blame you. You did this for your own reasons, we are all products under its will, and we cannot rebel against it. I'm sorry, Grandpa. In the next moment, the old security guard completely lost his breath, and his hand dropped. Chapter 13 Grandma, Blessings from the Gods. In fact, Annie killing the old security guard was truly a helpless act. She didn't want to kill the old security guard. But she had no choice at all. If given another chance, she would still choose to kill the old security guard. With the death of the old security guard, the beings chasing Lin Feng gradually disappeared. Lin Feng had no idea at all. Until after a while, Mom poked Lin Feng's face, and he finally looked up. He found that the vehicles surrounding him had all disappeared, and even the helicopters in the sky were gone. What happened? Why did they all disappear? Is it because I looked at my feet? Mom was shaking, seemingly urging Lin Feng. Lin Feng seemed to think of something and turned to look behind him. Suddenly, he saw a broken wind-up teddy bear lying all alone on the ground. Lin Feng walked over, ready to pick up the wind-up teddy bear. At that moment, a pair of pale hands picked up the wind-up teddy bear before Lin Feng could. Lin Feng noticed it was a girl wearing a mask. Annie had changed to a brand new mask at some point. Shoo! Just as Lin Feng was about to speak, Annie signaled him to be silent. Don't talk to me, it's not safe right now. You must follow the rules. Come on, I know a place that might help you escape. Lin Feng was very confused. Soon, Lin Feng felt Annie suddenly grab his hand. Then she started running with him at full speed. The audience from Long Country was also very surprised. They never expected such a twist to happen. What's going on? Why did those pursuers disappear? Yeah, what's happening? Annie actually came to help Lin Feng. Those foreign viewers were about to spit blood in anger. What's going on? How is this damn contestant from Long Country still hanging on? Annie is openly helping him, how infuriating. Soon, Annie led Lin Feng to a taxi. Get in the car. Lin Feng opened the door without hesitation. Then Lin Feng sat in the car. Mom also flew into the car. Annie walked to the driver's seat. Then Annie stepped on the gas hard. I think that bus station can help us escape. Lin Feng didn't notice that a crack had appeared on Annie's mask at that moment. And the crack was gradually widening. Damn! Annie was driving very fast, even Lin Feng couldn't help but marvel. There's not much time left. Brother, you will have to walk the rest of the way by yourself. A few minutes later, Annie suddenly stopped the car. Brother, it's time to get out. Remember to follow the rules outside. Brother, take this. It can hide your scent as the chosen one. Annie threw a bottle of perfume to Lin Feng. Then Lin Feng stuffed the perfume into his pocket and got out of the car, and Mom, who had turned into a doll, also got out of the car. Then Annie didn't bother to say goodbye and directly turned the taxi around to leave. At this time, Annie's mask was almost shattered. It seemed that in the next moment, it would completely break apart. No, I can't hurt my brother. Annie was driving very fast. Gradually, Annie felt that she was losing control of her own body. No. Then, Annie saw a river. Immediately, Annie revealed a relieved smile. Then, Annie and the taxi fell into the river together. After 10 seconds, the taxi door in the river was violently opened. Annie, with red eyes, revealed a strange smile before swimming to the bank. Lin Feng looked around, feeling quite confused. Where is this? Then, Lin Feng heard a ringing sound. It seemed someone was shaking a bell. Ding! Gradually, Lin Feng lost consciousness. Then, an old woman wearing a mask and carrying a basket appeared. Oh dear, my two treasures, you really are in a bad state. If something happens to both of you, how am I supposed to live? The old woman picked up Lin Feng. Then the old woman looked around. What are you staring at? Do you want to die? If you want to hurt my precious grandson, dream on. As long as I still have a breath in me, you will never harm my precious grandson. When Lin Feng regained consciousness, he found that it was already dark outside. Lin Feng discovered that he was lying on a hard wooden bed. Immediately, a delicious aroma of food wafted through the air. Where is this place? What time is it now? Why has it turned dark? As Lin Feng pondered these questions, a woman appeared. It's time to eat, son. Hearing her voice, Lin Feng felt a sense of familiarity. Then, the lights in the room turned on. A tall, beautiful woman in her 30s appeared. Mom? Come on, after this meal, I'll take you to see your grandma. Thus, Lin Feng followed his mother into the main room. On the table in the main room, an abundance of sumptuous dishes was spread out. There was meat, soup, rice, and vegetables. A very kind-looking old lady, probably in her 70s, was watching Lin Feng with a warm smile. My dear grandson, it's time to eat. Gradually, tears began to well up in Lin Feng's eyes. Thank you. Hearing Lin Feng say this, his grandma seemed a bit displeased. Why be so polite? We are family, and there's no need for all this formality. This meal brought Lin Feng great joy. Mom, you've changed back. His mother looked at Lin Feng. Son, we've arrived at your grandma's house, so of course I've changed back. Before? Mom was worried about you before. What was that bell sound on the road? Your grandma came to pick us up, and he dropped us off not long before your grandma arrived. Lin Feng felt very touched. Then, Grandma brought out a new set of clothes and told Lin Feng to change, saying it could protect him from unclean things. What time is it now? It's 10:30 at night. Upon hearing 10:30, Lin Feng suddenly panicked. He remembered that he still needed to catch the midnight bus. Just then, his mother suddenly spoke. It's actually strange, I thought your grandma had been waiting there for a long time. Oh. Your grandma doesn't even know what happened. She told me that a mysterious power called her, telling her you were in danger, then she put on her mask and took the bell. It's strange, but in an instant, she suddenly appeared there, even she felt it was inexplicable. After finding us, she suddenly came back directly. I don't know what happened, she just changed back, but your grandma said there's a mysterious power on you, like a blessing from a great being. Maybe it's because of that blessing that your grandma was able to instantly go save you and come back. Lin Feng knew this was a blessing from the divine. Chapter 14. Not family, like family. He had completed part of its regret. Maybe, when it was still alive, Annie ended up dying. Perhaps it also did not wish for Annie to die. However, just then, Lin Feng suddenly felt someone gently pat his shoulder. When Lin Feng noticed, he found that it was his mother. Son, your contamination seems a bit serious. By the way, didn't the shop owner give you some tea leaves? Hearing his mother say this, Lin Feng finally regained his senses. It's because you didn't follow the rules while out on the road, that's why you got contaminated. Your grandma and I currently have no good way to handle the contamination. Hearing his mother say this, Lin Feng finally understood. He quickly took out some tea leaves from his system space. How should I use these? Just eat them directly. Upon hearing his mother say this, Lin Feng began to eat the tea leaves immediately. Both his mother and grandma showed surprised expressions. Lin Feng could take out tea leaves from thin air, there must be some secret, but they did not ask. Lin Feng found that the tea leaves in the strange world were not bitter, on the contrary, they were even a little fragrant and sweet. Alright, my dear grandson. Let me accompany you and your mother on your final journey. Lin Feng knew that this strange tale was coming to an end. The audience outside the dragon country all breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Lin Feng didn't die. Seeing Lin Feng unconscious for so long really scared me. Yes, if Lin Feng had died, our dragon country would be finished. In fact, Lin Feng fainted due to severe pollution he had suffered. Going out during the day not only brings danger but also exposes one to pollution. Plus, Lin Feng hadn't strictly followed the rules of going out, and when he fled just now, he wasn't careful and it wasn't safe, so he naturally got polluted. Lin Feng's grandmother was also helpless against his pollution. However, she used a secret method to suppress Lin Feng's pollution. Fortunately, Lin Feng had just used tea leaves to remove the pollution. Lin Feng quickly changed into the clothes his grandmother gave him and then sprayed on the perfume that Annie had given him. His grandmother said, "Let's go out." Lin Feng nodded, "Okay, Grandma, Mom, thank you for taking care of me." His mother said, "No need to be polite." His grandmother also said, "I have already considered you my precious grandson." Hearing his grandmother say this, Lin Feng frowned a little. Could it be that his grandmother discovered he wasn't from this world? Although it was very dark outside, Lin Feng could feel a solid feeling in the air. Even though it was dark, it seemed Lin Feng could still clearly see the road. His grandmother led the way in front, while his mother held his hand beside him. Moreover, Lin Feng noticed that even though his grandmother was already in her 70s and walked slowly, a miraculous scene appeared. Although his grandmother walked very slowly, in the blink of an eye, they seemed to have gone far. It was as if the distance of the road had quickly shrunk. Soon, the group arrived on the street. His grandmother's home was in a rural area, so the streets here were not very prosperous. Follow the road in front, and we can reach the city. Once we get to the city, it won't be long before we can send my precious grandson away. His mother also said, "Mom, David should go now. You shouldn't hold on to any thoughts. Just seeing him is already a blessing. Sigh, it's my old lady's greed to think about keeping David here." David? Lin Feng was a bit confused about who this so-called David was. But soon Lin Feng recalled. David must be it. He didn't know why David directly transformed into a strange entity and became the will of this rule-filled strange tale world. Lin Feng could feel the warmth coming from his mother's hand. David, you shouldn't blame Grandma, and don't blame Mom. Hearing his mother say this, Lin Feng suddenly felt an uneasy sensation. We are only doing this for your own good. Lin Feng felt confused now. But he knew there must be something unspeakable in between. Mom, you and Grandma must have some secrets, right? His mother and grandmother, upon hearing this, felt a shock. In an instant, his grandmother's eyes suddenly flashed with fierce light. Lin Feng felt a great killing intent. You are not David. David wouldn't inquire about our secrets. However, soon the killing intent from his grandmother dissipated, and she spoke in a kind tone. Sigh, David, to be honest, I really don't want you to leave. His mother also said, yes, if you leave, we will all disappear. Your grandmother misses you too much, she even thought about leaving you by any means necessary. But that would cause you to fail your mission, and then your country would be in danger, you wouldn't have it easy either. At this time, his grandmother said, your mother begged me for a long time, she kept crying. In the end, I softened my heart and realized it, since I am your elder, I cannot be selfish. Elders should do what is best for the younger generation. Your mom is also my child. In just 10 short minutes, Lin Feng realized that they had already traveled a long distance. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also very surprised. What is happening? Why does it feel like they've walked dozens of kilometers when only 10 minutes have passed? I feel the same way. Even though they are not walking fast, how have they gone so far? Yeah, it truly is incredible. At this moment, Grandma resembled an old gossiping woman. Do you know? Your mom crawled out of hell to save you. Crawled out of hell? Your mom paid a huge price. Gradually, for some reason, Lin Feng felt a tinge of guilt in his heart. Even though she was not his biological mother, why was she so good to him? Moreover, from Grandma's words, he learned that while he was sleeping, his mom pleaded with Grandma for a long time. Grandma seemed to want to keep him here forever. No wonder he could completely trust Grandma's words about that rule. The system would hint that it was wrong. By the way, if all goes well, you will soon enter another strange world. The will of the world in another strange world is not the same as the will of this strange world. And when you arrive in another world, it will be a whole new set of rules. Remember, no matter what, my precious grandson, you must stay calm and never lose your composure. Follow the rules closely, understand the essence of that strange world, prioritize spotting the traps within the rules, eliminate the errors, and quickly find the correct way to pass. Later, when you reach the station and board the train, you should be able to pass through. I would love for you to stay a bit longer, but if you pass quickly, your score will be much higher, and a higher score will benefit you later. At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly felt a sense of belonging. The grandma and mom in front of him, though not his family, felt like family. Chapter 15, I'm tired, let it destroy. Time passed second by second. Lin Feng took out his golden pocket watch from the system space and looked at the time. It was already 11:50. He had put this watch into the system space when he came out, because it was inconvenient to hold. At this moment, Mom also spoke up, Son, do you have many questions? Lin Feng was surprised, his thoughts had been seen through by his mom. There isn't much time left, so feel free to ask whatever you want. Mom, you and Grandma seem to have powerful special abilities? Mom looked at Grandma. Grandma paused for a moment and then nodded. Seeing Grandma nod, Mom seemed to feel as if she had received a royal decree, and then spoke. Yes, you figured it out. This is the secret of our witch clan. Unfortunately, the inheritance of our witch clan has ended with me. If you were a daughter, you could have passed on the inheritance of our witch clan. Lin Feng did not expect that Mom and Grandma belonged to the witch clan. As they walked, Lin Feng discovered that they had arrived at a train station. On the sign, it boldly stated, Dazhou City Train Station. Son, once you board the train, you will have temporary safety. That train is not from this world, it does not belong to its realm. Lin Feng nodded. Okay, Mom, you and Grandma take care. Grandma smiled as well. Are you still worried about me and your mom? We are very powerful. Grandma extended her calloused hand and placed it on Lin Feng's head, and Lin Feng did not resist. The people of the Dragon Country seem to have uncovered an earth-shattering secret. What? There is a witch clan. What era is this? How can there still be witches? Maybe the strange world is beyond words. At this moment, the leaders of the beautiful country watching the live broadcast in the Dragon Country also displayed puzzled expressions. Is there really a priestess in our beautiful country? Just hearing the name feels eerie. Investigate, I need you to find the priestess. The leaders of the beautiful country believed that since Annie had appeared in the world of strange tales, the priestess must also be real. If they found the priestess, it would be an invaluable treasure for the beautiful country. Over at Lin Feng's side. It was already midnight. Mom had a painful expression. No, that's my son. As for Grandma, she had already put on a mask and handed another one to Mom. Mom also put the mask on her face. Lin Feng remembered that Annie had once put on a mask. Then drove him to a certain place without harming him, talking to him. Could this be a mask to get rid of that thing? Soon, the sound of a roaring train could be heard. At the same time, the surroundings were filled with people's shadows. The sunglasses that Annie had given Lin Feng had already shattered. The perfume sprayed on Lin Feng had lost its fragrance, and the new clothes Grandma had made him were quickly becoming old and tattered. These things seemed useless against it, almost powerless. Look, the Chosen One is here, let's kill him quickly. Where does the Chosen One think he's running? The Chosen One must die. Stay here, little brother, I'll take care of you. Gradually, Lin Feng began to feel a heavy dizziness. His consciousness started to weaken more and more. Stay, you are part of this world. You are an orphan, don't you want that motherly love? Look how much your grandma cares for you. Your mom crawled out of hell for you, before, she even fell into hell for you. Your mom has raised you, you should repay her. Lin Feng felt his consciousness fading, as if he would disappear in a minute. Guilt filled Lin Feng's heart. Yes, Grandma is so good to me, why should I leave? Mom fell into hell for me, shouldn't I stay and care for her in her old age? Why am I being such an ungrateful person? The roaring of the train stopped, and the train doors slowly opened. I despise you, ungrateful descendant. Your mom gave birth to you and raised you, are you just going to be a bystander? Huh, people like you, so unfilial, will go to hell after death. Lin Feng felt like he was falling into darkness. The audience from the Dragon Kingdom watched, clenching their fists in anger at this scene. Damn strange beings, how dare you play the moral card? Lin Feng was almost about to clear the level, this strange being is clearly playing tricks. The foreign audience cheered happily. Ha, the chosen one from the Dragon Kingdom is finally going to fall. Yes, yes. At that moment, a roar rang out. I am not his biological mother, where does the unfiliality come from? Then an old voice echoed, who do you think you are? Our family matters are none of your business. Gradually, Lin Feng's consciousness began to recover a little. He vaguely heard Grandma and Mom's voices. My precious grandson's life is worth a lot, if you want to kill him, step over my corpse first. Mom was not willing to back down. Come at me if you dare. A powerful force erupted from Mom, waking Lin Feng up a bit. Grandma picked up the bell and shook it non-stop. As the sound of the bell rang, Lin Feng was fully awake. Mom, Grandma, thank you. Then, Lin Feng walked to the train door and prepared to board. But then, the next scene unfolded. Lin Feng felt an invisible gigantic hand grabbing him, making him unable to move. The car door was right in front of him, just one step away to pass this eerie tale. He had endured for several days, taking great risks, and success was just within reach, but he couldn't get onto the car. Gradually, Lin Feng began to feel anxious. What's wrong with Lin Feng? He only needs to take one step to get into the car, but why isn't he moving? Yeah, this isn't the time to be foolish. Could it be that Lin Feng encountered some special situation? The foreigners in the Long Kingdom's live stream let out a sigh. Ha, I thought the chosen one from the Long Kingdom had a chance to survive, but in the end, they still died. Twists and turns, and in the end, nothing came of it, ha 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 ha. Just wait for the show to unfold. Slowly, Lin Feng's mood grew darker. Damn it, just one step away, I'm so close to getting into the car and leaving this eerie world. Right now, he couldn't move at all. His mother urged him. Son, get in the car quickly. What are you dawdling for? Your grandmother and I can hardly hold on. A deep feeling of despair flooded Lin Feng's heart. He had done so much, only for it to all be in vain. If that's the case, then he should just accept his fate. Forget it, I'm tired, let it be destruction. Chapter 16, Passing the Level, SSS Rank. Hurry up and get in the car. His mother urged anxiously. After a while, his grandmother suddenly spoke, it's not that he doesn't want to leave, but he can't, he's been caught. Hearing this, his mother was shocked. Then she started to curse furiously. You bastard, let my son go right now, or I'll fight you to the death. But it was completely useless. His grandmother shook her head helplessly, in the end, I was too hasty and didn't prepare well. More and more people gathered around. Gradually, the pressure from his mother and grandmother began to fade. Ha, you can't escape. At that moment, the train seemed to lose its last patience, starting to sound, ready to leave. Oh no, the train is about to leave, am I? Just then, a commotion suddenly erupted from the crowd. A girl wearing a red hat appeared. He, chosen one, you can't run. Stay here and keep Annie company. Upon hearing her voice, Lin Feng instantly felt something was wrong. He never expected that Annie would come here, he wanted to ask what she was doing, but he found he couldn't speak. Chosen one, you broke Annie's teddy bear, why not turn into a bear yourself to make up for it? His mother said sternly, get lost. However, Annie completely ignored his mother and grandmother's pressure and walked over. Annie is very powerful, she's not someone you weaklings can compare to. His grandmother shook the bell desperately. Trying to stop Annie, but it was of no use. What's going on? Why can you ignore our pressure? She has granted me privilege, no matter what, I will make my brother stay. You. His mother looked furious. Soon after, Annie punched his mother. It's clearly us from the eerie world, how dare you betray it and try to help the chosen one escape? You deserve to die. Immediately, his mother let out a cry. Then, his mother was knocked away by Annie, spitting out blood. His mother slammed into Lin Feng. Lin Feng could feel the warm blood on his mother's body. And you old woman, biting the hand that feeds you. We exist because of it, you have betrayed it too. Today, I'll deal with the traitors for it. Annie kicked his grandmother, sending her crashing close to Lin Feng. At this moment, Lin Feng's heart was filled with rage. Although Annie helped him, how could she humiliate his grandmother and mother like this? This anger, Lin Feng felt he couldn't tolerate. But soon, he sensed something was off. A bold guess quietly formed in his mind. As his mother and grandmother were attacked, the crowd around them began to stir. Quiet! Annie shouted, and the crowd quickly fell silent. In their eyes, Annie seemed to represent that thing. The audience from the dragon country was also full of rage. This damned Annie looked so cute and beautiful, but who knew her thoughts were so malicious? Hey, the safe time has passed, and she helped Lin Feng, so it's all even. After all, she is strange. Wait, why do I suddenly feel something is off with Annie? She could have directly killed her mother and grandmother, but she didn't strike. Things might still have hope until the last moment. In the live stream, the scene showed. Mom struggled to get up. Then, Mom rushed over and grabbed the car door with both hands. Grandma seemed to understand as well, then stood up and also began to hold onto the car door, trying to prevent it from closing. Lin Feng watched all of this. Mom, Grandma, you? As long as you have a glimmer of hope to live on, your grandmother and I will do everything we can to fight for that hope, even if we lose our souls. Dear grandson, go for it. Victory is right in front of you. Lin Feng made up his mind. He could not let down his mother and grandmother. Even if death was certain, he still wanted to struggle. Because he is a man, he must live with the spirit of manhood. Accepting fate is not dreaming, he'd rather die standing. At that moment, Lin Feng heard footsteps behind him. Then, he felt a strong hand grab him and lift him up. Chosen one brother, Annie loves you very much. Since you try to escape, then Annie will eat you, because that way, we can be together forever. At this moment, the audience in the Dragon Country livestream, as well as experts and leaders, all fell into despair. Lin Feng was already lifted up. The car door had closed 1/3. Although Grandma and Mom tried to stop it, it only slowed down the door's closure. It could not prevent it. It's over, our Dragon Country is doomed. Hey, isn't it just a disaster of a bizarre tale? Our Dragon Country's 5,000 years of foundation can handle it. I vow to live or die with Dragon Country, I'm all in. The audience in the livestream could see that Annie had opened her bloody mouth wide, ready to bite Lin Feng. But Lin Feng remained calm, because when he was just lifted by Annie, he felt that invisible hand actually let go of him. Perhaps the worlds will trusted Annie to handle him. Lin Feng believed that Annie wouldn't truly harm him. Maybe Annie bowed to the worlds will just to gain temporary freedom, possibly to help him with that freedom. Otherwise, Annie wouldn't refrain from harming Mom and Grandma. In the next moment, Lin Feng indeed did not feel the pain of being bitten. Then, 3 immense forces suddenly joined together and threw him into the train. At that moment, the car door just closed. Live well, chosen one brother. Annie loves you. My dear grandson, I hope you go further and further. Son, you must strive to live on. Lin Feng shouted back, okay, Grandma, Mom, Annie, I will promise you. The audience in the Dragon Country livestream was baffled. The train had started. Through the train window, Lin Feng saw the outside world gradually collapsing. 6 big words suddenly appeared. You win, chosen one. Lin Feng smiled, responding to the world's will of this bizarre tale. Just took advantage of your loophole, that's all. Ding, congratulations to the chosen one of Dragon Country for clearing the familial horror tale. Rating, SSS. The audience in the Dragon Country livestream also didn't expect that Lin Feng not only wasn't killed by Annie but instead cleared the bizarre tale. They could hardly believe their eyes. Just a moment ago, Annie, who wanted to put Lin Feng to death. In the next moment, suddenly, Grandma and Mom joined forces and threw Lin Feng onto the train. What the heck, Annie has turned against us. I never expected Annie would betray it for Lin Feng. Yeah, I didn't foresee such a godlike twist. SSS rating, wow. Just thinking about it makes me so excited. The audience from Dragon Country let out a sigh of relief, feeling grateful to survive the ordeal. Where there is happiness, there is also unhappiness. Those foreigners were almost grinding their teeth in anger. Damn it, why is that Dragon Country person so lucky? At the critical moment, Annie actually turned against us. That despicable Dragon Country person. This is unfair. In the world of the strange tale, Annie's face suddenly turned pale. A piece of text suddenly appeared in the sky. I will not let you go, you damned traitor. Then, a bolt of heavenly thunder struck down, seemingly ready to kill Annie. Mom and Grandma were also quite panicked. They did not wish for Annie to die. Annie wore a look of acceptance, ready to welcome the heavenly thunder. However, the heavenly thunder seemed to be interfered with by some unknown mysterious power and suddenly dissipated. Chapter 17 Welcome to Dragon City Hotel, Chosen Ones. Mom glanced at Annie and said, this world is about to collapse, so the attack has stopped. Annie nodded, I see. Then, Annie, along with Mom and Grandma, started to gradually transform into light spots, preparing to disappear. Grandma looked at Annie, blinked her aged eyes, and asked, "Do you regret it?" Annie replied, "No regrets. If I had another chance to choose, I would still stand by my brother's side because he is worth it." Meanwhile, on the train. Due to the chosen one from Dragon Country, Lin Feng, achieving an SSS level clearance rating, rewards will now be distributed. At this moment, the audience from Dragon Country, the expert team, and the higher-ups were all very excited. This is so great. Our Dragon Country survived a great disaster and will surely reap great rewards. Yes, looking forward to the rewards for our Dragon Country. Dragon Country receives the favor of the divine, the family-related strange tales have disappeared, crop yield and quality increased by 50%, and from now on, crops will have no pests and no need for weeding. Reward for the chosen one, physical fitness increased by 30%, and an additional 10 points of mental strength. Lin Feng yawned. Phew, I almost died, it was truly a journey through the gates of hell. System functions reset, and additionally, the host will receive one opportunity to completely eliminate pollution. At that moment, a neatly dressed, sharp-eyed middle-aged man appeared. "Hello, I am the conductor of the infinite train. May I ask where you would like to get off?" Lin Feng did not expect the conductor to appear out of nowhere. Just as Lin Feng was on guard, a voice came through. "The chosen one has cleared the level, you will enjoy 3 days of wonderful times, during which you will face no danger." "I don't know." The conductor looked at Lin Feng and kindly said, "Dear passenger, you have 3 options for where to get off, they are Daluo Mountain, Midnight Cemetery, and Dragon City Hotel." Lin Feng began to ponder. Daluo Mountain, just hearing the name feels strange, it must be some wild and desolate area. As for the Midnight Cemetery, he might have to act as some kind of vigil keeper, being surrounded by dead bodies at night sounds quite scary. Dragon City Hotel sounds good, like a nice hotel with rooms. Dragon City Hotel, then. The conductor smiled, "Well then, chosen one, good luck. A vendor will appear shortly, everything on the train is free of charge, so please don't feel too much psychological pressure." Lin Feng felt quite satisfied. After receiving the favor of the divine in Dragon Country, Lin Feng's live stream room fell into a blackout. There was no sound and no image anymore. What's going on? Why can't we see Lin Feng anymore? The live stream room has blacked out, what is happening? I don't know either. When Dragon Country's live stream room could no longer show anything. Some people from the Dragon Country began to head to other countries' live stream rooms. Romantic Country live stream room. In the scene, Henry lay on the balcony, shivering. Even at midnight, he had no desire to sleep. Fear had spread in his heart. He wasn't as lucky as Lin Feng. Although he had received all the notes and rules, it did not give him complete peace of mind. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a knocking sound came, striking fear directly into Henry's soul. "Is anyone there?" A stiff, eerie voice came from outside. "Is anyone there? Is anyone there? I'm hungry. I want to eat something." Although Henry was very scared, he also knew that he mustn't make a sound. The knocking continued. It lasted almost a full minute before it stopped. At that moment, Henry felt a sense of relief. Phew, it finally stopped. However, just as Henry took a breath, the knocking sounded again. "Is anyone there? Open the door." Suddenly, Henry realized something was wrong, he had spoken just now. The knocking grew louder again. Panicking, Henry cursed, "Damn it. Someone's here, I love eating people." The bullet comments in the Romantic Country livestream rushed in like a tide. This idiot Henry actually made a sound. Yeah, it really is terrifying. Meanwhile, the Dragon Country audience in the Romantic Country livestream breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, our Dragon Country is really lucky. Yeah. I never expected that the contestants from other countries haven't cleared yet. The knocking continued for a while longer without stopping. Henry recalled a rule. 6. If the knocking continues for more than a minute, please put the blue talisman paper on your door. Without hesitation, Henry rushed to the blue talisman paper, and then he put the paper on the door. Immediately, the knocking outside suddenly stopped, and the voice vanished. Henry let out a long breath. In the past few days, Lin Feng's life was quite pleasant. He got many things for free. But Lin Feng also noticed a phenomenon, all the things he obtained from the last eerie world had vanished now. Even things stored in the system space could not escape this fate. On the bus, Lin Feng met a person wearing a black robe, with a black hood covering their face, and a deer head mask. That was the eerie merchant. The eerie merchant gave Lin Feng a choice of 3. The 3 items were a blue talisman paper, a watch that could show the current time in the world, and a doll. However, that doll was even more worn out than the one his mom turned into. Covered in patches all over, with cracks everywhere, as if it would fall apart at any moment. In the end, Lin Feng chose the watch to tell time. 3 days flew by in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng originally wanted to buy more things to enjoy when he got to the next eerie world. Yet he was told that these things could not be taken to the next eerie world. Ultimately, Lin Feng could only eat everything by himself. However, it was a bit too much for him. Dragon City Hotel has arrived, passengers please get off the bus quickly. Lin Feng also heard the train announcement and knew it was time to get off. The conductor personally sent Lin Feng off. Good luck, chosen one. After getting off, Lin Feng discovered that the train had mysteriously vanished, as if it never existed. What appeared before Lin Feng's eyes was the sun hanging in the sky and a magnificent building. In front of the building were 4 words, Dragon City Hotel. Welcome to Dragon City Hotel, your goal is to survive for 7 days, good luck chosen one, goodbye. Suddenly, Lin Feng noticed that many people had appeared around him. Is this the eerie story of the second round? Ah, how unlucky, because the chosen one cleared it, we are forced to participate in the second round. Exactly, what's the second round, Dragon City Hotel, but it's better than that family-related eerie story. It's definitely more dangerous than family horror stories. At this moment, a person suddenly appeared at the entrance of the hotel. She wore a professional outfit, with a well-proportioned and curvy figure. Her long legs were very striking, and her black hair was tied in a braid, with a few beautiful strands falling across her forehead. Welcome to Longdu Hotel, chosen ones. Chapter 18, Foreigners' Hatred Towards Lin Feng, Hotel Rules. Soon, the chosen ones around were shocked. But they quickly reacted. Although they were chosen ones, they were different from the ones in the first level. Because in the first level, apart from Lin Feng, no one else had cleared the level. However, the progress had to stay consistent. This was undoubtedly a harsh blow for the countries that hadn't cleared the family horror stories. Now, another chosen one appeared, and if he succeeded, that was fine, if he failed, it would be double trouble. For the countries facing the death of chosen ones, it was even worse. However, they were completely powerless to resist. They could only helplessly watch as the rule horror story world selected a chosen one from their country. In an instant, the world erupted. Complaints, wails, and curses filled the air. Those foreigners wished they could tear Lin Feng apart. Damn bastard, why are you here? Our country's chosen one hasn't even appeared. Oh my gosh, this is simply leaving no way out. If both chosen ones die, won't we have to bear double the punishment? Our country is small, we can't bear the punishment of 2 horror stories. We're probably going to see our nation perish. Damn it, it's all Lin Feng's fault. You want to die, don't drag us down with you. Lin, you are the sinner of humanity. Great Mother River, that chosen one named Lin Feng from Longwa has gone too far. Hundreds of thousands of our people in Asan country are dead because of him. Please punish him, it would be best to execute him. Baka, we from Sakura country have a grudge with your Longwa. These malicious words, Longwa would not tolerate. Longwa directly entered retaliation mode. Longwa would not allow them to insult the great achievement of Lin Feng or the country of Longwa. You trash, can only bark like dogs here? Heh, garbage is garbage, it can never create legends. Garbage should stay in the trash can. Heh, even without Lin Feng, you still have to participate in the Longdu Hotel horror story. In my view, living in such pain, you might as well die early and leave this life, foreign guys. You have no ability at all and still forced us in Longwei to take the blame, truly shameless. Lin Feng naturally did not know about the discussion outside, nor was he interested. The people around were restless. Some foreigners raised their fists, ready to strike Lin Feng. The woman who walked out of the hotel said, "This is Longdu Hotel, fighting is prohibited." After the woman spoke, that foreigner's fist showed no sign of stopping. Die, damn Longwa chosen one. We hate you so much. As long as you die, Longwa will face the horror story's arrival. At this moment, Lin Feng's heart was also filled with rage, targeting him as soon as he arrived. Other foreigners wore a look of glee. Ha ha ha, yes. Let's join forces to take down Longwa's chosen one. Yeah, as long as Longwa's chosen one dies, then Longwa will fail. However, the next moment, when that foreigner's fist was just 5 centimeters away from Lin Feng's body, it suddenly stopped, unable to move an inch further. Disciplinary violator, die. After the woman spoke, that foreigner suddenly fell down with a bang. Ostrich country chosen one Babutal is dead. The rule horror story will descend on Ostrich country. The people of Ostrich country never imagined that their country would be the first to experience double the trouble. The audience from Longwa also breathed a sigh of relief. These foreigners really have no shame. They actually blamed the mistake on Lin Feng. Yes, luckily that person is dead. I hope they can't get through. Because of the precedent of Babut's death, the remaining foreigners dared not act recklessly. Lin Feng could hear their angry low voices. Lin Feng also took a glance at those foreigners, each of them gritting their teeth, staring at him with hatred. Come on, hit me. Lin Feng raised an international friendly gesture at the foreigners, extending his middle finger. At this moment, a woman's voice came. Let's go, from now on, you will stay in a hotel. Thus, the chosen ones followed the woman to the lobby. In the lobby, there was a bulletin board with some information written on it. Welcome to Dragon Capital Hotel. This hotel strives to provide the best quality service and the most comfortable environment. We hope all guests can carefully read the hotel rules before checking in. 1. You can trust the staff in this hotel, but please confirm if they are wearing identification badges. If you encounter someone who claims to be staff but is not wearing a badge, please choose to ignore them. 2. The hotel is open from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. During business hours, you can freely enter and exit the public areas and use items as requested, but please pay attention to the time. 3. The curfew is from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. the next day. Please do not leave your room during curfew hours. 4. Do not let anyone into your room, even hotel staff cannot enter. 5. Do not leave the hotel without permission. 6. This hotel will not have power outages, will not have power outages, will not have power outages. After reading the content on the bulletin board, Lin Feng suddenly felt a chill on his scalp. Especially the 6th rule, the hotel will not have power outages. Quickly, Lin Feng noticed that the 6th rule had turned completely red. This proved that the 6th rule was incorrect, the hotel could indeed have power outages. However, Lin Feng was a bit suspicious. Could this hotel be a theme for escape? Because the 5th rule said not to leave the hotel without permission. But the initial prompt said to survive for 7 days. Could it be that after surviving 7 days, they need to start escaping? Just like the last creepy tale, needing to escape from here? Was it just an extra condition of 7 days? At the same time, Lin Feng glanced at the woman from earlier. That woman wore a name tag that read, Front Desk Receptionist Li Feng. At that moment, another woman walked over, standing about 1.65 meters tall, with long, flowing, beautiful hair. Her figure was quite nice, even more attractive than the previous front desk receptionist. She also had a name tag. Hotel manager Xiao Qingying. Both of these women had name badges. At the same time, Lin Feng noticed a clock hanging in the lobby. The current time was 1:32. The clock was an old-fashioned cylindrical battery clock, only displaying 12 numbers for the time, with hour, minute, and second hands. Since it was daytime, the actual time shown on the clock should be 13:32. Xiao Qingying approached. Excuse me, are you Mr. Lin Feng? Lin Feng nodded. Yes, I need a room in the hotel. Okay, Mr. Lin, please follow me, the others are waiting. Lin Feng did not expect to be the first in line. Xiao Qingying led Lin Feng to the front desk. Mr. Lin, your room is on the 4th floor, 404. Here is your room key, please keep it safe. P.S. I only realized last night that the main character is Lin Feng, not Chu Feng. I need to change the name back, sorry. Chapter 19, Rules of Staying, Angela's Scheme. Thank you. After Xiao Qingying handed the key to Lin Feng, she returned to where the other chosen ones were still standing. Lin Feng looked around and found that no one was leading him to his room. In the end, he decided to go to his room by himself. After groping for a while, Lin Feng found the elevator. However, this was the world of strange tales, and Lin Feng did not plan to take the elevator. What if something bad happened while taking the elevator? After searching for a while longer, Lin Feng finally found the stairs. Following the stairs, Lin Feng climbed to the 4th floor. Soon Lin Feng found room 404. With the key given by Xiao Qingying, Lin Feng easily opened the door. What met his eyes was a large double bed. At the same time, there was an old table lamp. A chandelier, a freezer. A cat doll, the size of a palm, was placed on the bedside table. However, the color of the cat doll was white. The bathroom. The room also had a balcony, with clothes hanging on it. The clothes were only bathrobes, but they came in 3 colors, white, red, and blue. There was also air conditioning in the room. Lin Feng began to check the room. Soon he found a manual under the pillow. Guest room manual. Welcome to the Longdu Hotel. To ensure your safety, please read and follow this guest room manual carefully to avoid any unforeseen consequences. 1. This room has bathrobes in white, red, and blue. Please remember the color of the cat doll that day, and wear the corresponding bathrobe before 10 at night. If the cat doll is red, please wear the red bathrobe. If the cat doll is white, please wear the white bathrobe. If the cat doll is blue, please wear the blue bathrobe. 2. If you hear a knock on the door, carefully check through the peephole to confirm whether the person outside is normal. If not, please set the air conditioning to heating mode and choose to ignore it. Only close the air conditioning after you hear footsteps and they disappear. If it's an employee, please confirm whether they are wearing a badge. If it's someone else, switch the air conditioning to cooling mode. 3. There is free food in the fridge, everything is free. After eating, please remember to pack the trash and throw it in the outside trash bin. Do not let the staff catch you eating without permission. For, if you bathe under the moonlight, you will experience an unprecedented beauty. 5. There are bathing items in the bathroom. If used up, please contact the staff in time for a replacement. 6. You can only take a bath when the moonlight outside is white, pay attention to the color of the moonlight. 7. When sleeping at night, no matter what sound you hear, do not speak or be afraid. Follow the rules, and you will be safe. 8. If you have other needs, please contact the staff. The audience in the Long Kingdom also expressed their feelings. Wow, why does this rule feel more complicated than the rule in that family horror story? Yes, you can eat, but you cannot be caught by the staff. Why does this feel so contradictory? Is the fourth rule a trap, deliberately letting someone be illuminated by the moonlight? After some time, Lin Feng finished reading. Phew, wait, why do I feel like my memory has improved quite a bit now? I can clearly remember the announcement on that sign before. It seems my memory has never been this good. Could it be the benefit of improved mental strength? Lin Feng had a feeling, as if his brain had been fitted with new parts and undergone a system upgrade. At this moment, Lin Feng remembered his grandmother's words. Although she was not his biological grandmother, her words still had significant reference value. No matter the time, I must stay calm and not lose my composure. Follow the rules carefully, understand the essence of this world, prioritize discovering the traps within the rules, eliminate false rules, and find the correct way to pass. High scores will bring benefits. Just then, a sudden knock on the door interrupted Lin Feng's thoughts. Now knocking at the door, who could it be? Could it be an employee checking the room, wanting to see if I stole food from the fridge? Quickly, Lin Feng went to the peephole and saw a foreign girl with 2 braids. Hi, chosen one of Long Country, I am Angela, the chosen one of John Country. I want to collaborate with you. Lin Feng did not speak, directly finding the air conditioning remote control and turning on the cooling mode. Open the door quickly, chosen one of Long Country, please let me in, I have important matters to discuss with you. Lin Feng did not expect other chosen ones from different countries to ask him to cooperate with him. However, Lin Feng was fully alert. I have received some news that I can exchange with you. Hearing about the news and the possibility of exchanging, Lin Feng immediately felt a bit tempted. What news have you received? Originally, Lin Feng wanted to open the door, but suddenly remembered the rule on the notice board, not to let anyone enter your room. Guess what? Oh right, do you think I'm pretty? What do you mean? The audience from Long Country was also very alert. What is this foreign girl Angela really selling? Yes, fortunately, Lin Feng did not open the door for her. Still talking about news exchange. You have to be cautious when someone is outside. Angela did not expect Lin Feng to refuse to open the door for her. I think there is a problem with the time on the clock in the hall. Lin Feng did not expect that Angela would notice this. In fact, Lin Feng had also discovered it. After all, the time given to him by the strange merchant was different from the time in the hall. The time on his watch was 1 hour fast. Now, his watch showed 2:40. We need to be honest with each other, people of Long Country. By the way, would you consider being my first boyfriend? Not interested. I have already told you a piece of news, you at least have to tell me one. Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, the last rule on the notice board seems a bit strange. Please open the door, don't you like beautiful women? People of Long Country, our Western beauties are quite bold. I can do what you want to do, don't you want to think about it anymore? Lin Feng did not speak again. Angela felt a bit disappointed, in fact, Angela did have bad intentions. She planned to trap Lin Feng. As long as Lin Feng opened the door, he would violate the 4th rule on the notice board in the hall. Unfortunately, her trick was seen through by Lin Feng. Angela wanted to keep knocking on the door but suddenly felt a chill all over her body, a chill that reached her soul, making her so scared she had to leave. After a while, Lin Feng saw that Angela was quiet and began to analyze the 8 rules and the rules on the notice board in the hall. Chapter 20, Cunning Cat Doll. At the same time, Angela arrived at the door of another room and knocked gently. Is anyone there? Shan Benimu had just arrived in the room and was about to rest when he heard the knocking. Strange, who is knocking on my door? Shan Benimu did not plan to pay attention. Since he had just arrived at the room, he hadn't even found the rules yet. Hey, open the door. I am Angela, the chosen one of John Country. I want to engage in a friendly exchange with you. As a detective novel writer, Shan Benimu was very alert, with a good memory. He naturally remembered the rule, not to let anyone enter his room. So, Shan Benimu pretended no one was there. But suddenly, Angela's knocking grew louder. Shan Benimu felt something was wrong. Angela at the door was very anxious. When she was talking to Lin Feng earlier, she had clearly noticed from the corner of her eye that this room had opened and someone had gone in, it couldn't be wrong. Hey, stop pretending, I saw you go in. Sean Benimu still ignored Angela. If you don't open the door soon, I'll kick it down. Angela tried to threaten Yamamoto Eki. Yamamoto Eki could no longer hold back, cursing directly, Bakayaro, die. Angela's hands hurt from knocking on the door. Hey, I have news to exchange with you. Who are you trying to fool? I'm Yamamoto Eki, I'm the author who writes detective novels, I don't fall for your tricks. In the end, Angela left in a sorry state. Yamamoto Eki let out a long sigh. The afternoon quickly passed. In the blink of an eye, it was 9:30 at night. Lin Feng noticed that the color of the cat doll was white. Looks like I'll have to wear the white bathrobe to sleep. Lin Feng glanced outside and found nothing, only darkness. Just as Lin Feng was about to grab the white bathrobe, he suddenly saw a big times on it. Not only that, a times also appeared on the red bathrobe. Only the blue bathrobe emanated a green glow. Lin Feng felt a bit confused. What is going on? Returning to the host, this system has consumed a once incorrect behavior prompt. Damn. Isn't the cat doll supposed to be white? Lin Feng couldn't help but gasp. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Nation live broadcast room. Isn't this cat doll white? What's going on with Lin Feng? Why do I feel something is off about the white color on this doll? It seems like the blue is hiding a layer of white. Hey, I feel the same way, the cat doll seems off too. Yeah, although the cat doll is white, upon closer inspection, it seems to have a hint of light blue. Though it's very subtle, it looks like there should be another layer of blue inside. At this moment, the higher-ups in the Dragon Nation also breathed a sigh of relief. They had prepared the information to remind Lin Feng when he was about to grab the white bathrobe. Because they had seen a chosen one from a certain country just now, who took a bath with the cat doll, and after bathing, the color of the doll faded, revealing some blue. It was as if the cat doll's color was dyed on. It seems Lin Feng has noticed the trick. Since that's the case, let's not waste this chance for a prompt. Yes, this external prompt opportunity is incredibly precious, we should use it wisely. I hope Lin Feng can get through tonight. At this moment, Lin Feng, despite being full of doubts, still chose to trust the system. The system could not possibly deceive him. If it weren't for the system giving the correct path hint last time, he might have already died. Then, Lin Feng took off the blue bathrobe. Soon, Lin Feng changed into the blue bathrobe. Though the ghost talk was live-streamed continuously, the ghost talk room would black out during the contestants' private moments. That part was still good. For example, showering, using the restroom, changing clothes, and so on. After changing the bathrobe, Lin Feng came to face the cat doll. He examined the cat doll closely. Little thing, you are not worthy. Suddenly, Lin Feng seemed to think of something. He remembered a movie. In one part, they had to find out who was the liar, and even telling the truth would lead to death. In the end, one person discovered that the white bear was the liar. Though it looked like a white bear, the color was dyed. So this cat doll also couldn't be ruled out as having the same possibility. Following the principle of better to wrongly kill than let go, Lin Feng began to check thoroughly. Before long, Lin Feng found something was off about the color on the cat doll. The white was white, but not pure enough. Lin Feng scratched with his nail, and indeed, something was scraped off. It was a layer of white paper. Where Lin Feng had scraped off the paper, blue was indeed exposed. As expected, this cat doll is deceiving. This strangeness is truly treacherous. Lin Feng was very grateful that if it weren't for his system, he might have fallen here tonight. Lin Feng did not expect that the doll would actually be fake. The audience from Dragon Country all let out a sigh of relief. Lin Feng is truly a genius. Fortunately, you all don't know, the beautiful country's Kara was just bathing with the doll, and it actually faded in color. What? Today's doll is not white, it's blue. If Kara didn't have the habit of bathing, it would really be hard to know that the doll's color could be faked. Yeah, Lin Feng is really impressive. By the way, our Dragon Country hasn't given him any hints, and he already discovered the problem with the doll. Some leaders from other countries felt hopeless. Because they had already used up one chance of an external hint. That was when Angela mentioned there was a problem with the time in the hall. Those leaders were afraid their chosen ones would die, so they directly used up the only chance for an external hint. Countries that hadn't used their one hint yet felt very relieved. The issue with the doll and the problem with the time could easily be conveyed in under 50 words. After changing into his bathrobe, Lin Feng lay on the bed and started to sleep. Suddenly, Lin Feng seemed to think of something. He quickly got out of bed. Oh no, I'm running out of time. Lin Feng glanced at his watch, noticing it was 21:47. Fortunately. Immediately, Lin Feng pulled the curtains of the room closed. Then, Lin Feng ran to a spot by the bed, a little farther from the balcony, to sleep. That was close. He couldn't let his guard down, after all, he had already lost his one chance for a mistake hint. Caution could keep a ship safe for 10,000 years. The audience from Dragon Country were completely confused after seeing Lin Feng's actions. Chapter 21, The Dangers of the Night, Calm Lin Feng. What is going on? I don't know, but why did Lin Feng pull the curtains? Wait, I think I know. It's probably because of the moon. So, being illuminated by moonlight might lead to something bad happening. Yes, the fourth rule says if you bathe in moonlight, you will experience an unprecedented beauty. So, the fourth rule must be a trap. If the moonlight shines from the balcony window onto Lin Feng, then Lin Feng might be in trouble. I was wondering why Lin Feng would make such an unusual move. 10 o'clock at night arrived. A beam of blue moonlight slipped through the curtain's gap and entered the room. However, the blue moonlight did not shine too far, it was just a little bit. In the live room of the country of Asan, Garawa stood on the balcony. Ah, what beautiful moonlight, I just want to sing a song. Then, Garawa began to sing. Akeku li hoya hoben, dita lu gongjie hodehe, gai se gai hong mi o yuya lai, yalu gai se hodehe. Bathed in the blue moonlight, Garawa felt truly wonderful. It was as if he had reached the peak of his life. Marrying beautiful women, living in a big villa, surrounded by many beautiful girls. Even, it felt like the whole world belonged to him. Outside the door, stood a stunning figure. That figure stared in the direction of Garawa. Ha, so quickly there's a chosen one caught. Then, that stunning figure left in front of Garawa's door. At this moment, in Asan's live room. Damn, why are we Asan producing another foolish donkey? This Garawa, he's actually making himself stand in the moonlight, this blue moonlight is quite eerie. Garawa wore a white bathrobe, bathing in the blue moonlight, feeling very excited. It's bad, look outside the window. Outside the balcony window, there were menacing dark shadows. Those shadows had glowing red eyes, bearing their claws, extremely terrifying and eerie. Yet, Garawa couldn't see anything at all. Gradually, the audience in the broadcast room of Asan Country noticed two sinister black shadows appearing on the balcony. These two sinister black shadows were very excited as they looked at Garawa. Oh, you sing so beautifully. Little brother, my sister and I would like to get to know you, would you be willing to give us a chance? Garawa also heard the sweet female voice. Then, Garawa turned his head and saw two beautiful women in kipeos. These two beauties were incredibly beautiful, one wore a blue chipao, and the other wore a red chipao. With their tall figures and lovely faces, their curves looked stunning in the kipeos. Hee hee, beautiful ladies, chipao beauties. Garawa was already out of his mind, drooling. I am willing to give you a chance. Little brother, we sisters are lonely and miserable, boo-hoo. Yes, little brother, I really like you. You are truly handsome. However, the people in Asan Country's broadcast room saw a different scene. Two grim black shadows opened their bloody mouths toward Garawa. Ha ha ha, ladies, how about I take care of you from now on? Okay. Thank you, little brother. By the way, we sisters have something we need your help with. What is it? Well, we sisters want a child, and we wonder if you would be willing to help us. Garawa was extremely excited to hear this. A child? Isn't that a hint at something else? Sure, I'd be happy to. Suddenly, the two beauties hugged Garawa. This is your permission, you know. Right, we both want to enjoy ourselves a little. In Garawa's view, a large red door suddenly opened on the balcony. Inside the grand hall of the door, there were many people. Let's go together to get married and consummate our marriage. Yes. Good, get married, consummate. Garawa, the chosen one of Asan Country, is eliminated. The rule horror stories will descend upon Asan Country. After hearing this announcement, the people of Asan Country instantly felt like crying without tears. Damn, I didn't expect Garawa to die so soon. It's heartbreaking. No, our Asan Country has already suffered a horror story, and now the second horror is arriving. How can we survive this? The first horror has 3 hours of safety, but the second horror seems to have no safety period. Footsteps sounded in the corridor. A beautiful figure poked in. Sigh, forget it, let's clean this room tomorrow. Lin Feng had not fallen asleep. Because he heard a beautiful and sweet singing coming from nearby. Lin Feng opened his eyes and scanned the surroundings. He found that the desk lamp had mysteriously gone out. Faintly, through the curtains, Lin Feng seemed to notice two figures on the balcony. They appeared to be female and very well endowed. Although the singing was beautiful, Lin Feng felt a chill down his spine. The song seemed very sad and full of resentment. The singing gave Lin Feng the feeling of a dead person's song. Lin Feng guessed that the Dragon Capital Hotel must be very extraordinary. But Lin Feng suddenly remembered the 7th rule in the check-in regulations. 7. At night, no matter the sound, do not speak or be afraid. If you follow the rules, you will be safe. On the balcony, two female voices began to converse. Sister, why do I feel like there's no one in here? Did we come to the wrong room? Sister, it's impossible. There must be someone in this room. Maybe they used special methods to block our perception. How about we try to lure him out with a scheme? Lin Feng rolled his eyes at the balcony, sighing in his heart, still conspiring loudly, afraid I won't know, right? This isn't a scheme, it's clearly an open plot. Suddenly, a desperate female voice cried out. Help! Is anyone there to save me? Someone wants to tease me, boo-hoo. Immediately after, a rough male voice followed. Hee, beauty, shout all you want, even if you scream your throat raw, no one will come to save you. Whoa, who can save me? I am willing to give myself completely. Hee. Lin Feng chose to selectively ignore. Fighting against himself, those strange things were still tender. As long as he faithfully obeyed the rules, the strange things definitely could not harm him. Lin Feng took it as watching a good show. Sure enough, after a while, the voice disappeared, and the figure also vanished. Lin Feng guessed that perhaps this blue bathrobe could block the perception of the strange things. Where the moonlight shone should be where the strange things were active. With no strange disturbances, Lin Feng quickly fell asleep. Chapter 22, 2/3 eliminated, the rules in the cafeteria. Outside. The chosen one from Noodle Country, Arison, is dead. The chosen one from Maple Leaf Country, Dake, is dead. The chosen one from John Country, Angela, is dead. Damn, a lot of chosen ones died tonight. Yeah, 2/3 are already dead. Fortunately, Lin Feng didn't fall for it earlier. At this time, in a villa, a beautiful girl with big eyes folded a love letter. Next to her, a middle-aged woman with enduring charm asked. Su Meng, who are you writing a love letter to? Mom, that's so annoying. How can you peek? Let me guess, is it to our Dragon Country savior, Lin Feng? The girl's face instantly turned bright red. Yes, I like Lin Feng. Weren't you fond of that basketball star before? No, Mom, I think Lin Feng is much more handsome than that basketball star. Mom remembers how you used to be infatuated with him. That was a long time ago. At this moment, Lin Feng had no idea. He had already become the dream lover of billions of women across Dragon Country. Many beautiful girls were fantasizing about Lin Feng. Dragon City Hotel. The next morning, Lin Feng was hungry and was trying to figure out how to eat the food in the fridge. But then he remembered the rule that said he couldn't be caught by the staff stealing food, which made him a bit headache. He had to stay here for another 7 days. Did he really have to starve for 7 days? Forget it, let's not think about it for now. Let's go out for a walk and find Xiao Qingying to handle some matters. Lin Feng looked at his watch and found it was already 7:10 in the morning. After coming out, Lin Feng locked the door casually. After all, Lin Feng did not want other things to enter his room. As he stepped out, Lin Feng suddenly saw a young man in a blue security uniform, with a robust build. The young man also glanced at Lin Feng. Lin Feng noticed that this security guard wore a badge. Security Chief Feng Chang. Lin Feng looked at Feng Chang. Good morning. Good morning, chosen one. Lin Feng did not expect the security chief to actually respond to him. You seem busy. Yes, quite a few chosen ones died yesterday and need to clean up the rooms. By the way, where is your manager? At the front desk. If you need anything, you can find her. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he left. Feng Chang's eyes revealed a hint of helplessness. He whispered to himself, I hope you can make it through tonight, chosen one. Soon after, several security guards came out of the room. Captain, the rooms have been cleaned up. Very good, I'll record the cleaned rooms and report to Manager Xiao later. Lin Feng could clearly feel that the Dragon City Hotel was much emptier today. He hadn't encountered any chosen ones along the way. Arriving at the front desk, Lin Feng saw a woman slumped over the desk. The woman seemed to notice Lin Feng's arrival and stretched lazily. Then she opened her sleepy eyes. From the woman's eyes, Lin Feng could see her exhaustion. You're here, sorry for letting you see this. The woman wore a badge. Hotel manager Xiao Qingying. Lin Feng tentatively asked. Did you not get a good rest last night? In fact, Lin Feng was also gambling. Xiao Qingying was a bit surprised. She didn't expect Lin Feng to care about her. After so many years, I've gotten used to it. By the way, may I ask if you need any help? I would like a pen, as well as a notebook to write in. All right. Soon, Xiao Qingying brought Lin Feng a notebook and a black gel pen. Lin Feng took the gel pen and notebook, swaying a bit as he walked towards the door. Then he turned and took a glance at Xiao Qingying. He noticed a savage look appeared on Xiao Qingying's face. It seems like you can't go out. Lin Feng turned again, and at this moment, he found that Xiao Qingying's expression had returned to normal. It seemed like they really couldn't leave the hotel. Lin Feng suddenly thought that there was a rule stating that one could not leave the hotel without permission. The audience in Longhua breathed a sigh of relief. That was close, Lin Feng almost left the hotel. Yeah. Did you notice, it seems that Brother Feng hasn't eaten anything since he got out of the car yesterday? Lin Feng continued to wander around the hall for a while. Soon, the security team leader, Feng Chang, came over. Manager, we have cleaned all the rooms. Okay, since everything is cleaned up, let's go have a meal. Feng Chang glanced at Lin Feng, so, do you want to come eat together? Lin Feng fell into brief contemplation. The security team leader invited him to eat? Could it be a conspiracy? After thinking for a while, Lin Feng said directly, I'm not hungry yet, let's skip it. Feng Chang directly grabbed Lin Feng's hand. Alright, no need to be polite, little brother. Since you've checked into our Londu hotel, we should provide you the best service. Xiao Qingying also forced a smile. Yes, let's eat together. Lin Feng refused a few more times but found it was useless, so he eventually had to go eat. Soon, Feng Chang and Xiao Qingying took Lin Feng to the cafeteria on the first floor. What came into view was a somewhat deserted large cafeteria. There were only 8 people in the cafeteria, not counting Lin Feng and the others. There were 3 people in security uniforms. And the previous receptionist, Li Feng, along with another staff member. There was also a cleaning lady, a cleaning man, and 3 chefs. Lin Feng didn't expect that this huge Londu hotel had only 13 people, including the manager and the security team leader. Then, Lin Feng noticed a bulletin board that had the dining rules written on it. Welcome to the cafeteria. Our cafeteria provides free dining services for hotel guests, but dining also requires rules. Please firmly adhere to these rules. 1. Dining hours are from 7 a.m. to 8 a.m., 12 p.m. to 1 p.m., and 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. 2. Please do not speak loudly while eating, take as much as you want. You can also freely take and eat from the fridge. 3. The cafeteria offers abundant meals, you can take your utensils to the serving window. The cafeteria does not provide any takeout service. 4. You can eat food from the fridge, the food in the fridge is absolutely safe. 5. Our cafeteria proudly introduces roasted lamb, with delicious and fresh ingredients, absolutely authentic taste. 6. Enjoy your meal, please do not talk while eating. Smoking and drinking are prohibited in the cafeteria. Chapter 23, Super Brave. Following the security. Suddenly, Lin Feng noticed that the 5th rule had turned red. At once, Lin Feng felt certain, the so-called roasted lamb absolutely could not be eaten. This lamb must have a problem. Instantly, Lin Feng became vigilant. Now Lin Feng clearly understood he had one last chance for an incorrect information prompt left. The remaining 5 rules on the bulletin board did not have any prompts. Prove that those rules are indeed correct. There were no hints in the room, but the rules in the room should also be all correct. After entering the cafeteria, Feng Chang and Xiao Qingying did not talk to Lin Feng, they directly went to eat. Just when Lin Feng was puzzled, a sound of footsteps came. Then, a woman appeared. This woman is none other than the chosen one from the beautiful country, Kara. With a full and curvy figure and a pretty face, her long golden hair reaching her waist is very eye-catching. Kara directly ignored Lin Feng and walked over to the distant refrigerator, took out a bottle of drink and a piece of bread, and started eating and drinking. Lin Feng thought, it seems that Kara should not be visiting this so-called cafeteria for the first time. The viewers in the Dragon Country livestream also began to discuss. At first, I thought it was a strange trap, but I didn't expect that we really had to eat in the cafeteria. Haha, it seems Brother Feng doesn't have to go hungry now. Wait, don't you think it's strange that the food window is so close, yet Kara didn't go there but went straight to the refrigerator for food? So weird. Kara quickly finished her bread and drink, then left directly. Lin Feng also went to the refrigerator. He took out a bottle of mineral water and a piece of bread. After finishing eating and drinking, Lin Feng realized he was still not full, so he took out another piece of bread from the refrigerator. He kept eating until he felt full after having 3 pieces. Next, Lin Feng decided to investigate this so-called Dragon City Hotel first. After all, the public area should be accessible during the day. Exiting the cafeteria, Lin Feng began to wander around the first floor. There were basically no guest rooms on the first floor. There was a large cafeteria, the manager's office, a storage room, and a security room. There were also some locked rooms that he didn't know what they were, but they didn't look like guest rooms. Roar! Suddenly, Lin Feng noticed that strange sounds were coming from those locked rooms. The sounds were quite odd, some even sending chills down his spine. Lin Feng didn't think too much about it. Lin Feng arrived in front of the manager's office and found that the door was actually open. Now, Lin Feng was caught in a dilemma about whether he should go into the manager's office to take a look. Suddenly, Lin Feng heard footsteps. At once, Lin Feng dismissed the thought. Following the sound of the footsteps, Lin Feng turned around and saw that it was the hotel manager, Xiao Qingying. Xiao Qingying glanced at Lin Feng, her eyes showing some confusion, but she did not ask Lin Feng anything. Could you please step aside? At this moment, Lin Feng realized that he was blocking the entrance to the manager's office. Lin Feng quickly stepped aside. Then Xiao Qingying walked in and shut the door behind her. Lin Feng felt that there must be something suspicious in the manager's office. At this time, the audience in Dragon Country also noticed it. Look, there are cameras up there. Yeah, I noticed that too. It seems like Lin Feng didn't spot the cameras. Good thing Lin Feng didn't go in. If he did, he might have been caught on camera. Maybe there's a monitoring room. Lin Feng stood for a moment, finding nothing unusual, then left the first floor to go up to the second floor. When he reached the second floor, Lin Feng noticed a chosen one arguing with the security guard. Hey, security brother, I really didn't steal any food. Still dare to argue. Security brother, which of your eyes saw me steal? The one arguing with the security guard was a foreign girl. She seemed to be from the country of the white elephant. Although she was a girl, her voice sounded a bit weird. Lin Feng could understand, after all, many transgenders come from the country of the white elephant. As for the security guard, he wore a work badge, looking like a real staff member, not a fake one. Since Lin Feng was a bit far away, and coupled with the angle problem, he couldn't see what was on the security badge clearly. You know clearly in your heart whether you stole. Woo-woo, security brother, what do you want to do? The security guard directly snatched the garbage bag from the young girl of the white elephant country. Then he unfastened it. Suddenly, beverage bottles, bread bags, ham sausage noodles bags, and a series of other items were exposed. At once, the girl from the white elephant country was stunned. Immediately, she quickly turned around, ran back to her room, and slammed the door. The security guard was very angry. Angrily, he stomped his foot. Then he threw the garbage bag into the trash can and began to knock on the door. Open the door, miss. You have stolen food from the room. Hey, please open the door, we don't want to use special measures. From inside came the voice of the young girl from the white elephant country. Ha ha ha, as long as I don't open the door, you can't get in. You have no way to deal with me, right? Open the door, hurry up, I advise you not to seek your own destruction. At this moment, in Long Country's live stream. Wow, this foreign girl is so overbearing, truly a spoiled princess. After being caught stealing food, I wonder what price she will pay. Are you sure that is a girl? I heard there are quite a few females in the white elephant country. Why hasn't Lin Feng left? It seems like he is peeking. That's not called peeking, that's called openly looking. Yeah, Lin Feng is really brave. After a while, when the security guard found that the door still hadn't opened, he left with a harsh word. Just you wait, you will pay a heavy price for your bravery. Ha ha, if I don't open the door, what can your employees do to me? You can't get in, right, ha ha. Then, the security guard left angrily. Lin Feng, seeing the figure of the security guard leaving, pondered, then quietly followed the security guard to peek. Wow, Brother Feng is super brave, he actually dares to follow the security guard. Yeah, this is really the first time I've seen this. If it were me, I wouldn't even dare to follow the security guard, I would hide far away when I see one. At this time, Lin Feng was puzzled. Why was that chosen one from the white elephant country discovered stealing food by the security guard? The security guard should have gone to the cafeteria to eat just now. Generally speaking, employees seem unable to enter the room without permission. Soon, the security guard arrived at the door of the manager's office and knocked on the door. Who is it? A woman's voice came from inside. Manager Xiao, I am Wang Chenghua from the security team. I found a chosen one stealing food from the refrigerator in the room. Oh, okay, I will go with you to handle it. Soon, the manager's office door opened. Lin Feng stopped peeking and decided to go upstairs directly. He went up to the second floor, then hid in the stairway between the second and third floors. Lin Feng heard footsteps coming from the stairs below. It should be that security guard Wang Chenghua and manager Xiao Qingying coming up. Chapter 24, The Cost of Stealing Food, Cancel All Services, New Rules. Manager Xiao, this is the room of the rebellious chosen one. Okay. Lin Feng peeked and found that Wang Chenghua and Xiao Qingying had already reached the door of the chosen one from the white elephant country. The security guard raised his hand again and knocked on the door. Chosen one, please open the door. Hearing the security guard's voice again, the girl inside couldn't help but curse. Get lost. Aren't you annoying? At this moment, in the live stream of the White Elephant Country. Oh no, Mira is bringing disaster upon herself. Look at that manager, smiling so strangely. Yeah, I wonder what the manager is going to do to Mira next. We're in big trouble, our White Elephant Country is really going to be finished this time. Xiao Qingying looked at Wang Changhua. Do you have evidence of her stealing food? Manager, we security can check the surveillance in the monitoring room. When I finished eating and arrived at the monitoring room just now, I found her stealing food. Although Wang Changhua and Xiao Qingying's conversation was not loud, Lin Feng could hear it clearly. This must be due to the fact that his physical fitness had increased by 30% after passing the last horror quest. Whether it was vision, physical strength, speed, or hearing, Lin Feng had enhanced significantly. Even the quality of his sleep seemed to have improved a lot. Through the conversation between Wang Changhua and the manager, Lin Feng learned that there was actually something like a monitoring room. Could it be that every chosen one's room is under surveillance? Lin Feng decided not to think about it too much for now, he wanted to watch a good show. Hey, Miss Mira, you stole food from our hotel without permission, violating our hotel rules. We have the right to terminate all services you are entitled to. Not only did you steal, but your attitude is terrible. Our hotel has decided to terminate all services to you starting now. From now on, you will no longer enjoy the services of guest rooms, dining services, or your own safety assurance services. Please take care of yourself. Lin Feng heard these words clearly. Humph, who do you think you are? Can you really represent this Dragon City Hotel? What makes you so special? I won't open the door, what can you do? Wang Changhua was furious by the side. But Xiao Qingying remained calm. Then, Xiao Qingying snapped her fingers. Myra's door was instantly forced open. Mira was panic-stricken. She never expected that the door would be forcibly opened even if she refused to let anyone in. Damn it! I'm going to stay in this room. In a desperate situation, Mira decided to take a gamble and tried to threaten Xiao Qingying. She rushed towards Xiao Qingying like a madwoman. Ah! However, before she could make a move, Wang Changhua rushed over and punched her. Immediately after, Wang Changhua kicked Mira to the ground. Manager Xiao, what should we do next? Just throw her out somewhere. Yes. Wang Changhua grabbed Mira and casually tossed her into the aisle. At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly felt a strong hand grip his arm. Shoo! Immediately after, Lin Feng felt that hand pulling him upstairs. He turned around and found it was the security captain, Feng Chang. Come on, it's not safe here. Soon, Feng Chang pulled Lin Feng to the third floor. Captain Feng? Chosen one, you really have guts to spy on our manager Xiao. Lin Feng was confused. You have been exposed, there's surveillance in the stairwell, and you have already been captured on camera. You should be careful as manager Xiao might have noticed you. Thank you. Then, Feng Chan left. Suddenly, Lin Feng noticed a sign nearby. The sign boldly read, "Congratulations on finding the second rule notice board. Please remember some rules to increase your chance of survival. 1. The hotel's power outage time is from 10 p.m. to 4 a.m. when the blue moon appears. During the outage, if you hear knocking, please ignore it. 2. Fighting is prohibited in this hotel. 3. There is no room inspection in this hotel. If you hear about it, please choose to ignore it. 4. There are no dog-like dolls in the room. If you find any in your room, please contact the staff, and they will come to handle it. 5. Remember to close the curtains before 10 o'clock at night to avoid moonlight exposure. 6. There are no sisters from the Republic era, no women in red wedding dresses, and no women in white clothes in the hotel. If you see them, please ignore them and do not talk to them. 7. There is no basement here, there is no basement. Seeing Lin Feng discover new rules, the audience in the live broadcast room was very excited. Ha, I didn't expect Brother Feng to discover another rule. Ha, I also understand why Lin Feng pulls the curtains. Wait, why do I feel like the fifth rule contradicts the fourth in the room? The sixth and seventh rules are getting scarier the more I think about them. Suddenly, Lin Feng noticed that the sixth rule had appeared in red letters. Sisters from the Republic? A woman in a red wedding dress? And another woman in white clothes? Could they really exist? At the same time, Lin Feng also understood why the desk lamp went out at 10 o'clock last night. It must have been the time of the blue moon. He recalled a very small amount of blue moonlight that bathed his room through the curtains. So, the moon last night should have been a blue moon. Moreover, he also heard two women talking last night, they must be the sisters from the Republic. Lin Feng pondered for a while. When he felt it was about time, he left. I have used up all the system prompts, now it's up to me. Be cautious, safety is paramount. To be safe, Lin Feng directly prepared to return to his own room. On the fourth floor, Lin Feng bumped into a young man in a black suit. Hello, I'm a staff member here. Do you need any help? Lin Feng glanced at the young man in the suit and noticed he wasn't wearing a name tag. This person looked decent, about 175 centimeters tall, with a friendly smile. He looked very much like a warm and hospitable waiter. However, Lin Feng remembered the saying, the barking dog seldom bites. This person was obviously overly enthusiastic, something was fishy. Hello, do you need help? Lin Feng just walked away. The young man in the suit grew anxious as he saw Lin Feng leave. Hey, why are you so rude? Lin Feng clearly remembered the first rule on the lobby announcement board. If you encounter someone who is not wearing a name tag and claims to be staff, you should choose to ignore them. Chapter 25, Another Force in the Hotel? Hey, please reply to me. Lin Feng directly entered his guest room. The voice of the young man in the suit faded away outside. The audience in Long Kingdom sighed in relief. That person wasn't wearing a name tag, very suspicious. Luckily, Lin Feng didn't respond to him. Yeah, I wonder what would have happened if Lin Feng had replied. That would definitely not have been a good outcome. This second challenge is quite brutal, a lot of people got eliminated. I hope Lin Feng can hold on. Lin Feng took out a notebook from the system space and began to record his analyses. Although he had a good memory, he was still afraid of forgetting. After all, a good memory is not as useful as a poor pen. The hotel will have a power failure. Do not let the moonlight shine on you. Lamb has a high suspicion. If eaten, bad things will happen. There are sister flowers in the hotel, a woman in a red wedding dress, a woman in white clothes. There are two different forces existing in the hotel. In the cafeteria, do not speak, and only eat things from the cafeteria fridge. Lin Feng wrote down some taboos in his notebook. If dog-like dolls appear, it might be a scheme of theirs. Normally, staff should not be allowed in. If dog-like dolls appear, notifying staff might bring disaster. Or, the appearance of dog-like dolls could indicate a problem with one's cognition. Lin Feng glanced at the doll. He noticed that today, the color of the cat doll had already turned red. Red, as if stained with fresh blood. Very creepy. Lin Feng scratched it with his nail and found that it didn't fade at all. It seems that the moonlight tonight will be red. During lunchtime, Lin Feng could sense that Xiao Qingying's gaze toward him suddenly turned fierce. In fact, Xiao Qingying walked out with Lin Feng. Sir, please do not overstep. Some places are not public areas, you cannot peep. Lin Feng knew this was Xiao Qingying's warning to him. After all, this morning, he had glanced into the manager's office on the first floor. Manager Xiao, I understand. That's good. By the way, Manager Xiao, it seems I saw someone in a black suit today. He said he was a staff member. You are not wearing a work badge. Lin Feng asked tentatively. I think you must have seen it wrong. Lin Feng suddenly noticed a hint of panic in Xiao Qingying's eyes. Alright, there are some places you shouldn't run around in, I suggest you stay in your room. Time passed quickly, and soon it was 4 in the afternoon. Mila was feeling a bit hungry, she hadn't eaten lunch. After all, they had announced a unilateral termination of all services from the hotel side. She was still waiting in the corridor on the second floor. Just then, a gentle female voice came. Hello, ma'am, may I ask what help you need? Mila looked puzzled and saw a woman dressed in a suit. The woman's suit was clearly different from the uniforms of the staff at Longdu Hotel. Soon, Mila noticed that the woman didn't have a badge around her neck. Get away. If Mila hadn't said a word, she might have lived a bit longer. However, speaking had already broken that sacred rule. Meanwhile, in the live stream of White Elephant Country. This idiot Mila, has she forgotten? The first rule on the lobby notice board is to ignore employees who are not wearing badges. We're done for, I feel like White Elephant Country is truly finished this time. Although there's no notification of Mila's death, I feel like death is not far from Mila. This lady looks quite frustrated, she must have encountered some danger. Mila impatiently retorted, get lost, it's none of your business, I can do what I want. Oh, have you heard about Lamb? What do you mean? Mila didn't expect the woman to suddenly ask her about Lamb. I've heard that the lamb at Longdu Hotel comes from two-leg goats. Two-leg goats? Don't be fooled by that Manager Xiao's appearance, she does dirtier things behind the scenes. Manager Xiao? Yes, the one who kicked you out of your room this morning. When thinking of the woman from this morning, Mila's anger flared up. Isn't it just for eating the stuff in the room? So she wouldn't let me stay. Do you want to get revenge on her? Yes. How about we do this? At first, Mila was clear that she shouldn't interact with staff who weren't wearing badges. But she couldn't resist her hatred for Manager Xiao. After all, she couldn't stay in the hotel anyway, and who knows if she would die when the curfew comes tonight. Breaking the rule and taboo might also lead to death. Death was already inevitable, so before dying, why not take a vicious bite back at Manager Xiao? Unbeknownst to her. At this moment, in the manager's office, Xiao Qingying had already seen this scene through the surveillance. Hee, how daring, thinking of dealing with me. Humph. In the manager's office, Xiao Qingying had completely lost her previous demeanor. Her eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty red glow. The people over there sure have guts, daring to plot against us here. After watching for a while, Xiao Qingying stood up, walked directly to the locker, and pulled out a red wedding dress. Tonight, it's time to get down to business. At the moment she touched the red wedding dress, Xiao Qingying's face instantly turned pale, as if devoid of life. Yes, and we can't forget the red veil and embroidered shoes. Just then, there was a sudden knock at the door. Xiao Qingying impatiently said, "Who is it?" "Manager Xiao, I am the security team leader, Feng Chang." "Oh, it's Feng Chang? Then you wait a few minutes." Xiao Qingying shook her head. Then she put the red wedding dress back into the locker. Then she walked to the door and opened it. "Team leader Feng, what is it?" "It's like this, manager, today I saw a chosen one asking about the situation on the first basement floor. As the security team leader, you know how to handle it, you don't need to ask me." Yes, Manager Xiao." Soon, Feng Chang turned and left. However, in Feng Chang's eyes, he filled with hatred and unwillingness. He gritted his teeth, his fists making a creaking sound. However, Xiao Qingying only looked at Feng Chang's departing back with mocking eyes. As if to say, "You're too young to fight me. Tonight we can eat lamb again, ha 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 ha." The chosen one of the Will Nation, Heidler, has been eliminated. The rule horror will descend upon the Will Nation. The chosen one of the White Elephant Nation, Mira, is dead. The rule horror will descend upon the White Elephant Nation. Chapter 26, Is the Dragon City Hotel a graveyard? As 10 o'clock approached at night, Lin Feng had already drawn the curtains and changed into a red bathrobe. He turned off the lights and lay down to sleep. No matter what happens tonight, pretend like nothing's wrong, and no matter what, don't speak, just hold on until dawn. Lin Feng reminded himself like this in his heart. Soon, it was 10 o'clock. A streak of bloody moonlight seeped through the curtain gap, invading the room. Die, you all go die. You bunch of people, go die. Everyone must die. A wave of resentful voices entered Lin Feng's mind. In the live broadcast room of Dragon Country. Wow, why does this voice sound so terrifying? Look, that moonlight looks eerie and red. Yeah, I'm feeling a chill on my head. Fortunately, it's only seeping into the room a little, not shining on Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt the temperature around him drop a lot. Cold. So cold. This was Lin Feng's feeling. Even under the blanket, Lin Feng still felt icy all over. It was much colder than having the air conditioning set to 18 degrees in summer. It was as if he was in an ice-cold world. Where is everyone? Where did they all go? Ha ha ha, die. You all must die. All must die, ha ha ha. Lin Feng felt a bit annoyed by the noise. But he knew he had to follow the rules. Then, Lin Feng seemed to hear footsteps. The footsteps were very light, and Lin Feng even heard breathing. At the same time, the audience in Dragon Country felt their hearts in their throats. Wow, when did this red-clothed bride come in? Look, the bride is already very close to Lin Feng, will something happen to him? The figure looks pretty good. The audience in the live room could clearly see that a bride in a red wedding dress, wearing a red veil, appeared in Lin Feng's room. This is eerie, right? The bride walked for a while and then directly sat on Lin Feng's bed. At this moment, Lin Feng felt even colder. In fact, Lin Feng could feel that he seemed to have touched something. Die, all must die. Every time the bride spoke, it basically revolved around the word die. You bunch of beasts, die. Lin Feng knew there was something in the room. Although he was a bit scared at first, slowly, Lin Feng was basically no longer afraid. As long as he followed the rules, the eerie thing couldn't do anything to him. Anyway, the rules said not to speak or be afraid. Thinking of this, Lin Feng opened his eyes. Very soon, Lin Feng saw the bride in the red wedding dress. Die. All of you, die. So this is the culprit making me cold. Lin Feng thought to himself. After sitting for a while, the bride stood up again. She looked around, as if searching for something. Not here. Then, the bride directly passed through the door and disappeared. Wow, she actually left. Yeah, is this eerie thing blind? Lin Feng is clearly asleep on the bed. I think it should be called the blind bride. Right, really blind. Actually, it's not that the eerie thing is blind, but Lin Feng followed the rules, so she couldn't see him. After the bride left, not long after, Lin Feng felt less cold. Lin Feng also understood, after all, it was a rule horror. As long as he followed the rules well, and they weren't wrong, there shouldn't be any danger. Yamamoto Kazuki lay in the room. Suddenly, he felt a great coldness. Baka, what is happening? Yamamoto Kazuki opened his eyes. I discovered that I saw nothing. In the Sakura Country live broadcast room. Oh no. I wonder if Yamamoto Ichiki can hold on. Yeah, I hope he can hold on. Look quickly, this thing suddenly walked in from outside the door. Red. Could this be the legendary red-clothed evil spirit? As the bride in a wedding dress entered Yamamoto Ichiki's room, he felt even colder. He opened his eyes and saw a red figure. Even though it was night, he could see everything happening in the room. Blood-red moonlight shone on Yamamoto Ichiki. Yamamoto Ichiki did not pull down the curtains. He couldn't find a second notice board, and Sakura Country had already used one hint opportunity. Even if the people from Sakura Country saw Lin Feng pull down the curtains, they could do nothing to hint Yamamoto Ichiki. Die. Everyone, go die. All must die. The voice full of hatred came from the bride in the wedding dress. Yamamoto Ichiki was scared out of his wits. At that moment, the bride in the wedding dress suddenly sat on Yamamoto's bed. It seems to have a scent. It must be right here. Come out and die. Yamamoto Ichiki was even more afraid. He never expected this thing to sit directly on his bed. No way, my luck can't be this bad. Yamamoto Ichiki had forgotten the rule of not being afraid. Ha ha, I found you. Spare me, spare me. Yamamoto Ichiki could no longer bear it and directly pleaded for mercy. Die. Yamamoto Ichiki, the chosen one of Sakura Country, died. Rule horror will descend upon Sakura Country. At this moment, the people of Sakura Country in the live broadcast room were in anguish. Baka, that fool Yamamoto, if only he hadn't been afraid or spoken. He kept talking and was scared. Damn Yamamoto, stupid pig, stupid pig. Meanwhile, the leaders of Long Country were discussing. The Long Capital Hotel may exist, you should best investigate. If you can find out, send the results to Lin Feng, it might help him. Understood. Soon, the personnel of Long Country began to investigate the so-called Long Capital Hotel. The investigation was fine. Upon investigation, they found something was wrong. Quickly, the investigators reported the results to the leaders of Long Country. It turns out, the Long Capital Hotel does exist, and it is right in our Long Country. Oh, then tell me, what did you pull out? Well, actually, the Long Country Hotel was originally a large hotel from the Republic of China era. The leaders of Long Country were very surprised. You didn't make a mistake, did you? Moreover, that hotel appears to be a hotel, but in secret, it is actually a burial ground. Burial ground? Exactly, many murders occurred there before. Later, for some unknown reason, it directly became the Long Capital Hotel. The complexion of the Long Country leaders changed drastically, and the other smaller leaders looked increasingly grim. Hurry and send a message to Lin Feng, share our investigation results with him. But leaders, we only have one chance for an outside hint. Try to compress it, if possible. Also tell him the news that going to the basement level will lead to death. In the morning, as soon as Lin Feng slept, he received a message sent from Long Country. Chapter 27, Feng Chang's Invitation, Dragon's Pond and Tiger's Den. This was previously a hotel and burial ground from the Republic of China era. Miss Xiao was killed on her wedding day. Going to the basement level will result in death, and the condition for the basement level is the expulsion of the manager. Strange, who sent me this hint? But Lin Feng quickly reacted. It should be from Long Country. Lin Feng never expected that Long Country would send him hints first. He hadn't even requested a hint from them. However, Lin Feng was a bit surprised. I originally thought this world of horror stories was ordinary. I didn't expect it to hold extraordinary stories. Just like Annie from the last horror world. Maybe solving it could greatly improve my score. Getting through this so-called Long Capital Hotel isn't difficult. The challenge lies in how to get a high score. Thinking of this, Lin Feng felt that the so-called Dragon City Hotel ghost story had shed another layer of mystery in front of him. Lin Feng glanced at the watch in his hand and found it was already 7:20. It's time to eat, let's have a meal first. As Lin Feng passed by the elevator, he saw a so-called acquaintance. In fact, it couldn't exactly be called an acquaintance, but they had met once or twice. That so-called acquaintance was the security team leader, Feng Chang. Let's go eat together. Lin Feng immediately wanted to shake his head. But then he saw Feng Chang's friendly eyes, which held no malice. Then Feng Chang mouthed something. Lin Feng quickly recognized it, high score. In the end, Lin Feng still decided to take a gamble. He also stepped into the elevator. Just like that, the elevator doors closed. Are you interested in joining our security team? Security team? Yes, the benefits are great, you can encounter new things, and there's no surveillance in the elevator, don't worry. Lin Feng didn't expect Feng Chang would take the initiative to contact him. Fortunately, while riding the elevator, Lin Feng did not feel anything unusual. The elevator door opened. Lin Feng took a look at the elevator and indeed there was no basement level. Lin Feng followed Feng Chang into the cafeteria. It seemed that Feng Chang had been waiting for him in the elevator. Once inside the cafeteria, Lin Feng saw that Xiao Qingying was enjoying her meal while glaring at him with a complaining look. Perhaps it wasn't him, but perhaps it was towards Feng Chang. Feng Chang didn't say anything to Lin Feng because he had to follow the cafeteria rules. Feng Chang walked over to the refrigerator and opened it. Xiao Qingying's gaze was locked onto Feng Chang. Lin Feng quietly noted this detail in his heart. It seemed that security team leader Feng Chang and manager Xiao Qingying did not get along. In fact, there seemed to be some deep-seated hatred between them. Lin Feng casually took something from the refrigerator and ate a few bites. Almost at the same time, Lin Feng finished eating as Feng Chang did. At the same time, they left and took the elevator. As Feng Chang pressed the button, the elevator doors slowly closed. Have you thought about it? Okay. Good, since that's the case, you should come with me to the staff dormitory first, I will get you a uniform. The audience in the Dragon Nation was quite confused. Strange, what does the security team leader mean? Yeah, I am also puzzled, why did the security team leader invite Lin Feng to join the security team? Is it possible that the security team leader is using Lin Feng against the manager? It feels like the security team leader and the manager don't get along at all. Could Lin Feng be used as a pawn? I hope Lin Feng doesn't agree to the security team leader's terms. Soon, Lin Feng followed the security team leader to the staff dormitory. Then Feng Chang pulled out a set of security clothing for Lin Feng to change into. Don't worry, there are absolutely no cameras in the security room. After changing into the security uniform, Feng Chang said to Lin Feng, now you can ask me any questions, I can answer you within 10 minutes. Lin Feng nodded, thought for a moment, and then asked, just now in the cafeteria, I saw Manager Xiao looking at you extremely unfriendly, surely there must be some feud between you, right? However, after hearing Lin Feng's question, Feng Chang showed no surprise whatsoever. It's been a long time, I'm used to it. I wonder why you chose me to be a security guard. No choice, last night, the new security team member, Xiao Wang, died. As he said this, a hint of sadness passed quickly across Feng Chang's face. So, you just need me to fill the position? Correct, Xiao Wang was a good guy, but one thing, this is the Caesar Grand Hotel, he shouldn't have happened like this. Caesar Grand Hotel? Although Lin Feng had already learned from the hints sent from the Dragon Nation what this Dragon City Hotel used to be, he was still shocked. You must have seen those people in suits without work badges, they are employees of the Caesar Grand Hotel. Oh. Lin Feng then asked, is there really a basement in the hotel? Hearing Lin Feng's question, Feng Chang's eyes filled with surprise. At that moment, a sudden knock on the door sounded. Knock, knock, knock. Feng Chang went over to open the door, only to see the front desk receptionist, Li Feng, who appeared out of nowhere. Then, Li Feng casually walked in and closed the door behind her. Lin Feng recognized Li Feng, after his mental strength increased by 10 points, his memory had improved a lot. Feng Chang looked at Li Feng with a big smile, good morning, manager. Immediately, a big question mark flashed through Lin Feng's mind. Manager? The security team leader, Feng Chang, actually calls the front desk receptionist Li Feng manager? Not only Lin Feng, but the other viewers from Longhua were also quite puzzled. What is going on? The receptionist is actually the manager? I didn't expect this receptionist to be so hidden. Yeah, wait, why do I feel like Lin Feng has already walked into a tiger's den? Lin Feng, danger. At this moment, Feng Chang also spoke up. Actually, the basement does exist, but there are many dangers inside. If you're not careful, you could die. They love to trap people in the basement and let them die there. Li Feng showed no surprise upon seeing Lin Feng. By the way, this is our true manager of Longdu Hotel, Manager Li. Li Feng smiled at Lin Feng, hello, welcome to the security team today. Thank you, please take care of me from now on. Of course, I am no longer the manager, we should consider ourselves colleagues. By the way, do you want to know about the second basement? Lin Feng was taken aback. There is actually a second basement? That's right, the second basement. The first basement is a place to store bodies, which still counts as within the hotel, while the second basement is already beyond the hotel. Of course, to go to the second basement, you need to be well prepared. As for what preparations, the hotel staff will give you the answers. Lin Feng felt very uneasy, as if he were in a den of tigers and dragons. Chapter 28 I want an SSS rating. Although Feng Chang had helped him, Lin Feng still didn't fully trust him. At this moment, Feng Chang tossed a manual to Lin Feng. Then he said, the sacrificed Xiao Wan was a night shift worker, why don't you take his night shift? Lin Feng began to hesitate. Night shift? Is there a curfew at night? If I really went to the night shift, would that be like old Shou Xing hanging himself, wishing for a longer life? Seemingly noticing Lin Feng's hesitation, Feng Chang said, as long as you follow the rules in the manual, brother, there won't be any danger during the night shift. Xiao Wang's death was also due to a rule issue. After finishing, Feng Chang left. It seemed he handed over the main battlefield to Li Feng. Li Feng casually closed the door and looked at Lin Feng. Before she could speak, Lin Feng spoke first. Alright, we're both smart people, so we don't need to go around in circles. Hearing Lin Feng say this, Li Feng was taken aback. You know the inside story? This is a burial ground. The Caesar Hotel is a name from the Republic of China, right? The burial place of the murdered Xiao family young lady is in the second basement, isn't it? How did you know? If I'm not mistaken, the ghost in the red wedding dress from last night is the murdered Xiao family young lady. Soon, Li Feng calmed down. That's right, the Xiao family young lady was indeed murdered on her wedding day, but she was also a victim. Li Feng's expression fell into deep thought. Because she was murdered on her wedding day, her resentment was sky high, and naturally, after death, she transformed into a vengeful ghost in a red dress, right? Managerly, if I'm guessing correctly, then Manager Xiao is the Xiao family young lady, and she is no longer human, but a living dead. At this moment, the Longwo live stream exploded. I can't believe how Lin Feng figured that out. I can't believe you also know this used to be a hotel. Yeah, could it be that someone from our dragon country sent him a message? Right, I think that's a possibility too. After a while, Li Feng's expression suddenly changed dramatically. Panic and fear quickly spread across her face. The so-called lamb, it actually means the flesh of those chosen ones, right? Li Feng nodded and said, how about you skip the night shift today? Why? Because tonight is very dangerous. Although you are a security guard and can get protection from the rules, it is still not safe for you. Lin Feng could sense that Li Feng's attitude towards him seemed to improve from now on. The hotel over there is treacherous and cunning, you can't outsmart them. Even Sister Qingying was restrained tightly by them. As she said this, tears suddenly filled Li Feng's eyes. Could it be that your relationship with Xiao Qingying is not shallow? It seemed Lin Feng was indeed right. At this moment, it felt as if Li Feng had been hit in a sore spot and began to cry uncontrollably. Just then, outside the door, Xiao Qingying had arrived at the door and took out her key to open it. Immediately, Xiao Qingying erupted in anger. Hey, you despicable jerk, you dare to bully my sister. Seeing Xiao Qingying suddenly appear, Li Feng panicked. Sister, it's not like that. I just thought of something sad and couldn't control my emotions. Xiao Qingying was a bit surprised. Then, Xiao Qingying turned around and closed the door. Sister, what happened? Please tell me quickly. It's like this, sister. I think I found a helper. He might be able to help us recover our bodies. Xiao Qingying looked astonished. This is not a place to talk. Let's go to the office first. Lin Feng did not expect that Xiao Qingying would invite him to her office. Then, Lin Feng put the security manual into the system space. Wow, amazing. This mysterious person actually invited Lin Feng to her office. Yeah, I didn't expect that either. Could something have happened? I think so too. Soon, Xiao Qingying led Lin Feng and Li Feng to the manager's office. Upon entering the office, Xiao Qingying closed the door behind her. If you can accomplish that task, I will be very grateful to you. Lin Feng also kept an eye out. What's the situation with Feng Chang? Why do I feel like you two don't get along? Feng Chang, he is just an original chosen one who cannot go back. Lin Feng was taken aback. Original chosen one? Feng Chang was actually an original chosen one. Aren't I an original chosen one? Xiao Qingying shook her head. I only told you this because of my sister. Xiao Qingying continued, though Feng Chang is kind-hearted, he was manipulated, resulting in many chosen ones' deaths. Suddenly, Xiao Qingying's gaze became sharp. If you can help me reclaim our sister's remains, I will not treat you unfairly. Lin Feng was a bit surprised. I don't trust you much because I think ghosts can deceive. In the end, Lin Feng still kept some caution. After all, his system prompt function was already used up. He couldn't casually hand over his fate to others. Fate should be in his own hands. I knew you wouldn't trust me so easily, so how about I take you to the negative first floor? Lin Feng grew more vigilant. Could Xiao Qingying be trying to intimidate him? I won't go. Lin Feng pretended to turn around, and Xiao Qingying became anxious. Do you believe I will kill you? Heh, if you have the ability, go ahead and kill me. I am not violating any rules. Lin Feng was just testing. He was trying to see if, as long as he didn't violate any rules, Xiao Qingying wouldn't be able to do anything to him. You. Xiao Qingying stared in anger. I really am not lying to you. As long as the conditions you proposed are within my capabilities, I will not refuse you. I want an SSS rating. Hearing Lin Feng say this, Xiao Qingying was somewhat surprised. Okay, I will do my best to tell you the possibility of getting an SSS rating. I think we should have a good talk. Talk? Sticking to it for 7 days is not hard. If you can complete the hidden tasks, then you will have a chance to get an SSS rating. Beside them, Li Feng remained silent, seemingly unable to interject. Have you been to other scary worlds? Lin Feng nodded. So, what was your rating in the last scary world? SSS. Xiao Qingying exclaimed in surprise, as if extremely unexpected. So, is this your second time participating in a scary world? Lin Feng held up 2 fingers. Second time. Xiao Qingying started to daze, remaining that way for a full 10 minutes. She pondered, since Lin Feng could get an SSS rating in the last scary world, then his abilities must be reliable. Perhaps he really can change the fates of me and Li Feng. Chapter 29, The Truth is a Sharp Knife. Alright, but you must go with me to the first basement level. Are you trying to harm me? You need a good weapon. Upon hearing the word weapon, Lin Feng understood. The importance of this mission hit him suddenly. He recalled what the man in green had said in the last scary world, as long as you have enough firepower, you can ignore the rules. That's right, he indeed needed a suitable weapon. Soon, Xiao Qingying brought Lin Feng and Li Feng to the elevator. Then, Xiao Qingying pressed the button for B1. They arrived at the first basement level. The elevator doors opened. A wave of immense danger swept over them. Outside the elevator was a very large room. The floor was covered with many white bones, emitting the stench of corpses. There were also many shadowy figures. The shadows were excited to see Lin Feng, as if a lonely bachelor had just spotted a beautiful woman. Don't be reckless. Xiao Qingying's cold tone came through. It made those shadows retreat 10 meters. The shadows looked at Xiao Qingying as if they had seen their nemesis. Let's go, I will take you to look for a weapon. With that, Xiao Qingying led Lin Feng and Li Feng forward. That weapon in this world can cut through everything, almost anything that sees it will be afraid. Is it that exaggerated? You will know when the time comes. The audience in the live stream was also confused. What's going on? The beautiful Xiao is actually taking Feng Ge to the basement. Could it be that Manager Xiao has fallen for our Lin Feng? Marrying such a beautiful ghost would be nice too. You all shut up, a bunch of foreigners, your IP addresses have already been exposed. At some point, Longhua had started displaying IP addresses for comments. Instantly, the foreign viewers in the stream felt quite wary. If it weren't for Xiao Qingying, the shadows on the first basement level would have easily taken Lin Feng's life. But they were extremely afraid of this red-dressed ghost, Xiao Qingying. Soon, Xiao Qingying led Lin Feng to a closed small room. Then, Xiao Qingying pulled open the door to the small room. Inside the small room was very special. There was a knife over a meter long, quietly lying on the floor. The room was extraordinary, seeming out of place with its surroundings. It wasn't eerie at all, nor dark, the lighting was very gentle. There were also beautiful dolls, a radio, and a table full of sumptuous food. The radio was playing songs about the beauty of the world, reporting good deeds. Firefighters sacrificing their lives to save others, national welfare policies. Punishing evildoers, human traffickers being sentenced, students getting accepted into their dream universities, and so on. There was also a record player, playing beautiful melodies. Even a bed looked very soft and comfortable, and the walls had pretty angel patterns. However, the knife in the room gleamed ominously, sending a chill straight to the soul. Not only Lin Feng felt the immense psychological pressure, but even Xiao Qingying was shivering. Li Feng also took a few steps back. Xiao Qingying said, if you don't trust me, you can use it to cut me down. But please let my sister go, she is innocent. Lin Feng fell into a daze, he could not understand. Why does this knife have such favorable treatment? Even, the place where this knife was located felt so out of place compared to the entire basement. What the heck, what kind of knife is this, that it has enjoyed such treatment? Yeah, as citizens of Longhua, we are really puzzled. Could this knife be transformed from the knife god? Did you see? Just now, Xiao Qingying was clearly trembling, as if she is also very afraid of this knife. This knife's treatment is just too good. The room fell into silence. After a long silence, Xiao Qingying finally spoke slowly. In fact, it is not an ordinary knife, it has a terrifying name, the truth. Those bastards drove me to death, killed many people, and at the same time buried the truth in the pitch-black basement. They cover it up and seal it, deceiving people. If I hadn't brought you here, they would have permanently buried the truth in this dark basement. Hearing Xiao Qingying say this, Lin Feng immediately understood. Lin Feng walked over, enduring the fear in his heart, and picked up the truth. The truth can cut through everything, revealing the veil of hypocrisy. If you pick it up, the hotel will not let you go. I suggest you wait until the last day, the 7th day, to pick it up. Lin Feng felt a bit unhappy. I've finally managed to get a weapon, and you actually. Xiao Qingying could also understand Lin Feng's complaints. You know? Even I am tightly restricted by the hotel, their methods are extremely ruthless, and I am considering your safety. Having the sharpest weapons does not mean you can remain unscathed. If you die, then you have nothing left. The truth cannot be used yet, but there is another weapon you can use. Lin Feng thought for a moment and seemed to agree with Xiao Qingying's reasoning. In the end, he could only choose to bury the truth here again. Xiao Qingying then took Lin Feng towards another knife in the basement. This knife felt very dull and looked quite old, with several chips already taken out of it. It seemed that any weapon could easily break this knife. What is the name of this knife? Xiao Qingying gritted her teeth and said, Justice. It was brand new at first, but over time, it has become more and more worn out. Lin Feng understood to some extent. Once pristine, Justice had become battered over time. Justice was eroded. Justice lost itself? Alright, there is nothing good left here, let's leave for now and not alarm the snake. Lin Feng picked up Justice and found it to be a soft blade. It seemed to indirectly highlight how weak and powerless Justice is today. With that, Xiao Qingying started taking Lin Feng and Li Feng back. By the way, Xiao Beauty, if I run to Caesar Hotel, can I still get an SSS rating? Xiao Qingying shook her head. Not necessarily, you can think of it as two main task lines, choose one. Whether you choose us or the hotel, it's just a task. There is no absolute right or wrong on either side, they kill for sacrifice too. Sacrifice? Yes, you must have seen those shadows, they were sacrifices. If I am not mistaken, you often help them with sacrifices, right? Xiao Qingying bit her lip. I am also forced, after all, I am so powerless in front of them. Their methods are terrifying. Chapter 30, Poisonous Relatives. What? Even you, such a powerful being, are afraid of them? How can I dare to oppose them? I will do my best to hold them back. I have two plans. If plan A doesn't work, then there's plan B. But? No more buts, you are the last player to get an SSS rating for the last horror story. Li Feng shook her head. Sister, I think we should just forget about this. Sister, don't you want to take revenge? I do, but sister, we can't let our revenge harm Lin Feng. Only real living people can pass through the gate of rebirth, do you understand, sister? Lin Feng returned to his room, feeling anxious. He glanced at the cat doll and found that the cat doll had grown dog ears. What is happening to me? Wait, I might have been corroded or infected. It's probably because I took the elevator or went to the basement. Lin Feng looked at the refrigerator in the room and opened the door. He hesitated, wondering whether to eat something from the fridge. In the end, Lin Feng didn't eat. Because he knew there were cameras in the room. Then Lin Feng took out his notebook and began to record his summarized information. The basement or elevator may worsen the infection. I saw the cat doll grow dog ears, maybe I have already been infected. Though I heard that Miss Xiao was harmed, she seems more like she was forced to death. The forces at the Caesar Hotel can crush Miss Xiao, the red-robed vengeful spirit. Captain Fong Chang of the security team is the first generation of the Chosen One, he likely comes from a parallel world, not from Dragon Country. The experts from Dragon Country were also discussing. Oh no, Lin Feng has been infected. He saw the doll grow dog ears, what should we do? Wait, does Dragon Country have someone named Fong Chang? Can't we just check? Soon, the expert team from Dragon Country started to investigate. It turned out to be quite a lot of people named Fong Chang in Dragon Country. Finally, they gradually ruled out that there was no chosen one named Fong Chang. Perhaps that Fong Chang really comes from a parallel world. In the Dragon Country live broadcast room. When the audience learned about Lin Feng's infection, they panicked one by one. Ah, the chosen one of Dragon Country is finally infected, our beautiful country is going to rise. Baka. Our Sakura country is the best. Shibai. Do we not exist, you Kimchi nation? Is it interesting to pretend to be a foreigner? Those who pretend to be foreigners better watch out, your IP addresses are exposed, wait for the police to come knocking. Meanwhile, in a rented room. Li Yiming was sweating a lot. I remember clearly, I turned off the IP address display, didn't I? Why is it still exposed? Now, Li Yiming regretted it all over his face. At first, he only pretended to be a foreigner for fun. After all, life was too dull. He wanted to enrich his life by pretending to be a foreigner and making jokes. At this moment, a police siren suddenly sounded outside. Li Yiming, come with us. Li Yiming never expected the police to come looking for him. During lunch, Lin Feng found that the food in the fridge had become more abundant. Before it was basically just bread, now there were chicken legs, rice bowls, and more. At the same time, Lin Feng noticed that Xiao Qingying was looking at him with kind eyes. Lin Feng had eaten bread several times, so he was excited to see meat. But Lin Feng was also a bit worried. What if eating caused him to be infected? Lin Feng turned to glance at Xiao Qingying, whose expression seemed to be telling him, "Go ahead, it's all prepared for you." In the end, Lin Feng picked up the chicken leg and rice bowl to eat. He had to admit, the taste of chicken leg and rice far exceeded that of bread. After eating, Lin Feng went out, and Xiao Qingying followed him. "Don't worry, the food in the fridge is absolutely safe." "Oh. I think you must be tired of eating bread all the time. Come with me to the office." "Okay." Arriving at the manager's office, Xiao Qingying handed Lin Feng a bottle of medicine. "I didn't expect that just taking you to the negative first floor, you got infected." Xiao Qingying's tone was filled with self-blame. "What if I go to the negative second floor? By the way, I suggest you get a suit, it's the work uniform for the hotel staff." "I mean, what if I go to the negative second floor?" "That's plan B. What about plan A?" Xiao Qingying told Lin Feng about plan A while resting her face on his shoulder. All right. Lin Feng pushed Xiao Qingying away. "Am I beautiful?" "Beautiful, but I cannot afford it." Then you should carry out plan A tonight." "Okay, Manager Xiao." Lin Feng went back to prepare for a nap. Back in his room, Lin Feng found that the dog's ears of the cat doll had disappeared, and the cat's ears had returned. It seems Xiao Qingying really didn't deceive me, this medicine is indeed useful. Still, better take a nap first. And so, Lin Feng began to sleep. A grand mansion appeared. An elegantly dressed old man was carefully savoring a sip of tea. A servant rushed over, panicking. "Sir, Madam has given birth." The old man was so excited to hear this. She has given birth, my Xiao family finally has an heir. "Congratulations, sir, Madam has given birth to twins." Hearing that it's twins, the old man was even happier. He took out some silver and rewarded the servant. The servant was very pleased. The old man quickly left in a hurry. The scene shifted again. Inside a humble abode, a 3-year-old little girl was sitting on the ground, panic-stricken. A black-clad man from years ago had returned, holding a bloodied knife. "They said to leave one alive, otherwise you can't inherit the Xiao family's wealth. If you keep a son, there will be endless troubles, if you keep a daughter, the benefits are many." After the black-clad man finished speaking, he left. After a while, the little girl began to cry out loud. "Father, mother, brother, you died so tragically." The little girl cried heart-wrenchingly. Lin Feng could feel how desperate, fearful, and painful her feelings were. "Oh heavens, my father is a well-known great benevolent man in the area, why treat me this way?" The little girl then fainted. Time seemed to pass, then came several footsteps. "Sir, madam, please come inside." "Is my brother dead?" "Madam, don't worry, I, Li Jin, am reliable in doing things." Good. Then, a very ugly man led a man and woman in. The woman's eyes flashed with maliciousness, then burst into laughter. "Ha, my brother is dead, now it's time to think of a way to take his wealth." Chapter 31, Xiao Qingying's Past. Immediately, the scene seemed to fast forward. The little girl was adopted by her aunt's family. It seemed the aunt's family treated the little girl very well, providing her with good food and burying her parents and brother. Then the Xiao family's wealth was seized by the little girl's aunt. Eventually, when the little girl grew a bit, her aunt forced her to sign an agreement. It was a property transfer agreement. The little girl didn't understand at that age, plus the aunt's family deceived her, so she signed it. After signing the agreement, the aunt's family's attitude toward the little girl fell from heaven to the depths of the earth. Then, the little girl grew up under the bullying of her aunt's family. Even the servants in the aunt's household bullied her. Until one day. "You bunch of bastards, don't bully my sister." A maid stepped forward to defend her. The other servants seemed afraid of that maid. Soon, the maid became good sisters with Xiao Qingying. Xiao Qingying was 1 year older than the maid, so she naturally became the maid's elder sister. The maid told Xiao Qingying, "Your father saved our family, my father sent me to protect you." Xiao Qingying was very touched. But she feared her aunt's family would make things difficult for the maid. However, the reality was just the opposite. The family of the aunt saw the maid, and it was just like a mouse seeing a cat, instantly afraid. Thus, Xiao Qingying's days began to gradually improve. Gradually, Xiao Qingying grew up and became a stunning beauty with exceptional looks. Marriage brokers and matchmakers trampled the doorstep, coming and going endlessly. However, Xiao Qingying found none of them appealing. But her aunt forced her into marriage. She was promised to a stranger. The maid, hearing of this, was furious and confronted the aunt, but in the end, was ambushed and captured. In the end, the aunt even used the maid's life to threaten Xiao Qingying into marrying. The scene shifted again. It came to the Caesar Hotel. Qingying, I have liked you since childhood, please be with me. Xiao Tianjian, you bastard, I am your cousin. Xiao Tianjian was indeed her aunt's son. Her aunt's husband was named Cui Jian, who had joined the Xiao family by marriage, so the son could only carry the Xiao surname. When they were young, cousin Xiao Tianjian often teamed up with the servants to bully Xiao Qingying. Naturally, Xiao Qingying hated him to the bone. You have to create a scene before the wedding, understand? Get lost. Hee, Qingying, it seems you really consider yourself a Xiao family member, how about I tell you a truth? Get lost, I don't want to hear it. Do you know how your parents died? I'm not interested. Xiao Tianjian told Xiao Qingying the truth, and no matter how she tried to ignore it, she couldn't. I've liked you for a long time, Qingying. Get lost. Be with me, we'll create a scene, and then you can marry. Xiao Qingying fought desperately but ultimately did not succeed in resisting Xiao Tianjian's wishes. Wait for me, I will kill Li Feng. Soon, Xiao Tianjian brought Li Feng's corpse to Xiao Qingying. This is the price you pay for resisting me. Then Xiao Tianjian brought a group of people over. I will make you a woman of the world, a wife of many. Xiao Qingying looked at Xiao Tianjian and his group, laughing heartily. Ha, you will receive retribution. Brothers, get to it, let's have fun today, brothers can do whatever they want with her, I'll take the blame if anything happens. In the end, Xiao Qingying took out a pair of scissors and stabbed her neck, ending her own life. To prevent Xiao Qingying from coming back as a vengeful spirit after death, the aunt's family even hired a master to dismember Xiao Qingying and bury her underground at the Caesar Hotel. The underground of the Caesar Hotel was already a burial ground, filled with many restless spirits. A cloud of resentment rose to the sky. Many years later, nurtured by thick resentment, a red-dressed vengeful spirit appeared in the underground of the Caesar Hotel, and that was Xiao Qingying. Lin Feng felt an immense anger. He suddenly opened his eyes wide. Damn, is this still human? Now, Lin Feng's blood was boiling all over. Xiao Qingying's aunt family was truly too excessive. They plotted and framed to kill Xiao Qingying's family, not to mention stripping the Xiao family's wealth. Yet they bullied Xiao Qingying. What's worse, to gain benefits, they made her a sacrifice for a marriage alliance. Marrying a person she had never met. They killed Li Feng, who protected her. Even after Xiao Qingying's death, they dismembered her to silence her. A bunch of scoundrels. Lin Feng roared. He had never been this angry before. Viewers in Dragon Country were greatly astonished when they saw this. What's wrong with Brother Feng? Yeah, Brother Feng seems really angry. So strange. Brother Feng actually just woke up and is like this. Lin Feng finally took several deep breaths and calmed down. He glanced at his watch and realized it was already 8:30 in the evening. People of Long Nation, my mood is not very good right now because I have personally witnessed the cruelty of the world. I don't know if the person named Xiao Tianjian is still alive, and I, Lin Feng, have never asked anyone for anything. This time, I truly can no longer bear it. I hope the government of Long Nation can do me a favor. I am deeply pained by Xiao Qingying's tragic experience, and I hope the government of Long Nation can thoroughly investigate whether Xiao Tianjian is still alive. If Xiao Tianjian is alive, and the matter is true, I hope the government of Long Nation can bring him to justice. This is also my request, because I truly can no longer bear it. At the same time, in the capital city, in a luxurious villa, an elderly man's eyes flashed with a look of panic. Yes, he was Xiao Tianjian. He was already 108 years old this year. Although he was old, his hearing and sight were sharp, his body was strong, and his appetite was excellent. He never expected that he would be pointed out by someone. These are things that happened during the Republic of China period. How did this damn Lin Feng know about them? The scenes from Lin Feng's dream did not appear in the live broadcast room. So the viewers in Long Nation could not see the scenes from Lin Feng's dream. The leaders of Long Nation also began to discuss. In the end, they decided. Investigate Xiao Tianjian. Because they could not let heroes' hearts be broken. Just half an hour after Lin Feng's request, Xiao Tianjian heard the sound of police sirens outside. The sirens, like death-chasing ghosts, made Xiao Tianjian's whole body tremble. Chapter 32, The Security Guard's Rules, Killing the Weird. Lin Feng irritably took out the manual, ready to read it. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving the blessing of the gods. Blessing of the gods, unexpected things will happen in certain special circumstances. Lin Feng was quite surprised. He didn't expect that his action would actually receive the blessing of the gods. The effect of the blessing of the gods was still fresh in Lin Feng's memory. He even suspected that in the end, Annie's betrayal might have something to do with the blessing of the gods he received. However, after he completed the level, the power of the blessing of the gods should have disappeared. He unexpectedly received the blessing of the gods again. Let me first take a look at the manual. The cover of the manual boldly wrote 7 large characters, Employee Manual, Security Guard Edition. Lin Feng opened it and saw the following content. Welcome to becoming an employee of Dragon City Hotel. Of course, even if you have become an employee, you must follow the rules. 1. The hotel has both day and night shift security guards. Please confirm whether you are a day or night shift guard. Day shift security guards work from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Night shift security guards work from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. the next day. 2. When patrolling at night, no matter what sounds you hear from the rooms or what you see happen, you must pretend not to see it. 3. If you find employees dressed in suits, please ignore them, and if they start a conversation, please handle it. 4. If you find someone sneaking food from the room fridge, try knocking on the door and communicating with them. If they have a bad attitude, report it to the manager and wait for them to handle it. 5. Please remember, there is no Caesar Hotel in this hotel, and there is no B1 or B2 floor. If you find the elevator going to B1 or B2, please ignore it, and if the elevator is forced to stop at B1 or B2, quickly close the elevator doors and move the elevator to a floor other than B1 or B2. 6. If you accidentally encounter a strange black shadow or the Republican twin sisters, don't hesitate, just attack them directly. If you encounter a woman in a red wedding dress, please pretend you didn't see. If you encounter a woman in white clothing, quickly head to the 5th floor. The cafeteria has delicious lamb, but remember, it is not for the living. Know your identity. The food in the cafeteria fridge is absolutely safe, meant specifically for the living. At any time, if you discover shadows, you should drive them away. Drinking and smoking are prohibited in the hotel, as well as fighting and brawling. If you hear someone claiming they saw a dog doll in the room, kill him or her without hesitation. There are a total of 10 rules for security, which is a bit much. However, after improving my spirit by 10 points, Lin Feng quickly understood. In general, security is divided into day and night shifts. The day shift lasts a little longer, while the night shift is shorter but much more dangerous. The day shift works for 12 hours, while the night shift works for 8 hours. During night patrols, keep one eye open and one eye closed, don't meddle in others' business. It's likely that little Wang died because he meddled too much. Ignore the staff from Caesar Hotel. Those who eat food from the room's fridge can communicate. If their attitude is poor, report to the manager. Rules state there is no Caesar Hotel and no negative 1st or 2nd floors, indicating that they don't belong to the hotel's influence. If in the elevator and it reaches the negative 1st or 2nd floor, quickly transfer the elevator to a floor other than the negative 1st or 2nd. Security has privileges and can restrain some strange phenomena. The sisters from the Republic can be expelled, and the one in the red wedding dress should be the manager herself, just ignore her. As for seeing the woman in white, quickly hide on the 5th floor, it is likely she is from Caesar Hotel. The meals in the cafeteria are for the strange, while the items in the fridge are for the living, that is, the chosen ones. If someone claims to see a dog doll in their room, kill them. These are basically the rules. At 9:50 in the evening, Lin Feng met a security guard on the 1st floor. Feng Chang said, Lu Ku, you are in charge of the 1st and 2nd floors. Lin Feng, you handle the 3rd and 4th floors. After patrolling, if you find nothing, you are free to move about. There is really nothing alive in the hotel. At 10, listen for my whistle to start the operation. Soon, it was 10 o'clock. Feng Chang blew the whistle directly. Then Lin Feng and Lu Ku leisurely walked into the elevator. Inside the elevator, there were several shadows, clawing at Lin Feng and Lu Ku. Get lost. Lu Ku raised the baton in his hand, swinging at the shadows, which quickly disappeared. I'll go check the 2nd floor first. By the way, don't be afraid of shadows, we are security, and they have restraining effects. When the elevator arrived at the 2nd floor, Lu Ku got off. Then the elevator door closed. Lin Feng suddenly felt a chill run down his back. Join us, newcomer. Yes, become part of us. Newcomer, join us and you will gain immortality. At this moment, the audience in Dragon Country watched, concerned for Lin Feng. Although they had heard that security can restrain the strange, they still felt uneasy. Look, there are shadows clawing at Lin Feng. Yes, their eyes are red, it looks terrifying. By the way, will Lin Feng be in trouble? The foreign viewers in the live chat, upon seeing this, burst into laughter. The strange are attacking Lin Feng, he's about to face disaster. Right, we've always disliked the chosen ones from Dragon Country. Sigh, our country is about to perish, 2 waves of supernatural events have sharply reduced our population, why does Dragon Country live so well? Lin Feng saw those shadows. Are you not afraid of me? Ah, the new security guard, still unschooled, what are we afraid of? Suddenly, a flash of a blade appeared, and several shadows screamed tragically. Ah! Immediately, those shadows turned to ashes. Wow, Lin Feng, that was impressive. He pulled out justice and killed those strange beings. Wait, did you all see how Lin Feng took it out? It was as if the sword appeared out of nowhere, but after seeing those strange ones die, it felt really satisfying. After cutting down these strange beings, the elevator arrived at the 4th floor. Lin Feng stepped out of the elevator on the 4th floor. Immediately, Lin Feng saw many shadows appearing in the corridor of the 4th floor. Those shadows were dense, like a tide. Ha! It turns out to be the new security guard. Hee, this new security guard looks like a weakling. Let's take care of him later. Lin Feng picked up justice and began to swing wildly at those dense shadows. Screams rang out endlessly. Although justice looked very old and was a soft sword, it wasn't easy to handle. However, it was very effective against these strange shadows, taking down several at once. Chapter 33, The Rules of the Caesar Hotel. After a while of killing, the shadows began to scatter and flee. Why is this new security guard so fierce? The weapon in his hand is so powerful, we better run for our lives. Help! I don't want to die. At first, these strange beings really looked down on Lin Feng, but they didn't expect him to be so brutal. Soon, most of the shadows on the 4th floor had fled. Those who didn't escape were killed by Lin Feng. Although this sword feels awkward to use, its killing power is undeniable. After some time, Lin Feng suddenly heard footsteps. He turned around and saw a pale-faced woman in white. The woman in white looked at Lin Feng and suddenly accelerated toward him. Lin Feng suddenly remembered a rule of the security guard: when encountering a woman in white, quickly hide on the 5th floor. Ha, I didn't expect to encounter someone from the hotel over there, what a stroke of luck. Lin Feng was momentarily confused about where the corridor was. Suddenly, Lin Feng seemed to see a long, endless corridor. And many rooms that were too numerous to count. Lin Feng wanted to run but couldn't escape. Soon, the woman in white arrived in front of Lin Feng. Run, why aren't you running? Lin Feng estimated that he was most likely trapped in a ghostly maze. Then, the woman in white opened her blood-red mouth and lunged at Lin Feng. Lin Feng had no idea what to do, he was now panicking. In desperation, he decided to give it a shot like a dying horse becoming a living one. In a moment of urgency, Lin Feng thrust justice toward the woman's mouth. The woman in white bit down on justice. Then, she recoiled about 10 meters, and the ghostly maze disappeared. Justice was bitten through a little. Take the chance, run. Lin Feng quickly spotted the staircase. Then he ran into the staircase and swiftly went up to the 5th floor. The woman in white reacted quickly. Damn it, where did he go? She was extremely enraged. How could she suffer losses at the hands of a human? Damn security guard, damn hotel. After that, she dashed into a nearby room, looking to vent her anger on the chosen one. On the 5th floor. Lin Feng discovered that this was entirely a different architectural style. If the night on the 4th floor was eerie, then the 5th floor was like a paradise on earth. There were many people, bustling with activity. There were also several banquet tables filled with sumptuous feasts. And some employees dressed in suits. I wonder if tonight's offerings are enough. If the god isn't satisfied, we'll all die. Following the sound, Lin Feng walked over and found some foreigners drinking. It's a shame that woman couldn't experience it. I've heard that quite a few people have come from the hotel. Offerings, we must obtain the offerings, the god can't wait anymore. Grand Priest Crocker, no need to rush, if it's not enough, we can use the employees as substitutes. But the employees are our own people. What about the employees from the hotel? Lin Feng felt his scalp tingle. These foreigners were indeed trying to gather offerings. Sigh, the god wants complete offerings, but unfortunately, they were all ruined by that woman. At that moment, suddenly, a person arrived. Dressed in a black robe, with a hood covering their head, wearing a cross around their neck, and holding a book in their hand. Vice Bishop Gianna, good day. What are you all discussing? Well, Vice Bishop, the current sacrifices are not enough, so we plan to capture some staff from the hotel to make up for it. Gianna fell into silence. Then Gianna said, just ask Xiao Qingying for people directly. But, Vice Bishop, will that Eastern woman give them to us? She has no choice but to agree. If she doesn't want to be scattered like leaves in the wind, she can try. Indeed, the Caesar Hotel and the Longdu Hotel were not on good terms. Lin Feng walked over, carefully observing this so-called Vice Bishop Gianna. Although she was covered in a loose black robe, Lin Feng could still see Gianna's figure. This figure was quite impressive. Suddenly, Gianna turned her head and saw Lin Feng. However, the next moment, Gianna seemed to see nothing at all, directly ignoring Lin Feng. The foreigners around also seemed to treat Lin Feng as if he didn't exist. Lin Feng speculated that it was probably because of the blessing of the gods, so those foreigners did not notice him. Lin Feng continued to stroll around. Then, he discovered a sign. The sign read the following content. Welcome to the Caesar Hotel. We hope you will follow the rules below so that you can survive. 1. No matter the situation, please remain silent, calm, and have a normal heart. Do not panic. 2. If you see a suited staff member, please choose to simply ignore them. If they chatter on, you may choose to beat them up or kill them. 3. If you hear someone talking about gods, please choose to ignore it, this is a normal occurrence. 4. There are no cross statues in the hotel. If you find a cross statue, please contact the staff to handle it. 5. The hotel operates from 21 to 7 o'clock the next morning. During non-operation hours, please stay in your hotel room or leave the hotel. 6. Loud noise is allowed in the hotel. If you need accommodation, please contact a suited staff member. 7. Do not touch the cross statues. Remember. 8. There are no vampires in the hotel. If you see a vampire, please pretend not to see it. If a vampire has its eyes on you, quickly sit at an empty table and wait for the vampire to leave. 9. If you see employees wearing name tags, please ignore them and act as if you didn't see them. Employees in this hotel do not wear name tags. If someone asks about the name-tagged employees, please brush it off or do not respond. 10. There are women in white, women in red wedding dresses, and twin sisters from the Republic of China in the hotel. If you see them, please ignore them. 11. The hotel has a basement level and a second basement level. 12. Fighting, brawling, and killing are allowed in the hotel. 13. You can leave the hotel without permission. After Lin Feng finished reading the rules, he couldn't help but gasp. The rules of the Caesar Hotel were a bit different from those of the Longdu Hotel. What was shocking was that killing was allowed. Some of the rules were quite the opposite of those at the Longdu Hotel. Just as Lin Feng was pondering the rules, a series of curses broke out. Hey, do you have no eyes? You bumped into me. I'm sorry. Lin Feng also noticed a tall and strong foreigner angrily yelling at a staff member. The staff member was wearing a suit, and Lin Feng found him familiar. Soon, Lin Feng remembered. Wasn't this the suited young man he met last time? Slap. The foreigner directly slapped the suited young man. The suited young man bowed his head, constantly apologizing, looking just like a dog. Chapter 34, Feng Chang betrayed Xiao Qingying. The audience from Dragon Country was also very shocked. What the heck, what's going on? Isn't that bizarre? The hotel staff actually got hit. Did you see just now? The rules say we can kill the hotel staff. Yeah. Lin Feng felt something was wrong. Go to hell. The foreigner lifted his foot and directly kicked the staff member down. Immediately after, he swaggered away. A shadow crossed the staff member's eyes. He glared hatefully at the foreigners departing back, as if saying, just wait. Lin Feng looked down at the badge hanging around his neck. Night shift security, Lin Feng. The badge had been personally delivered to him by Xiao Qingying not long ago. It seems like the hotel staff feels protected here. Lin Feng also saw that foreigner. The foreigner walked with an arrogant swagger, as arrogant as can be. This made Lin Feng feel a bit uncomfortable. However, Lin Feng didn't pay much attention, he was at the Caesar Hotel and didn't want trouble. Lin Feng observed for another 10 minutes. The previously arrogant foreigner found a place to sit down. Then he started drinking beer and bragging. Last night I found 3 girls all at once. The woman next to him rolled her eyes at him, saying nothing. Jenny, let me tell you, my skills in that area are very lasting. Oh. Jenny replied impatiently, her tone revealing disdain, but the foreigner didn't notice. Do you want to give it a try? I can last 2 hours. Just then, Lin Feng suddenly noticed the staff member who had been attacked quietly sneaking up behind the foreigner. Many people nearby saw this, but not one person reminded him. The staff member held a dagger tightly and stabbed it fiercely at the foreigner. Soon after, the foreigner let out a terrible scream and went silent. Damn, this staff member is hardcore, getting beaten and still daring to kill. Brave, this staff member is extremely brave. I feel so relieved, did you see that foreigner? So arrogant, especially the way he walked. If I were nearby, I wouldn't be able to help but beat him up. After the killing, the staff member showed no signs of panic. Then a few people came over and said to the staff member, well done, another sacrifice added. Seeing this, Lin Feng realized the Caesar Hotel seemed very dangerous. At the same time, he somewhat understood why the rule said to kill staff. This staff member was really too hardcore. Maybe killing the staff could avoid a tragedy. Lin Feng began to continue his investigation. After a round of investigation, he found nothing special, and then went up to the 6th floor via the stairs. On the 6th floor, Lin Feng saw many statues, and on the backs of those statues, there were crosses. Lin Feng checked each statue one by one. After checking for a while, Lin Feng came across a familiar statue. The statue clearly looked like Xiao Qingying. Lin Feng guessed that the so-called cross statue probably had some kind of restricting effect on Xiao Qingying. Lin Feng picked up the weapon of justice in his hands, preparing to cut away the cross statue from Xiao Qingying. At that moment, a voice came. "What are you doing? Stop." Immediately after, a woman in a black robe appeared. It was the previous assistant bishop, Gianna. "Stop. Quick, stop." Lin Feng glanced at Gianna. "You'll cause trouble for the hotel staff." Gianna was ready to take action against Lin Feng. But just as she moved, a voice rang out in her mind. "I like him, you cannot kill him." Gianna felt helpless. The person in front of her was already preparing to smash the cross statue. She didn't expect that the deity would actually like this person. She had worked hard to prepare sacrifices for the deity and served for many years, yet never heard the deity say they liked her. Gianna's eyes flashed with plenty of unwillingness. Jealousy filled her heart. Since she couldn't kill him, then rendering him useless should be fine, right? At that moment, Gianna quickly rushed towards Lin Feng, directly swinging the book in her hand to smash it against Lin Feng's head. Lin Feng raised justice to block it. Suddenly, Gianna was shaken back, and justice broke a small piece. Lin Feng was very angry. This woman dared to attack him directly. Meanwhile, on the 3rd floor of the Dragon City Hotel, in a red wedding dress, Xiao Qingying was fighting against a woman in white. "You despicable bastard, I will take revenge for Lin Feng." Xiao Qingying's eyes were red, as she believed that Lin Feng had been killed by the woman in white. "Hee, Manager Xiao, you are no match for me, because your power is still imprisoned there. I'm going all out against you. Is it worth it for a human employee?" "It's worth it, because he is mine." Just then, a voice came. "Manager, I'm here." Xiao Qingying turned her head and saw that it was Feng Chang who had arrived. Xiao Qingying let out a sigh of relief. Good, you came right on time, Feng Chang." However, the next moment, Feng Chang raised the police baton in his hand and smashed it at Xiao Qingying. Xiao Qingying didn't react in time. Then she let out a tragic scream. "Feng Chang, you bastard, why did you betray me?" Feng Chang glanced at Xiao Qingying and kicked her again. "You don't even realize you're the one being betrayed? I've tolerated you for a long time. It's not only me, even Li Feng has betrayed you." "No, it's impossible." Then, Feng Chang teamed up with the woman in white to deal with Xiao Qingying. As a chosen one, Feng Chang had seen many chosen ones die in the hotel. Feng Chang blamed all the blame on Xiao Qingying. Later, security team members died mysteriously, and Feng Chang also pinned it on Xiao Qingying. Feng Chang didn't realize that he was the main reason those team members died. Feng Chang's hatred for Xiao Qingying was not just a day or two old. On the 6th floor, Lin Feng looked at Gianna, and Gianna looked back at Lin Feng. Both were caught in a stalemate. At that moment, a sound suddenly entered Lin Feng's ears. "Lin Feng, Xiao Manager is about to die, hurry and save her." Lin Feng was a bit surprised. He didn't expect that Xiao Qingying would be in life-threatening danger. "Isn't Xiao Manager very strong?" No, Xiao Manager was ambushed by Feng Chang. They were originally evenly matched. Then, Lin Feng saw Li Feng. Gianna also noticed Li Feng. "You treacherous thing. You have ultimately betrayed our hotel. You should know the consequences of betraying our hotel." Hee, I figured it out. I don't want to be a lackey for your hotel." Since that's the case, don't blame me for sending you to your doom." Chapter 35, Everything is Ready, The World of Basement 2. Lin Feng quickly smashed the statue of Xiao Manager, that way she can be saved. Then, Gianna began to chant a spell. Suddenly, Li Feng started to become transparent. Taking this opportunity, Lin Feng directly picked up justice and struck the crucifix statue. In an instant, the statue resembling Xiao Qingying shattered. "You're finished, my sister's power has been released, and she will come to kill you. Die." Then, several red beams of light appeared from the shattered statue. Before Lin Feng could react, the light shot towards him and merged into his body. Immediately, Lin Feng felt a tremendous power surge within him. "Looks like I need to quickly save Li Feng." Lin Feng picked up justice and instantly charged toward Gianna. Gianna just came back to her senses when Lin Feng struck her with justice. Then, Gianna was beheaded by Lin Feng. At that moment, justice broke another piece. "You two go back first, Plan A can no longer be executed, execute Plan B." Lin Feng and Li Feng heard Xiao Qingying's voice in their minds. Quickly, Lin Feng and Li Feng rushed back to the hotel. When they reached the 5th floor, because they had work badges, So the people on the 5th floor didn't pay much attention to them. So there was no obstruction at all. Soon, they arrived at the 4th floor. At that moment, a red glow burst out from Lin Feng, rushing towards the 3rd floor at lightning speed. It merged into Xiao Qingying's body. At this time, Feng Chang and the woman in white were extremely rampant. Ha, Manager Xiao, have you tasted the flavor of failure? I think you will get used to it. Once I kill you, I, Feng Chang, will be the manager of the Longdu Hotel, and then I will have the final say over the entire Longdu Hotel. Xiao Qingying looked incredibly disheveled, covered in blood, vastly different from her usual self. Is that so? In a flash, Xiao Qingying unleashed immense power. In an instant, the woman in white and Feng Chang were stunned. Don't think just because you're the head of security, I won't dare to kill you? A splash of blood swept through, and the woman in white along with Feng Chang suddenly fell silent. In the manager's office. Manager, the A plan has failed. It's okay, my power has returned, you did well. The so-called A plan was to have Lin Feng infiltrate the Caesar Hotel, looking for an opportunity to get inside the hotel. Then let Lin Feng find methods to avoid attacks from the creatures on the negative 1st and 2nd floors. Originally, Lin Feng planned to take it slowly, but Xiao Qingying was ambushed. By the way, Lin Feng, don't go to the Caesar Hotel again. We have already gone our separate ways. The only reason you could escape just now is that the church hasn't reacted yet. After all, a deputy bishop was killed, this is serious. If you go back to the Caesar Hotel, you will inevitably be killed. I understand, manager. What is the next step of Plan B? After you have stayed for 7 days, I will send you to the negative 2nd floor. You will need to pass through the Gate of Rebirth. Gate of Rebirth? Yes, if you encounter a fork in the road, remember to follow your own shadow. Quickly, Xiao Qingying took out a piece of paper and handed it to Lin Feng. Take a look at this, it might be useful for you. Lin Feng took the paper and found it to be a tattered old sheet. On the old paper were crooked, messy letters. It wrote the following: help me, I'm scared and don't want to die, I want to leave this place is far too terrifying. There are corpses everywhere, I'm fed up with this job, cleaning up bodies every day is driving me to the brink of collapse. Also, those annoying suit-wearing employees will set traps for you if you're not careful. I heard from the cafeteria chef Li Jiao that the so-called lamb is not lamb at all, so he told me not to eat it. I'm really about to break down. I saw the manager, she stayed on the negative 1st floor, smiling at me as if I'm going to be the next sacrifice. Help me, who can save me? I don't know how long it's been, I couldn't take it anymore, so I decided to check the mysterious negative 2nd floor. The negative 2nd floor is terrifying. As soon as I went there, those evil spirits attacked me. Luckily, I had a protective talisman on me, but even so, I was badly hurt. I feel like I'm going to die. The content ended here. Xiao Qingying said, the things on the negative 2nd floor are scarier than those on the negative 1st floor. If you want to find the Gate of Rebirth, it will be filled with dangers. At that moment, Li Feng spoke, sister, I know a way to avoid being attacked by those things on the negative 2nd floor. Xiao Qingying glanced at Li Feng, what method? Disguise as a dead person, or conceal the breath of the living. Time flew by, and soon Lin Feng had already stayed at the Caesar Hotel for 7 days. Lin Feng also received a prompt that he could continue completing tasks to improve his score level or return directly. Lin Feng had already completed the basic task. And he had found hidden clues, without finding hidden clues, he wouldn't be able to undertake the hidden task. Of course, Lin Feng did not plan to just go back like that. At this moment, Lin Feng had already put on the suit of the Caesar Hotel staff. Xiao Qingying also took Lin Feng to the basement level 1, letting him obtain the truth. Alright, next we go to basement level 2, Lin Feng, you must be careful. Don't worry, manager. By the way, Lin Feng, this is for you. Xiao Qingying took out a piece of jade pendant from her pocket and handed it to Lin Feng. What is this? This is my family's heirloom, a yin-yang fish jade pendant, it can protect you in times of crisis. Thank you, manager. Don't mention it. You must save me later, and if you see my aunt's family, just kill them directly. Lin Feng held the truth in his hand, unable to let it go. Alright, let's go. Soon, Lin Feng arrived at basement level 2. At this moment, Lin Feng wore a deer head mask on his head. This deer head mask was vivid and vastly different from ordinary masks. When he put it on, Lin Feng felt as if he had transformed into a true deer-headed man. Manager, I'm leaving now. Okay. Lin Feng stepped out of the elevator, and looking at Lin Feng's departing figure, Xiao Qingying felt a bit helpless. Sigh. I can only try to buy you an hour and a half, the rest is up to you. Xiao Qingying then unleashed a surge of power, destroying the elevator. Because only by doing so could she temporarily stop the people from the hotel. Just a moment ago, when Lin Feng took the truth, they had completely crossed their bottom line. Even with Gianna's murder, they were not triggered. They did not want Lin Feng to leave with the truth. Lin Feng discovered that basement level 2 was not a floor but an entire world. The surroundings were in utter decay and desolation, with the sky colored a grayish-green. It looked lifeless. Around there were occasionally a few humanoid soul creatures emitting green and blue hues. These monsters were many times more ferocious than the shadows in basement level 1. But when they saw Lin Feng, they did not make any moves, as if Lin Feng was one of their kind. This was all thanks to Lin Feng's deer head mask. Lin Feng continued walking for a while when he suddenly noticed a sign. Chapter 36, The Rules of the Land of Vengeful Spirits, Strange Obstacles. Welcome to the Land of Vengeful Spirits, please follow the rules below. 1. This land of vengeful spirits has a great repulsion towards the living, please ensure you are not discovered as a living person. 2. If you arrive at a crossroads, follow the exact direction of your shadow, or walk in the reverse direction. The square leads back to the elevator, while the reverse direction leads to the gate of reincarnation. Other directions will get you lost. 3. Only true flesh and blood living beings can pass through the gate of reincarnation, all other existences are prohibited. 4. In the land of vengeful spirits, you may see many strange things, please do not be afraid of them. 5. If you see your grave, please do not be surprised. If the corpse in your grave jumps out, please do not be afraid, face it bravely. 6. Sometimes you need to trust your judgment, do not be deceived, even if you avoid the vengeful spirits, you might still encounter malicious blockers along the way. 7. The soul flower is a good thing, each one contains great soul power, but once the soul flower is picked, it can only exist for 5 minutes, do not pick too much, do not be greedy. I didn't expect there to be 7 rules here. Lin Feng began to carefully analyze the rules on the sign. First, he needed to pick out the trap rules. After all, caution is the mother of safety. The system's error detection function had been completely exhausted, and the rest depended on him alone. The first rule should be fine, I'm not very clear about the second rule. The third rule should also be okay, if everyone could pass through the gate of reincarnation to travel through time, then those from the hotel or Shaoqingying should have returned long ago. Clearly, the gate of reincarnation was deliberately left for the chosen ones, not for those strange creatures. Some tasks require the chosen one to return to the past to complete them, and they must walk towards the gate of death. The rules of the strange tales cannot have a dead-end situation. There should be a glimmer of hope left for the chosen one. The fourth rule should also be fine. The fifth rule is unclear, anyway, if I encounter my own corpse jumping around, I can just cut it down. The sixth rule, could it imply that the strange being will cause trouble? And then confuse me? The appearance of the soul flower is definitely not without reason, it must be important to appear in the rules, no matter if it's true or false, I must pick the soul flower when the time comes. Wait, the second rule should also be mostly correct, otherwise, the chosen one would be trapped here, but... Soon, Lin Feng arrived at a crossroads. He looked down at his own shadow. Sure enough, he had a shadow. In contrast, those wandering creatures in the land of vengeful spirits had no shadow at all. However, his shadow was a little skewed. Very quickly, Lin Feng realized the trap within the second rule. The second rule is not entirely right, nor entirely wrong. If the chosen one follows the direction of the shadow but walks on the road, they might lose their way, after all, the road is straight while the shadow is skewed. There probably won't be graves on the road, nor soul flowers, the road is meant for people. At this moment, in the Dragon Kingdom live streaming room. Hey, I really can't understand, clearly, he has already cleared the level, but Lin Feng refuses to pass. Is that Shaoqingying really worth it? So beautiful, yet she is a female ghost, and cannot be Lin Feng's wife. I just don't get it. Some foreigners were quite happy. Haha, our country has cleared the level already, we can probably rest for 3 days, if Lin Feng hasn't cleared it in 3 days, then the Strange Tales world will randomly select other people from your Dragon Kingdom. Yeah, even though Lin Feng is strong, the others from your Dragon Kingdom may not be. The progress of the Strange Tale levels is synchronized. Now, many chosen ones from various countries had cleared their levels. Family-themed Strange Tales, Dragon City Hotel, these 2 Strange Tales are not too difficult, as long as you follow the rules and be a bit clever, it's still possible to survive. You Dragon Kingdom's chosen ones are really silly. Yeah, clearly have the chance to escape this Strange Tale world, but what about it? A bunch of foreigners. Our Lin Feng is planning to score high, what do you know? Lin Feng walked for a while. He discovered a graveyard. The graveyard was filled with dense graves. On the graves were photos and names of the deceased. Lin Feng merely glanced and lost interest. Next, I have to cross the graveyard. In fact, Lin Feng did not want to cross the graveyard. But unfortunately, that was the opposite direction of his shadow. Lin Feng was also afraid of getting lost. After walking for a while, Lin Feng suddenly saw his own grave. On his grave was a tombstone. On the grave was a photo of Lin Feng before participating in the Strange Tales. Lin Feng only took a brief look and did not care. Let me out, hurry and let me out. Suddenly, Lin Feng heard a deep voice. That voice was his own. Let me out, I am not dead. Why did you bury me? Lin Feng was too lazy to pay attention and planned to leave directly, he did not want to waste time. No, you can't go. Stop. Lin Feng knew that this was a situation where a strange being blocked his path. Then, a hand suddenly reached out from the ground. Many viewers in the Dragon Kingdom livestream were frightened. Help, a ghost. Look at you guys, what's there to be afraid of? Brother Feng has the truth in his hand. If it were before, Lin Feng would probably jump in shock upon seeing a hand reaching out from a grave. But after all, Lin Feng had seen many storms and waves, and was not afraid of such a thing. Hee, is this how you treat me? Lin Feng also broke out in a curse. You dare to curse me, vile. Then, a second hand also reached out from the grave. Lin Feng stopped in his tracks. Originally, he didn't want to pay attention to this weirdness, but this weirdness was really a bit annoying. Forget it, let's just get rid of you. Hee, do you really think you can kill me? Soon, a woman's head popped out from the grave. Brother, don't go, quickly marry Annie. Lin Feng looked and was shocked to see that it was Annie. But soon Lin Feng realized that this Annie was a false imitation by the weirdness. The sixth rule said this: sometimes you need to trust your judgment and not be confused, even if you escape from a vengeful spirit, you may still encounter a malicious roadblock. The fifth rule stated that if you see your grave, please do not be surprised, if the corpse in your grave jumps out, please do not be afraid, face it bravely. Lin Feng had a great memory, although he didn't have a notebook, he still remembered clearly the 7 rules. Go to hell. Lin Feng walked directly to the weirdness and kicked its head hard. Ah! The weirdness let out a howl of anguish. Brother, I am Annie. How can you hit me? I still want to marry you. Chapter 37, The Rules of the Soul Garden. Hee, don't insult this name. Lin Feng kicked the weirdness's head again. The weirdness screamed in unbearable pain. I am very angry, I want to kill you. Soon, the weirdness began to rise out of the grave. Then it transformed into Lin Feng's likeness. Hee. Lin Feng raised the truth in his hand, and the weirdness was startled. It could feel the immense threat that the knife brought to it. Son, I am your mother, you cannot do this. Next, the weirdness transformed into the mother from the last haunting tale. A young middle-aged woman, around 37 or 38 years old. In fact, Lin Feng was already in his 20s, and his mother's age did not resemble that at all. However, in the last haunting tale, Lin Feng was playing a 17-year-old boy. After passing through, Lin Feng was turned into his original appearance. Not only Lin Feng, but all the heavenly choices from the last haunting tale appeared as 17-year-old boys. Have you forgotten? On the road, I took on their attacks for you. For you, I fell into hell, for you, I became a doll. Even in the last moment you boarded the train, your grandma and I risked our lives to help you. You ungrateful guy. Hee. Lin Feng directly ignored it. Then, the weirdness transformed again into the appearance of his grandmother. I am your grandma. Seeing that Lin Feng did not put down the knife, the weirdness transformed into Xiao Qingying's appearance. I am your boss, you cannot kill me. The audience also noticed. Hee, this weirdness knows how to play roles. I hope Brother Feng shows no mercy. Yeah, just kill it. Lin Feng did not disappoint, the next moment, he swung the knife down. The head of the weirdness was chopped off. Ah! Then the weirdness completely perished. With the death of the weirdness, Lin Feng's grave also disappeared. At that moment, more hands suddenly appeared from the surrounding graves. Damn! Then, 4 or 5 weird heads popped up from the nearby graves. Lin Feng chopped them down one by one. Then Lin Feng shouted. If you don't want to die, behave yourselves. As soon as Lin Feng finished the sentence, almost all the remaining hands retracted. Then Lin Feng left. The weirdness began to discuss. He is really too terrifying. Yes, that knife in his hand is just too sharp. By the way, why don't you go up? I don't dare to go, I'm afraid of dying. Hee, we have all become weirdness, are we still afraid of dying? You talk big, why didn't you go just now? I haven't lived enough. Now, Lin Feng basically had a clear way ahead. Before long, Lin Feng arrived at a flower field. System, can your space save the soul flowers? Don't worry, host, the system's space can. Time flows as if it stands still, the soul flower can bloom for as long as needed. The soul flower radiates a rainbow-colored glow. Each soul flower has 7 petals. They are red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple, truly beautiful. The center of the soul flower is even more stunning. It seems to be a blend of 7 colors. Just as Lin Feng was about to pick it, he suddenly noticed a wooden board nearby. It boldly stated 6 large characters: Soul Garden Rules. 1. Welcome to the Soul Garden. Here, you will see soul flowers. You may pick one soul flower, but only one. 2. The old gardener guarding the garden has a shovel that can dig up the garden's soil. If you want to remove a soul flower, you can borrow the shovel from him, but be careful, you need a convincing reason, or he will get angry. 3. The old gardener loves cats very much, and he is also quite lonely. 4. In this garden, do not linger for too long. 5. Please find the correct way to pick the soul flower, otherwise, you will face the consequences. 6. You will see some illusions, they are merely the survival instincts of certain creatures. It seems like I can't stay in the garden for too long. It's a headache, picking the soul flower requires special methods. Wait, why do I feel like the soul flower is a special item? If I don't pick it, I will definitely run into trouble later. Lin Feng decided to first look for the old gardener to ask him how to pick the soul flower. To avoid getting lost, Lin Feng consciously memorized this location. The soul garden isn't very big. Soon, Lin Feng walked out. Outside is a forest. Meow. As Lin Feng was observing the forest, he suddenly heard a mournful cat's cry. Meow. Though it was a cat's cry, the sound was quite creepy. Quickly, Lin Feng hurried toward the sound. He found a black cat entangled by many thorny gray-green vines. The black cat looked miserable. Its body emanated a blue light. Meow. The black cat noticed Lin Feng and let out a painful cry, as if hoping he would come to rescue it. Those vines seemed to notice Lin Feng as well, preparing to attack him. However, they did not attack. Let it go. Lin Feng held onto the truth and approached the vines. At that moment, the vines seemed to encounter a natural enemy and directly released the black cat. Once freed, the black cat excitedly ran to Lin Feng. The vines quickly fled. Good for you for recognizing the situation. In fact, Lin Feng possessed a mysterious power that frightened the vines. When the vines looked at Lin Feng, they seemed to see a giant red spider. Not only that, but the vines also felt that the weapon in Lin Feng's hand could definitely deal with them. For these 2 reasons, the vines fled in a hurry. As for the black cat, Lin Feng knew this was his capital for negotiating with the old gardener. Meow. The black cat began rubbing its face against Lin Feng. Alright, take me to find the old gardener. Meow. The black cat seemed to understand Lin Feng's words. It immediately began leading Lin Feng. Soon, the black cat brought Lin Feng to a small wooden cabin. Lin Feng was preparing to explain his purpose. At that moment, a strong, old voice came from inside the cabin. Come in, young man, the door is unlocked. It seemed the old gardener already knew what happened. Lin Feng pushed open the cabin door. He saw an old man wearing a straw hat and worn-out clothes, with one eye covered by a patch. The old man looked like he might be a foreigner. Hello, I am the night watcher Carter. Thank you very much for saving Rowena. Lin Feng was a bit stunned. Rowena? Could that be the name of the black cat? Before Lin Feng could speak, Carter, acting familiar, continued speaking. As a reward, you may ask me for one request. Chapter 38, Obtaining the Soul Flower, the Old Man and the Cat. Lin Feng did not waste words and directly said, I want to pick a soul flower. Carter heard this. Meow. Then Carter continued, the soul flower is extremely precious, but since you saved Luolin, I have no reason to refuse your request. Lin Feng felt very satisfied inside. It seemed that Carter was a man of honor. After all, he had saved his cat. I can give you one. Come on, let this old night watchman personally pick a soul flower for you. Thank you. This is for Luolin's sake. Soon, Carter picked up a shovel and took Lin Feng to the soul flower garden. By the way, may I ask, what does a night watchman do? Carter was a bit surprised, he hadn't expected Lin Feng to ask this. But it seemed that Carter was in a good mood, so he answered Lin Feng. The night watchman is chosen from the selected ones who pass certain trials. It's a special reward. Selected ones? Yes, although becoming a selected one and being forced to participate in strange tales is dangerous, it seems like a curse, but in fact, it is a great opportunity. Just as Carter was about to dig up the soul flower, Lin Feng suddenly said, Carter, I only need one. Oh. Carter was a little surprised, he did not expect Lin Feng to really just want one. Selected one, are you sure you only want one? Yes, if there are too many, it might destroy this place. But think carefully, if a soul flower is picked, it will disappear after 5 minutes. Only if it is dug out with roots and potted can it be preserved for a long time. Don't worry, Carter, I have special methods. This time, Carter's impression of Lin Feng rose significantly. If a soul flower was really dug out with roots, it would pain Carter greatly. A soul flower has several blossoms on it. After Lin Feng picks one, the one that was picked would grow back over time. However, once a soul flower is dug out with roots, that flower will be lost. And after leaving this place of resentment, even in other locations, it would be very difficult for the soul flower to survive. It is the special nature of this place of resentment that creates this special product, the soul flower. Carter easily picked a soul flower with gloved hands and handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng also put that soul flower into the system space. You don't seem too greedy. Old senior, by the way, you still haven't revealed what a night watchman is. What's there to be curious about? To put it simply, it means a selected one who stays in a strange tale dungeon. Carter continued, I've passed the rules of the strange tale for a long time. I could have returned to our world, but I'm not interested in that world. Lin Feng was a bit curious. Carter, you should know that many people wish to return to the real world. I wonder why you chose to stay. At that moment, Luolin let out a meow and rubbed her cat face against Carter's leg. Carter pointed to Luolin and said, it's because of this little guy. Lin Feng was a bit speechless. Carter actually gave up returning to the real world for a cat. Soon, Carter briefly told Lin Feng the story of himself and Luolin. The audience listened attentively, curious about why this night watchman would stay for a cat. What was so special about this cat? According to Carter, 30 years ago, he inexplicably became one of the first selected ones in their world. He was forced to participate in the rules of the strange tale. In Carter's world, his country was called the Lighthouse Country. He had also seen Eastern people like Lin Feng. In that world of his, the country of the Easterners was not called Dragon Country, but Great Summer Country. Once, Carter was a successful businessman in Lighthouse Country. Carter had a happy family. He owned a fortune of $10 billion. Because Carter worked hard to make money when he was young, he did not start a family. By the time Carter realized he had no children, he found himself in his 40s. However, since Carter was very rich, he soon found a beautiful woman and got married. The woman was virtuous, gentle, and beautiful. Before long, the woman became pregnant. Carter was very happy. After all, he was going to be a dad, and he couldn't let his child suffer. Carter had made up his mind, whether it was a son or a daughter, he would not discriminate and would raise them well. This was because Carter had a miserable childhood. His father abandoned him and his sick mother. He was raised by his sick mother, who later passed away. The reason for her death was the lack of money for medical treatment. Since then, Carter developed a deep obsession with money. Only by becoming strong could he survive, and so he began a life of wandering, but he also met a friend, a black cat. At first, Carter just saw a starving stray black cat, very pitiful, and decided to feed it a little. Little did he know, that black cat ended up sticking to him. Carter wanted to drive it away, but the black cat was too clingy, and in the end, they became friends. Although life was very hard, the black cat healed Carter, and he didn't feel as much pain anymore. Later, the black cat grew old and died. Life had to go on. Eventually, through most of his own efforts and a bit of luck, Carter became a billionaire. Carter loved his wife very much. Gradually, his wife's belly grew bigger, and eventually, the child was born. Carter excitedly rushed to the hospital to visit his wife, only to be very disappointed. The child was entirely black, a clear African-American baby. His wife was white, and he was white, so the child's mother must have betrayed him or made him a cuckold. Furious, Carter announced a divorce, but the child's mother pleaded desperately, and Carter softened for a moment. But later, his wife not only failed to show gratitude but also let outsiders conspire against Carter. They plotted to strip Carter of his assets and framed him for a crime. He spent 18 years in prison. Later, Carter became the chosen one of Lighthouse Country before leaving prison. As the chosen one, Carter faced many challenges, nearly dying several times in the strange talk world. Finally, in the last challenge, Carter met a black cat. That black cat had once saved his life, and Carter remembered it deeply. Without that black cat, Carter would not have passed the final challenge. Later, Carter passed all the challenges and received a reward that could grant a wish. Carter wished to always be together with the black cat and never return to the real world. Carter was utterly disappointed with the real world. That black cat reminded Carter of the black cat from long ago. The black cat was not just Carter's friend, it was like family to him. After making the wish, Carter became a night watchman, guarding this haunted land. Later, Carter began to miss his deceased mother and named the black cat Roland. Because his mother's name was also Roland. Carter sighed, I never expected the reward for passing the last challenge would be to fulfill a wish. Chapter 39 Back to the Past, Carter steals a marriage. Alright, my story is finished, you can continue with your important work. Well, if that's the case, then goodbye, old senior. Goodbye, strive to live on, chosen one, a beautiful life is waiting for you ahead. Rolling also raised a paw, waving it a few times at Lin Feng, as if saying goodbye to him. How touching. The old man actually stayed for a cat. Yeah, the old man had a tough life. Just when he finally earned enough wealth, he was set up by a woman and thrown into prison. After being in prison for over a decade, he finally became the first chosen one. Sigh. That black cat is so cute and so intelligent. I really want to have a cat like that. Lin Feng walked for a while longer. Soon, a black door appeared before him. Lin Feng knew this was the Gate of Rebirth. Gate of Rebirth, I want to go back to the time before Xiao Qingying died. Without hesitation, Lin Feng rushed into the Gate of Rebirth. The live stream also went black. Oh my god, did Lin Feng just go in? Will anything happen? I hope he's fine. What are we supposed to do if something happens to him? Don't worry, Brother Feng has a great fate. I want to die in place of Lin Feng. After a minute, the live stream suddenly lit up. See? Brother Feng will definitely be fine. Yeah, Lin Feng is supposed to get an SSS rating, he can't possibly die. Come on, Brother Feng. What appeared before his eyes was a grand Western-style building. It stood 7 stories high, with 5 words boldly written on it, Caesar Hotel. This should be Caesar Hotel. Looks like I've arrived here. Just when Lin Feng was thinking, a voice came. Get out of the way, get out of the way. Following the voice, Lin Feng noticed a crowd gathered around, and some people were carrying a large red bridal sedan chair. A woman was walking behind the sedan chair, she was Li Feng. At this moment, Li Feng wore a light blue floral qipao, looking very beautiful. The qipao perfectly complemented her curves. Great! Li Feng hasn't died yet. Without a doubt, the one in the sedan chair must be Xiao Qingying. Many people gathered around. What are you looking at? Get lost. This is none of your business, our Xiao family's daughter is getting married. A noble-looking woman in her 40s spoke. This noblewoman was Xiao Qingying's aunt, Xiao Yuyan. That's right, all of you get lost. Don't disturb my cousin from marrying Anthony. Lin Feng was stunned. Anthony? By the name, he should be a foreigner. Instantly, Lin Feng's anger ignited. Xiao Qingying's aunt was simply too outrageous, forcing Xiao Qingying to marry a foreigner she had never even met for her own benefit. No wonder Xiao Qingying would not agree. Soon, the crowd was scolded away. The big red bridal sedan chair stopped at the entrance of Caesar Hotel. Miss, we've arrived. You can get down now. Next to her, Li Feng pulled open the curtain of the sedan chair, and then a figure emerged from it, dressed in a red wedding dress, wearing a red veil, and stepping on embroidered shoes. The audience started to discuss among themselves. This is too much, forcing Xiao Qingying to marry a foreigner. Local men still need wives, why should the foreigner get her? Exactly, I hope Lin Feng can rescue Xiao Qingying from the foreigner. Yes, and those dog relatives, I hope they get their comeuppance. The figure in the wedding dress walked slowly, as if dragging time. It seemed that the front of Caesar Hotel was like hell to her. Miss, when you marry a chicken, you follow the chicken, when you marry a dog, you follow the dog. There's no other way. Li Feng advised. The figure in the wedding dress shook her head, saying nothing more. Xiao Yuyan walked over. Hurry up, you fool. Cousin, didn't you hear my mom telling you to hurry up? Xiao Yuyan immediately lifted her foot and kicked Xiao Qingying. Caught off guard, Xiao Qingying fell down. In that moment, the audience's anger exploded. What the heck? Is this even human? Not only did she occupy Xiao Qingying's family property, but she treats her so cruelly. Damn it, I can't help but. Damn, I curse this aunt to get her comeuppance soon and die a horrible death. Knocked down to the ground, Xiao Qingying burst into tears. Hey, you bastard. Are you just going to keep quiet? Xiao Yuyan bared her teeth like a barking dog, looking extremely fierce. What are you doing? Li Feng directly grabbed Xiao Yuyan. Get lost, you dead maid. How dare you meddle? You can't bully the young lady. Xiao Yuyan slapped Li Feng back. Smack. Xiao Tianjian also clenched his fists and hit Li Feng. Though Li Feng had trained, she didn't dare to fight back, after all, Xiao Qingying was still there. Stop hitting. Stop hitting Li Feng. I'll do whatever you say. Xiao Qingying quickly got up from the ground, hurried towards the door of the Caesar Hotel. At that moment, Lin Feng took out the truth from the system space with his thought. Stop. Robbery. Lin Feng shouted loudly. Xiao Yuyan, Xiao Tianjian, and the others all noticed Lin Feng. Xiao Tianjian, being arrogant as usual, rushed right up to Lin Feng. Robbing? Have you heard of the power of our Xiao family? Lin Feng answered Xiao Tianjian with a knife. Ah! The blade flashed, and Xiao Tianjian's left shoulder and arm were chopped off by Lin Feng. Blood spurted out wildly. Help! Then, Lin Feng struck again, and Xiao Tianjian's head fell to the ground, his body crashing down dead. Why you killed my son? The Xiao family ant stood there in shock. Lin Feng wiped the blood off the truth and said, I've taken a liking to this bride. Anyone who dares to snatch her from me will be killed. You. Xiao Yuyan gritted her teeth in hatred, wishing she could rush over and fight Lin Feng. But when she saw the shiny knife in Lin Feng's hand, she became afraid. What are you looking at? All of you get lost, but you stay. The people around, hearing Lin Feng's words, seemed to receive a royal decree and directly left. Li Feng and Xiao Qingying were left dumbfounded. Xiao Yuyan also wanted to run away. Hey, I said to keep you here. You're the head, right? Xiao Yuyan didn't dare to run anymore, so she said, yes, I am. Hey, you filthy bitch, give me a straight answer. Are you giving me that woman or not? Lin Feng's words were filled with threats. Xiao Yuyan suppressed her anger and forced a smile, saying, well, of course, I will give her to you. Good, at least you know your place. However, we need to settle accounts next. Xiao Yuyan rolled her eyes in her heart. She hadn't even settled accounts with this young man yet, but he wanted to settle accounts with her. She thought, I haven't offended this young man at all. Xiao Qingying felt very complicated because a robber appeared out of nowhere to rob her. She didn't know what this robber planned to do. However, she vaguely felt that this robber seemed to hold no ill intentions towards her. Chapter 40, Revenge, not yet complete. What do you want? I don't think I've offended you, right? Xiao Yuyan panicked. Lin Feng pointed at Xiao Qingying. You just hit my bride. Hearing this, Xiao Qingying felt warm inside. Li Feng thought, he must have been sent by heaven to protect the young lady. I am her aunt. Ha, with someone like you, do you deserve to be called her aunt? Lin Feng walked over and slapped Xiao Yuyan hard. Ah! Lin Feng kicked again, sending Xiao Yuyan crashing to the ground. Li Feng felt relieved at this scene. Thank you, my family's son-in-law. Xiao Qingying felt very shy. She lifted a part of her veil and saw Xiao Yuyan lying on the ground. Spare me. Hero, spare me. I was wrong, I won't dare to hit her again. I didn't know you had taken a liking to her. I have no right to spare you, you should ask her. Lin Feng pointed at Xiao Qingying. Instantly, Xiao Yuyan let out a sigh of relief. She thought Xiao Qingying would definitely forgive her. Qingying, can you spare your aunt? I know I was wrong. Xiao Yuyan stood up and ran towards Xiao Qingying. Xiao Qingying felt extremely relieved inside. However, she has no intention of letting this enemy, who slaughtered her kin, go. She is kind-hearted, but she is not a saint. All right. Hearing Xiao Qingying's response, Xiao Yuyan was quite pleased. Wow, Xiao Qingying is such a saint. Yeah. Has she forgotten the blood feud of her entire family? If I were her, I would absolutely refuse. Lin Feng felt that Xiao Qingying's tone was subtly off. Not at all. Ah, you. What do you mean by that? Don't you know what you've done? I am your aunt. Humph, my father, my mother, and my brother, all of them you indirectly harmed, right? Then, Xiao Qingying looked at Lin Feng. All right, I agree to let my husband spare you, but that doesn't mean I will spare you myself. Lin Feng smiled, looks like my wife isn't foolish. By the way, can I borrow your knife? I want to personally execute this B***TCH. Lin Feng agreed to Xiao Qingying's request. Then, Xiao Qingying took Lin Feng's knife and swiftly severed Xiao Yuyan's legs. Ah, I am your aunt, and you treat me like this. Hee hee, my father is still your brother. How could you treat him like that? Meanwhile, at the Xiao family courtyard, a half immortal said to a plump middle-aged man and a skinny middle-aged man. Sir, you will face bloody calamities. The plump middle-aged man is the Xiao family's son-in-law, Cui Jian, and the skinny middle-aged man is the murderer of Xiao Qingying's parents and brother. Li Banshan, you're not talking nonsense, are you? Sir, everything I said is true. I don't believe it. Li Banshan wanted to calculate again when suddenly a huge red spider appeared in his mind. The spider was about 10 meters tall. At the same time, the spider emitted an extremely terrifying aura. Run, run as far as you can. After Li Banshan finished speaking, he spat blood and collapsed to the ground. Because he peeped at a deity, he faced divine backlash. Seeing Li Banshan collapse and die, Cui Jian and Li Zhen were like startled birds, quickly fleeing. Could it be that his vengeful spirit has come to claim his life? Perhaps, sir. It's better for us to run far away. On the 7th floor of the Caesar Hotel, an old foreign man in a blue robe with white hair knelt on the ground. My God, rest assured, the sacrifices are all prepared for you, I guarantee your satisfaction. In front of him stood 2 enchanting women. These 2 women wore black robes, with crimson eyes and gray skin, each holding a knife. These two women are the divine servants. One of the women spoke. Bishop Anthony, the god has said, prepare to begin the sacrifice. Yes, yes, yes. Quickly, the church members began to act. Soon, Anthony sent someone to offer the sacrifice. But in the end, he found that several people were missing. What is going on? Anthony angrily pushed open Xiao Qingying's room. You better give me an explanation. Inside the room, Xiao Qingying smiled. Old man, you are my betrothed? Pa! Anthony was stunned. Wasn't it already agreed to have a marriage alliance with Xiao Yuyan? Xiao Yuyan, how dare you play me? Lin Feng suddenly emerged from behind the door and said, what's wrong with playing you? I am a believer of God. You obstructed God's sacrifice, and you will suffer divine punishment. Just as Anthony finished speaking, Lin Feng pierced his heart with the truth in his hand. Then he fell silent. Lin Feng is powerful, unexpectedly killed this foreign old man directly. Yeah, I didn't expect that either. What's this talk about gods and sacrifices? I wonder if Brother Feng will be in trouble. Not sure. Now Lin Feng was also a bit puzzled. He had killed Xiao Qingying's aunt and cousin, and also killed the betrothed foreign old man. But why hadn't he heard the clearance notification? By the way, Xiao Qingying, have you avenged yourself? Xiao Qingying nodded, then shook her head. I have avenged, but not completely. In Xiao Qingying's eyes, hidden beneath the red veil, a drop of tear flowed out. She already knew that the man in front of her would never truly marry her. The so-called snatching the bride was just a cover, a reason to kill them. Isn't there still that murderer, and that son-in-law who came to the door? Yes, that's right. At that moment, suddenly, many footsteps came from outside the door. Damn, you actually killed the bishop. Prepare to die. Some hotel staff, dressed in suits, rushed in, but the door was too small, so only a few came in at once. Benefactor, what should we do now? They are here. Kill whoever comes. Lin Feng hated the hotel staff as well. So he picked up the truth and began killing all around. One body after another fell, and screams of agony filled the air. On the 6th floor, in front of two divine attendants, stood a woman. One divine attendant picked up a knife and slashed it in front of Gianna. Even though it was just an empty slash, Gianna felt the threat of death. The divine attendant's power was simply too overwhelming. The gods are furious. Someone has disrupted the sacrifice. Master Divine Attendant, I am just an ordinary housewife, I have no weapons. Get lost, it seems we too must make the move ourselves. The two divine attendants turned into beams of light and rushed toward Lin Feng's room. Not long after, the two divine attendants arrived at Lin Feng's room. Chapter 41, Perfect Substitute, SSS Level Rating. Lin Feng was also startled. Because suddenly, two strange women appeared before him. He never expected this. The two women emitted immense auras, directly knocking Lin Feng back. Xiao Qingying and Li Feng were knocked down by the shock. What the hell, what is going on? Could it be the gods have arrived? It's over, is our dragon country finished? No, don't die, Fongo, woo woo woo. The high-level officials of Dragon Country, the experts, and the viewers all fell into despair. They thought that no matter how strong Lin Feng was, he could not fight against the gods. Those foreigners were thrilled. They wished every day for Lin Feng to die, for Dragon Country to suffer a heavy blow. Ha, no matter how powerful a mortal is, in front of the gods, they will appear utterly insignificant. Gods, kill Lin Feng. Yes, kill him. The two divine attendants were furious. They prepared to immediately strike and kill Lin Feng. Let's talk. Lin Feng was not flustered, he directly sat on the bed, shaking the truth in his hand. One of the divine attendants directly said, "You don't deserve it." Then, that divine attendant suddenly spat out purple blood, with panic written all over their face. What? How is it possible? The god is angry. The divine attendant then raised the knife and charged at Lin Feng. Die. The speed was so fast that even Lin Feng, Xiao Qingying, Li Feng, and even the viewers couldn't see it clearly. But in the next moment, the divine attendant stopped, trembling all over. What? How is this possible? Why can't I move? The next second, Lin Feng picked up the truth and directly slashed at the divine attendant. Then, a flash of knife light passed. The divine attendant was sliced in half by Lin Feng. Damn, what kind of knife is this? How can it hurt me? I am an immortal being. The divine attendant seemed unsatisfied. The viewers in the live broadcast were stunned. What's going on? Lin Feng actually completed a counterattack? It seems these two women are not gods. Yeah. I didn't even notice, Lin Feng is hiding so deeply. Those foreigners were almost choked with anger. How is that possible? This guy must be cheating. Cheating, he must be cheating. I'll report him. God, you should have killed Lin Feng directly. The divine attendant, who had been sliced in half, was furious. You actually oppose the gods, you will suffer divine punishment. Shut up. Suddenly, a hoarse and sharp voice rang out. God, he ruined your sacrifice. You should make him die a miserable death. The next moment, the divine attendant who was sliced in half let out a heart-wrenching scream. Ah, God, I was wrong, please don't kill me. Lin Feng glanced at the divine messenger. Why are you not dead yet? The divine messenger stared at Lin Feng with a look of disgust. You will not die a good death. However, the next moment, that divine messenger suddenly began to dissolve at a visibly rapid pace. Blasphemer, die. A sharp voice echoed again. Another divine messenger was completely stunned. She didn't dare to move. She never expected that the god would directly kill Yatana. You have to know, Yatana had always been loyal to the god. God, why do you want to kill Yatana, this divine messenger? After saying this, the other divine messenger seemed to be drained of energy. The dignity of the god cannot be desecrated. Blasphemer, die. Lin Feng began to understand. Could it be because he received the god's blessing? Because he had the god's blessing, and the divine messenger attacked him, was that deemed blasphemy by the god? You are qualified to negotiate with me, speak your conditions. Meanwhile, outside the Caesar Hotel, a 10-meter-tall giant red spider appeared. The spider was covered in black spots and had hundreds of eyes. It was terrifying and unsettling. Xiao Qingying and Li Feng were sweating all over. Help! Li Feng couldn't help but shout. Lin Feng glanced at Li Feng. Can you help us out? Sure. Soon, Li Feng and Xiao Qingying returned to normal, feeling the invisible pressure disappear. However, the feeling of fear still lingered in their hearts. There are two loose ends, I hope you can help me eliminate them. The other divine messenger stood there entirely dumbfounded. She didn't expect that this human dared to repeatedly ask the god for this and that. She even felt that this young man seemed to be on equal footing with the god. No problem. Soon, a projection of a scene appeared in the room. In the image, two middle-aged men, one fat and one thin, were running. I can't go on, Li Jin, I need to rest for a while. Master, we must run, or we will die. Xiao Qingying glared hatefully at Li Jin and Cui Jian. In the next moment, Li Jian and Cui Jian suddenly let out a heart-wrenching scream. Then, they began to dissolve and completely disappear. The giant spider outside stared at Lin Feng. She also didn't expect to have been patient with Lin Feng for so long. At first, she was furious and wanted to kill Lin Feng, but suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of kindness from him. Speak, you disrupted my sacrifice, please give me a satisfactory explanation. The divine messenger was more certain of her suspicions. The god actually referred to this human as you, she never expected this human to be so favored by the god. Lin Feng said, I can give you something better as a substitute. Oh. Then, Lin Feng took out a soul flower from the system space. This thing is a substitute, is it acceptable? Xiao Qingying, Li Feng, and the divine messenger all felt their hearts rise to their throats. The audience from Dragon Country was also very restless. I think this little flower is far from enough. This is the soul flower. I think it might work. At this moment, the fate of the entire Dragon Country seemed to rest in Lin Feng's hands. Everyone quietly waited for the so-called god's response. After a long while. Okay. Soon, the window was opened, and the soul flower in Lin Feng's hand floated toward the giant red spider. One side was a palm-sized soul flower, and the other side was a giant creature over 10 meters tall. It seemed that the soul flower was hardly enough for the giant creature to consume. Soon, the soul flower emitted red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple-colored light. Then, the lights fused into the huge red spider's body. After a while, a wave of soft, warm power came. Suddenly, a gentle and melodious voice, warming the soul, appeared. Thank you for purifying me, Chosen One. Ding, congratulations to the Chosen One of the Dragon Kingdom for clearing the Dragon City Hotel ghost story. Rating, SSS. Chapter 42, Clearance Reward, 3 days as Emperor. Lin Feng murmured, looks like I succeeded? The live stream fell into darkness. A figure in a red dress appeared before Lin Feng. Smiling as she looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng also recognized the figure in red. More beautiful than Xiao Qingying. As if she were the most beautiful scenery in the world. The owner of this figure seemed sacred and inviolable, or perhaps her presence in this world was a blessing to it. Her radiance shone above this world. You're back? Lin Feng felt a bit dazed, he didn't understand what this goddess meant. Maybe you've forgotten, but it's okay, you'll remember later, thank you. Considering that Lin Feng, the chosen one of the Dragon Kingdom, achieved an SSS level clearance rating, rewards will now be distributed. The experts, the audience, and the leaders of the Dragon Kingdom were all excited and hopeful. A small number of foreigners were spitting blood in anger. No, it's impossible, he actually got an SSS rating in the second round. It infuriates me. Why is he so lucky again? The Dragon Kingdom receives the gift of the divine, the disappearance of the Dragon City Hotel ghost story. All Dragon Kingdom citizens, except the chosen one, will have their physical immunity increased by 50%, and from now on, there will be no cases of deformed or congenital disease in fetuses in the Dragon Kingdom. The rewards for the chosen one are calculated separately from those for the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. The reward for Lin Feng, the chosen one of the Dragon Kingdom, is a 30% increase in physical fitness and 10 points of mental strength. Lin Feng felt that his physical fitness had improved quite a bit. His mental strength also increased by 10 points. Lin Feng could feel the benefits of the increased mental strength. Although his increase was only 30% and not the full 50%, Lin Feng was still quite satisfied with the reward. Because there would be system rewards to follow. Sure enough, the system's voice rang out in Lin Feng's mind as promised. System function reset, extra reward for the host, 1 save opportunity. At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly vanished into thin air. Soon, Lin Feng found himself in a brand new place. What came into view was a grand Western-style building, prominently displaying 5 words. Dragon City Grand Hotel. Lin Feng looked up and thought, why am I here again? At that moment, 2 staff members walked out from inside the hotel. One was Li Feng, and the other was Gianna. Li Feng spoke first, hello, sir. Would you like to come and have some fun at our Dragon City Grand Hotel? Gianna also said, we have delicious food and fun activities, plus we provide accommodations, and everyone inside is really nice. Sure. Although he saw Gianna again, he had already cleared the challenge, he felt safe now and had no reason to fear her. The chosen one has cleared the challenge, and you will enjoy 3 days of wonderful times. During this period, you have no worries about your life, you can eat, drink, and play to your heart's content. Since you are the highest rated clear winner, the start time for the next ghost story will begin at the end of your vacation. Originally, the start time for the next rule-based ghost story was calculated 3 days after the earliest clearing chosen one. But now, it is calculated 3 days after Lin Feng's clearance. Even Lin Feng himself didn't expect to be so celebrated. Gianna reached out and took Lin Feng's hand, showing great enthusiasm. Now, Gianna was no longer the fierce and angry Gianna Lin Feng had seen last time. She had transformed into an extremely gentle, beautiful, and charming Gianna. Li Feng beside her seemed a bit jealous. So, she reached out her hand and grabbed Lin Feng's hand. In this way, Lin Feng was pulled into the Longdu Grand Hotel by 2 women. Hello, manager. A staff member in a suit bowed respectfully to Gianna. Good, hello. Lin Feng was a bit surprised, isn't this suited employee a part of the hotel staff? But Li Feng was wearing the same outfit as the employees from the hotel. By the way, does your hotel have anything delicious? I want to eat something now. Gianna smiled, follow me. The VIP room is on the 7th floor. It might be a bit high. That's fine. Li Feng became a little anxious, after all, Gianna had stolen the spotlight. Sister, you can go to the 7th floor too, because we have distinguished guests at our hotel. Hearing Gianna say this, Li Feng became happy. Soon, Gianna and Li Feng took Lin Feng to the 7th floor. Gianna and Li Feng led Lin Feng into the VIP room on the 7th floor. Inside the VIP room, Lin Feng saw a stunning beauty in a red cheongsam smiling widely at him. Manager Xiao? Hearing Lin Feng's question, the beautiful woman showed a puzzled expression. Gianna awkwardly coughed twice and said, Dear guest, you are mistaken. This is our boss Xiao from the Longdu Grand Hotel. Xiao Qingying pointed at Gianna. The Longdu Grand Hotel has 2 managers. One is the manager named Gianna, who oversees the hotel. Then, Xiao Qingying pointed at Li Feng. The other is the manager named Li Feng, responsible for the guest house. Alright, this is our esteemed guest, we must serve him the best tea, the finest wine, the most delicious dishes, and the best service. Yes, boss. Sister. You two hurry and take care of it. Gianna and Li Feng excused themselves directly. By the way, dear guest, why do I feel a bit familiar with you? Have we met before? Lin Feng smiled, maybe, but Boss Xiao, you look really beautiful in this cheongsam. Ha, thank you for the compliment. Thus, Lin Feng enjoyed 3 days of royal treatment at the Longdu Grand Hotel. Lin Feng was much better than an emperor. The emperor had to frequently review memorials, deal with various matters, and worry about losing the kingdom. Lin Feng had no such troubles at all. Everything was the best. The best drinking companion was Xiao Qingying, eating the best dishes, drinking the finest wine. Staying in the best room, and playing landlord with Xiao Qingying and Gianna. At night, Lin Feng danced hand in hand with these two beauties, Xiao Qingying and Jiana. Feeling tired, he was directly led to his room by Li Feng to sleep. Clothes were washed by someone special. The room was taken care of by someone professional. The hotel's dishes were never the same for each meal. He was accompanied by top-notch beauties. These 3 days were almost the happiest and most joyful days of Lin Feng's entire life. Lin Feng also met some foreigners. However, those foreigners were not like before, rude and arrogant. They treated Lin Feng with politeness, smiling faces, and some even played chess with him. Xiao Qingying and Jiana expressed strong affection for Lin Feng. Even Xiao Qingying secretly wrote love letters to Lin Feng, while Jiana brought him flowers. But Lin Feng evasively brushed it off. On the night of the third day, when Lin Feng returned to his room, he suddenly saw a figure dressed in a black robe, wearing a black hood, with a deer head mask covering their face. Although he wore a hood, the top of the hood was already torn, and the deer antlers of the mask protruded from the broken top. Lin Feng knew this was the creepy traitor, here to bring him warmth for free. We meet again. As usual, choose one from 3 things with an SSS rating. Quickly, the creepy traitor presented Lin Feng with 3 choices. One was a card called 5-Second Real Man. This card would allow Lin Feng to be immune to death for 5 seconds. The second item is bat glasses. They allow Lin Feng to see clearly around him in the dark. The third item is a skateboard, which can free Lin Feng's feet and is much faster than walking. Lin Feng set up a save point here. As long as he dies in the next ghost story, he will respawn. The benefit of setting a save point here is that if he dies in the next ghost story, he can choose more suitable items based on the situation. I'll choose the glasses. Lin Feng chose the glasses because he felt the skateboard might not be too necessary. After all, he shouldn't often go out in the ghost story world. Also, that 5-second real man, though it allows one to not die for 5 seconds, seems to hint at the man's shortcomings in some ways, which Lin Feng found a bit unpleasant. At least, he didn't want to admit he is lacking in that regard. Plus, with his system's rules for filtering errors and behaviors, he should be unlikely to die. Considering everything, the glasses were the best choice. Not bad. With these glasses, it's much easier to walk at night. Soon, the ghost story merchant disappeared. When day broke and Lin Feng was about to leave, Xiao Qingying shed reluctant tears. Are you leaving? I like you. Lin Feng gently touched Xiao Qingying's face. Okay, thank you, Boss Xiao, for your hospitality these 3 days. Then, Lin Feng took out the yin-yang fish jade pendant from the system space and handed it to Xiao Qingying. Wow, what a beautiful jade pendant. So, do you like it? It's a gift for you. Actually, this jade pendant was originally Xiao Qingying's gift to Lin Feng. If Lin Feng took it, the pendant would vanish anyway. Rather than that, it was better to let the pendant stay in this world and return to its rightful owner. Jiana hurried over, bringing Lin Feng a flower. Actually, I also like you, East Asian. Here, this is for you. Lin Feng took out the deer head costume from the system space and gave it to Jiana. It looks so lifelike. The craftsmanship of this deer head costume is amazing. I love deer. Li Feng also came to send Lin Feng off. Lin Feng took out the truth from the system space. This is for you, remember to use it to protect Boss Xiao. Thank you. Remember, take care of Boss Xiao for me. Don't worry, esteemed guest, I and Boss Xiao are like sisters. Then, other guests from the hotel also came to see Lin Feng off. Though we don't know what you will do next, we wish you smooth sailing. East Asian, we are honored to meet a friend like you. Good luck. Welcome to the Endless Night Road, your goal is to return home. Good luck, chosen one, goodbye. Lin Feng suddenly realized he was in a place of darkness. This darkness made it nearly impossible to see a finger in front of him. The audience in the Dragon Country live broadcast room saw the dim perspective, barely able to make out their surroundings. Is this the third-level ghost story? It's as dark as the night effects in movies. We can see it, but I wonder if Lin Feng can see. Lin Feng suddenly found an extra item in his hand. He carefully felt it. It seemed to be an old-fashioned handheld flashlight. Then, Lin Feng pressed the flashlight switch. A dark yellow beam shot out from the flashlight's head. It seems this flashlight should be the chosen one's guiding tool. Lin Feng used the flashlight to observe his surroundings and roughly estimated that he was on a rural path. Seeing the flashlight, the Dragon Country audience finally realized that the chosen one's perspective must be in the vast darkness. This level seems very difficult, even the flashlight has activated. Yeah, how strange. I guess the flashlight's power is limited, so I should use it sparingly. I tell you, I grew up in the countryside, I've been on night roads alone, it's very scary. Yeah, especially in remote places, walking alone at night is quite a feeling. If you see a grave mound or feel a gust of cold wind around you. That tangy feeling. Soon, Lin Feng turned off the flashlight. Wait, what is Lin Feng doing? He actually turned off the flashlight. Is he going to walk in the dark? Don't, Brother Feng, please don't. Don't talk about these remote woods. Even in the city, with streetlights on, I get scared walking alone at night. At this moment, in the live broadcast room of Pickled Vegetable Country, the chosen one, Li Zishi, was already so scared he sat on the ground. Help, help. I want to go home. I don't want to be part of this endless night road horror story. Whoa, mommy. Then, a chill wind blew by, and Li Zishi felt a chill behind his neck, scaring him into a scream. Ah! Immediately, Li Zishi fainted from fright. Wow, is this all the courage our chosen one from Pickled Vegetable Country has? Sigh, what a shame, damn it. Why am I not from Dragon Country? There were quite a few chosen ones like Li Zishi who were terrified. Lin Feng did not feel too scared. Perhaps this was due to an increase in mental strength. Lin Feng took out his bat-shaped glasses from the system space and put them on. In an instant, everything around him became clear to Lin Feng. It was almost like daytime. Lin Feng began to look around and soon discovered a signpost. The sign said, "Welcome to the Endless Night Road, Chosen One. You have fallen into the curse of darkness. Only by finding the right home can you break the curse. Please remember, on this Endless Night Road, you must also obey the rules. 1. The flashlight is a crucial item. Please conserve the battery. If the flashlight runs out, your life will be in danger. 2. There are signposts along the way that can tell you the correct way home. Of course, the signposts cannot be fully trusted and are for reference only. 3. The signposts have two types of writing, one is in red blood, and the other is in black ink. Only the black ink writing is correct. If you encounter blood writing, go the opposite way. Please carefully distinguish the blood-colored writing. The endless ink is permanent and waterproof. If you meet someone, you can choose to stay with them and charge your flashlight. Some people may really like you. Of course, there are good people and bad people. 5. Danger will increase with time. 6. If you find a house with a stone tablet in front and a conical roof, do not go inside. 7. Don't be afraid of enemies, shine your flashlight at them. 8. The wilderness is very safe, you can choose to rest outside. 9. You can never go home because you have no home, give up the struggle and become one of us. Chapter 44, Haunted Grave in the Woods, Can the Watch be saved? After reading the rules, Lin Feng received a system prompt. 2 of the 9 rules were wrong. The 8th rule said that the wilderness is safe, you can choose to rest in the wilderness. The 9th rule said that Lin Feng can never go home. It seems there are big problems here. Actually, I have a home. The rule about resting in the wilderness is also incorrect. Lin Feng felt a bit cheated. Right at the start, he lost 2 chances to receive system hints. But it's okay, after all, he found out the mistakes in advance. That counts as a precaution. Right now, Lin Feng had 2 paths in front of him and behind him. Should I go forward or backward? Lin Feng looked ahead and found a long path through the woods. As for behind him, at a slight distance, Lin Feng saw a sign. There's another sign? The sign read, "This is the starting point, please proceed forward." The viewers in the live broadcast room also sighed. I can't believe the sign was hidden behind us, this level is truly sinister. Yeah. But was this sign written in black ink or with blood? Blood is red. The ink is black. Moreover, the flashlight's light is not particularly bright, so even when the flashlight shines on it, it's hard to tell whether it's blood or ink. However, Lin Feng has his own way of distinguishing. Lin Feng stood in front of the sign and spat on his index finger. The chosen one of the Maldives, Kuroduo, is dead. The rule of horror stories will descend upon the Maldives. The chosen one of Sakura Country, Yamaguchi Ichiro, is dead. The rule of horror stories will descend upon Sakura Country. Just now, some chosen ones from certain countries have died. Some were frightened to death. Others entered the home of a female ghost and were eaten by her. And there are some determined chosen ones who relied on their willpower to resist the temptation of the female ghost. Lin Feng walked for a while and soon found himself at a crossroads. There were 2 paths to choose from ahead. In the middle of the road, there was a signpost. Just as Lin Feng was about to take a closer look at the signpost, a terrifying scream rang out. Roar! That sound was hoarse and low, sending chills down one's spine. Quickly, Lin Feng activated his bat glasses and looked ahead. On the left path, a twisted black figure was approaching Lin Feng with claws outstretched. This should be the enemy. Lin Feng recalled a rule that said to shine a flashlight on the enemy when encountered. Soon, Lin Feng turned on his flashlight and aimed it at the shadow. The shadow let out a painful scream. Immediately, the shadow turned into black smoke and vanished. Phew! A cold sweat broke out on Lin Feng's forehead. He was about to wipe his sweat when he suddenly felt something in his hand. Lin Feng looked down and found it was the watch that could tell the time. Lin Feng was a bit surprised, he didn't expect his watch to be inherited. Even in the new horror story, the watch could still be kept. He curiously glanced at the time. 23:57. After wiping away the cold sweat with his other hand, Lin Feng began to carefully observe the contents on the signpost. Chapter 45, Entering the Murderer's Home, is Lin Feng done for? The signpost read, the correct path is to the right. At the same time, there was an arrow pointing to the right. Lin Feng continued using his old method to check the signpost's truthfulness. Then he spat and put the saliva on his index finger. As he touched the signpost's writing with his spitty finger, a pungent smell of blood wafted over. Then Lin Feng saw the writing on the signpost change where his index finger had touched. This signpost is fake. I must say, the bazaar is truly cunning. Deliberately placing a monster on the left and then telling the chosen ones that the right is the correct path. Perhaps ordinary chosen ones will indeed not suspect the sign after defeating the monster on the left and will fall into the trap by taking the right path. Some foreign leaders directly and unhesitatingly used an out-of-bounds hint from a ghost, telling their nation's chosen ones how to identify the correctness of the signpost. Lin Feng stepped onto the left path. Wow, Brother Feng is so smart to think of this way to identify the signpost. If it were me, I would definitely go right. Because there's a monster on the left, when I see the sign pointing to the right, I would think the right side is safe. More than 8 hours later, Lin Feng discovered a village. Lin Feng observed closely and found the roofs of the houses were the kind of brick-tiled houses found in rural areas. They were not pointed roof houses. Maybe I can stay at a villager's home to rest for a bit. After traveling for so long, I really can't take it anymore. And I can also recharge the flashlight. If I don't recharge this time, maybe next time I won't easily come across a village. The flashlight must be kept charged. Lin Feng walked off the small road and entered the village. Look there, Brother Feng entered the village. Why do I have a bad feeling? This village in a strange world must be very dangerous. I hope Lin Feng doesn't encounter danger. Lin Feng stopped in front of the first house in the village. A voice from inside came, an old lady's voice. Outsider? What do you want? I want to borrow a place to stay, and also recharge my flashlight. You should leave, my old woman's house has no extra space. Lin Feng turned and left. Remember to be careful of the big killer. Lin Feng looked down at the road, and sure enough, there was a green path on the ground. Then, Lin Feng looked at the ground in front of the old lady's house and found it was red. This was the system giving him a hint about his actions. Fortunately, he did not enter the old lady's house. Since he had already triggered the action hint, he should follow the system's guidance and take the correct path. After walking for 10 minutes, Lin Feng arrived at a rundown door. This is the big killer's house, outsider, are you sure you want to go in? Not far away, a child glanced at Lin Feng and said. Then, an old man appeared and pulled the child away. Don't say such things, if the killer hears us, we will all die. Lin Feng was a bit confused. This was clearly the correct path guided by the system. According to the villagers, the killer was very terrifying and liked to kill people. Going to his house should get him killed. But why would the system suggest that going to the killer's house was the right choice? Although Lin Feng was a bit puzzled, he still pushed open the killer's door and walked in. Compared to existence, Lin Feng trusted the system more. Maybe the killer was misunderstood by the villagers, or perhaps those eerie figures pretending to be villagers were intentionally trying to harm the chosen one. The killer's door was not locked, and Lin Feng pushed it open. The audience in the Dragon Kingdom was very worried when they saw this. They were afraid that Lin Feng would be killed by the killer. Oh no, Brother Feng actually entered the killer's yard. I hope the killer is not at home. If Lin Feng gets killed, then our Dragon Kingdom is finished. Some foreigners were very happy. Haha, the chosen one from Dragon Kingdom has entered the killer's home, he will definitely be killed by the killer. He brought this on himself, we can't blame anyone. It's his fault, I've disliked Lin Feng for a long time. Before Lin Feng's eyes was a small courtyard. Although the courtyard was not big, it was very clean and tidy. In the yard, there was a small vegetable patch growing green vegetables. There was also a chicken coop, and the coop was filled with chickens. Suddenly, Lin Feng smelled the aroma of food. Perfect, I'm also hungry, I'll ask him if I can eat. Following the smell of food, Lin Feng arrived at the door of the inner room. The door to the inner room was also not locked, and Lin Feng pushed it open at once. So much food. Lin Feng saw a table full of dishes. Looks like this killer eats quite well. Lin Feng was now tired, hungry, and thirsty after walking for more than 8 hours. Even though his physical fitness had improved a lot, he still couldn't hold on. After all, he was not made of iron. Although it's a bit unethical to steal food, I'm just too hungry. It seems the killer is not at home. Never mind, I'll eat a little. Lin Feng put his flashlight on the ground, then picked up a pair of chopsticks from the table, grabbed a piece of meat, and began to eat. Not bad, not bad, this chicken is really delicious. After eating a piece of chicken, Lin Feng began to eat vegetables. These vegetables are also good, they should have no pesticides or food additives. Because he was really too hungry, Lin Feng lost a bit of control. Oh no, Brother Feng is actually eating at the killer's house. I hope the killer doesn't come back. Brother Feng should hurry up and leave after eating, don't let the killer find out. A table full of dishes was quickly almost gone. Then Lin Feng began to feel sleepy. There should be a bed in this room, I don't want to sleep on the floor. Soon, Lin Feng found the bedroom. Sleep, sleep, I'm so tired. Lin Feng jumped straight into bed, acting completely at home. He firmly believed that the system would not harm him. At that moment, a woman in a red trench coat with golden hair, holding a blood-dripping knife, walked into the yard. The woman looked around, seemingly searching for something. Where's Adai? Could it be that Adai went out? The food is ready, why hasn't Adai come back yet? Soon, the woman saw the door to the inner room wide open. That's strange, I clearly remember that I locked the door before I left. Soon, the woman noticed the eaten dishes on the table. Did Adai come back to eat? The audience in Longwa felt their hearts leap into their throats at this moment. What if this woman is the real killer? Look, the knife in her hand is still dripping blood. Yes, she probably just killed someone and came back. But the villagers said it was a giant who was the killer. Could it be a killer couple? Suddenly, a sound of snoring came from Lin Feng. Following the sound, the woman approached Lin Feng's bed. It turns out it's not Adai, but someone else. The woman stared at Lin Feng on the bed, her fury boiling. How dare he eat the food I made for Adai, despicable. Some foreigners were ecstatic at this moment. Kill him. Ha, this woman should also be a killer, I bet she'll finish off Lin Feng. Eating food from a killer and sleeping in a killer's bed, if Lin Feng doesn't die, I'll crash my head, baka. Some audience members in Longwa had already started writing their wills. Ah, it's over. Now Lin Feng is definitely dead, the killer's wife is back. I can't watch anymore, my heart is going to give out. The woman raised the knife and brought it down fiercely. Chapter 46, Adai's Past, The Truth About the Killer? However, just as the knife was about to strike Lin Feng, it stopped. Ah, Adai doesn't like to hurt others. Then, the woman quietly left. The audience in Longwa let out a sigh of relief. Phew, that scared me to death. I didn't expect that woman to stop. She said Adai doesn't like to hurt others. I think it's because of Adai, and she loves Adai, so she couldn't bring herself to kill Lin Feng. At this moment, in the courtyard, the woman waited quietly. Soon, a 2-meter giant walked in, holding a big fish. Seeing the giant, the woman kindly called out. Adai. Adai nodded and smiled at the woman. By the way, Adai, we have a visitor. Adai showed a puzzled expression. It's a stranger, and he ate the food I made for you, and slept in my bed. The woman revealed a look of grievance. No, it's fine. Then, Adai extended a hand, pointing to the chicken coop. Chicken, kill chicken, guest. The woman shook her head helplessly. Adai is just like that, he doesn't want to hurt anyone. The woman knows Adai's temperament very well. When Lin Feng woke up, he smelled the delicious aroma of meat. So fragrant. Soon, Lin Feng put on his bat glasses, got off the bed, and went to the inner room. A woman in a red trench coat stared at Lin Feng and asked. You're awake? How did you sleep on my bed? At this moment, Lin Feng felt quite embarrassed. I'm a traveler from outside the village. I've been on the road for over 8 hours, and I was really exhausted. I accidentally stumbled into your home, The woman smiled. Well, for an outsider to stumble into our home is quite impressive. I'm sorry. It's fine. If you had gone to other villagers' homes, you would probably be a corpse by now. The woman picked up a bowl of chicken from the table and placed it in front of Lin Feng. Eat, Adai specifically had this killed for you. Then thank Adai very much. After finishing the meal, Lai knew. Lin Feng expressed a wish to thank Adai in person. The woman was worried that Adai would scare Lin Feng, as Adai didn't want to hurt anyone. Lin Feng didn't mind and insisted on meeting Adai. However, under Lin Feng's insistence, Adai still came out. At first, when Lin Feng saw Adai, he was also startled. He had never seen a person so ugly, so terrifying, so haunting. Adai's face looked like that of a heavily burned patient, one eye protruding in and out. He had no hair and a scar on his face. Adai smiled at Lin Feng, but it was a very chilling smile. Hello, my name is Lin Feng, thank you for your hospitality. I'm sorry for the trouble I caused you. I'm sorry. Lin Feng extended his hand to A Dai, wanting to shake hands with him. A Dai also extended his hand to Lin Feng. The two shook hands. They all call me A Dai, nice to meet you. Lin Feng didn't expect that A Dai, so ugly, so terrifying, so creepy, had such a good heart. Mom said, smile, be kind to the world, pity the poor. Where is your mom? Big fire, mom, gone. A Dai began to feel a little uncomfortable, as if Lin Feng's question reminded him of his mom. Lin Feng boldly guessed the meaning of A Dai's words. They caused a big fire that burned A Dai's mom to death. The woman said, I have charged your flashlight, chosen one. Thank you. Lin Feng originally planned to leave directly, but he ate at A Dai's home and drank at A Dai's home. If he just left like this, he would feel guilty. Lin Feng felt he had to do something for A Dai. So, Lin Feng asked the woman about A Dai's past. The woman hesitated for a moment and finally told Lin Feng. A Dai was from this village, and his father was a bachelor who used to herd cows. A Dai's mother was a college student bought by A Dai's father from human traffickers. When A Dai's mother was first bought into this village, she thought about escaping. What she got instead was A Dai's father's brutal beating. And the villagers kept a close watch on A Dai's mother. A Dai's mother never managed to escape. Later, when A Dai's mother got pregnant with A Dai, she resigned to her fate. At first, A Dai's father and family were very happy to see they had a son. But later, when A Dai's father discovered A Dai was mentally challenged, A Dai's mother faced an even more hellish life. A Dai's life was not easy either. A Dai's father took out his anger on A Dai's mother, and A Dai's mother took out her anger on A Dai. As for the grandparents, they acted as if nothing mattered to them and remained indifferent to everything. A Dai loved his parents very much, even if his mother beat him, he didn't resent her. Later, his mother stopped hitting A Dai. But his mother still suffered beatings from his father. Later, A Dai began to protect his mother, and eventually his father stopped beating her. His mother also began to educate A Dai properly. And she told A Dai that not everyone in the world was a bad person. There are also good people in the world. A Dai should smile at the world and be kind to the poor, like her. Later, A Dai's grandparents passed away. A simple funeral was held. Later, A Dai grew up and met Lusha from the village. Lusha, with a big belly, cried and pleaded with A Dai. Because she was pregnant by a scoundrel and wanted A Dai to be her savior, even promising to marry him. Seeing her pitiful state reminded A Dai of his mother's words, so he became her savior. Later, Lusha's parents came to A Dai's house, forcing A Dai's parents to give them money. A Dai's parents refused. They knew very well what kind of person A Dai was, he was clearly being framed. In the end, Lusha's family made threats and then left. A period of safe days passed. One time, A Dai encountered a homeless little girl being bullied by the village chief's son. A Dai felt pity for the little girl and stood up for her, saving her. But he angered the village chief's son. Later, the village chief's son teamed up with some villagers and set fire to A Dai's house while the family was sleeping. A Dai's whole family was burned to death. The little girl was very sad. The little girl stayed in the village to guard A Dai's grave. But the village chief's son looked at the little girl and became greedy. He bullied the little girl. Perhaps A Dai's soul, seeing the little girl being bullied, wanted to protect her, leading to an obsession that turned him into a ghost. Even as a ghost, A Dai still didn't want to hurt those people. Later, the ghost A Dai lived together with the little girl. The grown-up little girl married A Dai. DUI let those people go, but that doesn't mean the little girl let them go. So, when the little girl grew up, she often killed people. And those who were killed were the ones who bullied DUI and harmed him. Later, a legend spread in the village that DUI was a killer. After hearing about DUI's experiences, Lin Feng was very angry. Is there something I can do for you? DUI spoke, chosen one, time, be quick. The woman said, if possible, I hope you can promise me one thing. Lin Feng asked, what is it? The village chief's family is dead, DUI has avenged his great hatred, so I hope you can give me a promise. What promise? The scum woman, Lu Sha, from years ago, if you see her, I hope you can kill her. Lin Feng nodded, don't worry, I promise you, if I see that scum woman Lu Sha, I will definitely kill her. DUI shook her head. Time, let's go. Alright, then goodbye. Wait, hold on. DUI called to Lin Feng. Water, food, eat on the way. Soon, DUI made the woman prepare a water bag and pack meals for Lin Feng. And so, Lin Feng bid farewell to DUI and her family. Chapter 47, The Invisible Monster Behind the Unstable Bridge. The audience in the Dragon Country also felt emotional. Alas, fate is really unfair to DUI. Actually, it's not bad, DUI could marry such a virtuous wife, it's good people getting good rewards. Everyone must not learn from DUI, especially at times like this. Me too. I also really admire DUI, but I don't dare to learn from him. Lin Feng put the food and water bag that DUI gave him into the system warehouse. Just 20 meters out of DUI's house. Look, that person actually came out of the giant killer's house. He must also be a killer, otherwise, why wouldn't the giant killer attack him? My family was killed by the killer, kill him, avenge my family. Several villagers suddenly blocked Lin Feng's path. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh, truly, poor mountains and rivers produce wicked people. I'll kill you, killer. A villager rushed at Lin Feng with a kitchen knife. If it weren't for his bat glasses, he wouldn't be able to see the surroundings at all. Lin Feng even suspected that these villagers could see clearly around them. In the villagers' eyes, there was no darkness at all. The audience in the Dragon Country's livestream also felt anxious for Lin Feng. Wow, these villagers are really too much. What's going on here? They are casually finding reasons to attack Lin Feng. I think it's the world will of the strange talk world, not wanting Lin Feng to leave safely. Soon, a 70-year-old villager picked up a kitchen knife and ran toward Lin Feng. My son was killed by the giant killer, since I don't dare to offend him, and you are his accomplice, then I'll kill you first. Lin Feng was unarmed, hesitated for a moment, then turned on his flashlight and aimed it at the villager. Ah! The villager let out a tragic scream and then dissipated into black smoke. In fact, Lin Feng shining the flashlight at the villager was because of that rule. The rule stated that he could shine the flashlight at the enemy. Although the villagers looked like humans, unlike those black shadows or monsters, they were enemies and fit that rule. This killer is even more terrifying, let's run. Yeah. Help. Those villagers saw how strong Lin Feng was and ran away. Lin Feng had no intention of letting them go. Quickly, Lin Feng picked up the flashlight and shone it at those villagers. Ah. Help. We're going to die. After dealing with those villagers, Lin Feng left. In the distance, the woman in the red coat looked at Lin Feng with a knife in hand. Stay alive, chosen one. DUI also looked at Lin Feng's departing back, showing a friendly smile. Alright, DUI, soon we will eat fish. Fish, eat fish, DUI likes, eat fish. The woman slapped her head. I forgot to tell that chosen one. My name is Elena. Lin Feng arrived at the path. He turned back to glance at Adai's house. Oh, what a pity, there is no so-called gate to the afterlife in this strange world. Otherwise, I would help Adai change his fate. I still need to save some power for the glasses. Lin Feng continued his old routine, conserving the power of his glasses. While Lin Feng was sleeping, more chosen ones from different countries died. They mistakenly entered the villager's house, and were secretly harmed by the villagers. In fact, they didn't want to go into the village. But the flashlight was running low on power. It flickered, as if it would extinguish soon. They had no choice but to muster their courage and enter the village. After walking for a while, Lin Feng came to an intersection again. This time, there were actually 3 roads to choose from. One road was to the left, one road was straight ahead, and one road was to the right. Lin Feng also noticed a signboard. At that moment, hurried footsteps suddenly appeared behind Lin Feng. The footsteps were very quick. Lin Feng opened his bat glasses and found nothing. The footsteps also disappeared. Then, Lin Feng turned his head again. He heard the footsteps again. It seemed the footsteps were getting closer to him. Oh no, look quickly, it's a transparent enemy. Yes, a transparent enemy. What should Lin Feng do now? What to do when you can't see? I'm so anxious. From the audience's perspective, they could clearly see a transparent monster quickly approaching Lin Feng. It was about 5 meters away. The leaders of the Dragon Country were also very anxious. Hurry, send a warning to Lin Feng, just say there is a transparent monster. Although a hint from the outside was very precious, Lin Feng's life was more precious. Just as the people of the Dragon Country were ready to send a hint to Lin Feng, he suddenly turned around. So you want to play tricks with me, huh? Lin Feng was sure there must be an enemy behind him. That rule was really tricky, it said to encounter, not to see. Encountering and seeing are 2 different concepts. Seeing doesn't necessarily mean encountering, and encountering doesn't necessarily mean seeing. Since I can't see, then I'll use area damage. Lin Feng picked up the flashlight and started to shoot around. Soon, a spot started emitting black smoke. Found it. Then, Lin Feng continued to shine the light on that spot. Ah! With a scream, the transparent monster turned into a burst of black smoke and vanished. Solved it. The leaders of the Dragon Country also breathed a sigh of relief. No need to send a hint, save a chance. The people of the Dragon Country also sighed in relief. I didn't expect that Lin Feng is more powerful than we imagined. Yes, Lin Feng actually knows to shoot around to find the location of the transparent monster and then eliminate it. Lin Feng truly deserves to be my dream man. I really want to stick my dream man's photo on my bedside, so I can see him every time I wake up. After defeating the transparent monster, one path directly disappeared. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. The reason he was so sure there was a monster was that he smelled the stench from it. Being blind doesn't affect my pursuit of enemies at all, because I can smell the stench on them. Lin Feng suddenly remembered this saying. His physical quality had increased by 60%, which naturally included his sense of smell. It seems that there was a ghost hitting the wall just now. Luckily I killed that monster, otherwise I would have made the wrong choice in panic. This third round is really dangerous, phew. Lin Feng felt some pressure. I must hurry, time is tight. The signboard was still pointing in one direction, and Lin Feng quickly determined the correct path. Since the appearance of the transparent monster, Lin Feng became even more vigilant. What if another transparent monster suddenly appeared behind him? To be prepared for sudden situations, Lin Feng intended to keep the bat glasses on at all times. He must be cautious. If the bat glasses ran out of power, he would consider using the flashlight. After traveling a long distance again, Lin Feng arrived in front of a wooden suspension bridge. The wooden suspension bridge is about 20 meters long and looks very old. Underneath the bridge is a river, about 10 meters high from the bridge surface. Lin Feng feels uneasy and tries to find a way around. But he realizes that on both sides, the river stretches endlessly, and there is no other bridge. Do I have to tough it out and go across? But this suspension bridge looks really old, it shouldn't be very stable. What if I step on it and fall into the river? Lin Feng decides to give it a try. He first shines his flashlight on the bridge. The bridge shows no signs of change. It's not that the enemy has transformed. Then Lin Feng steps 1 foot onto the bridge. It's okay, the bridge seems solid. Maybe I can walk across. Then he puts his other foot on the suspension bridge. Suddenly, without warning, the suspension bridge shatters. Lin Feng reacts quickly and grabs a rope next to the suspension bridge with one hand. Looks like it's a dangerous bridge. Then Lin Feng uses the rope beside the bridge to slowly return to the shore. Phew, luckily Feng Ge reacted quickly, otherwise, I would have fallen. Is this a challenge for humans? It's clearly just a suspension bridge, and it's unstable, how do we cross it? Exactly, this difficulty is too insane. Chapter 48, A Dai helps Lin Feng cross the bridge in a heavy rainstorm. Lin Feng falls into deep thought. If this bridge is so unstable, then I can't just walk over it. The rope seems pretty sturdy, it might hold my weight. If I can use the rope to cross the bridge, maybe it will work. Lin Feng prepares to move across the rope. But over 20 meters, crossing on a rope would be a huge torment for a person. It will definitely consume a lot of energy. If I'm not careful, I might fall into the river. Could this really be a dead end? Lin Feng believes there can't be a situation with no way out, there must be some clue around. If this is a dead end, why not just kill the chosen one directly? Why make it so complicated and take unnecessary steps? Soon, Lin Feng begins to search. After searching for a while, Lin Feng finds a note. Congratulations, you have found this note. You must have seen the suspension bridge in front of you. Of course, sometimes, crossing the bridge also requires following rules. Please remember the following rules for crossing the bridge, they may help you. 1. This bridge is not meant for the living, if you are not the correct person to cross, the consequences are yours to bear. 2. Do not touch the bridge ropes for more than a minute, otherwise, the consequences are yours to bear. 3. You can choose to let some crossers take you across, but the premise is that you have to meet the conditions to let them take you. 4. Be careful not to stare into the river below for too long, otherwise, you will lose yourself. 5. While crossing, if you hear someone calling your name, you must not look back or respond. 6. While crossing, do not open your eyes, otherwise, the consequences are yours to bear. 7. You cannot successfully cross the bridge because you are not the person meant to cross. Lin Feng soon realizes that the 6th rule is incorrect. Wow, I've already used up the 3rd chance to challenge an error. Lin Feng feels a bit helpless, the system will point out any erroneous rules and automatically consume the attempts. Sigh, I wonder if the 7th rule is correct. Lin Feng and the audience suddenly understand everything. So that's it, this bridge isn't meant for the living. It should be for ghosts. Is Feng Ge going to be stuck at the bridge? Lin Feng is now a bit at a loss. Not meant for the living. If A Dai were here, maybe he could help me cross. Lin Feng can only wait anxiously. After a while, a figure appears. Young man, do you want to cross the bridge? Lin Feng looks and sees a skinny old man. Give me one of your arms to eat, and I will help you cross the bridge. What do you think? Immediately, Lin Feng took out his flashlight and shone it at the old man, who let out a terrible scream and turned into black smoke, vanishing away. Humph, just a starving ghost, I can see through your little tricks. I can never agree to the starving ghost. The price of losing an arm to have the starving ghost help me cross the bridge is simply not worth it. Lin Feng was unwilling to suffer a loss either. What if the starving ghost gets greedy, takes an arm from me and still doesn't help me cross the bridge? It seems I can only shamelessly go back to ask A Dai for help. A Dai is also a ghost, but a kind-hearted one. Just as Lin Feng was preparing to turn back to find A Dai. Step aside, the shadow soldiers are passing. Lin Feng stepped back a bit. Soon, a gust of cold wind howled past. I didn't expect there to be a living person here. Looks like he needs to cross the bridge. Why not, considering he is very polite and a living person, we help him. No need, a very handsome big guy is coming from behind, he will help him, no need to trouble us. Then, the voice of the shadow soldiers disappeared. Lin Feng heard the discussions of the shadow soldiers. A big guy? Could it be that A Dai is coming to help me? I was supposed to go find A Dai. If that's the case, then I don't need to go find A Dai. Just as Lin Feng was pondering this, a female voice came from behind. Wait a moment, don't cross the bridge yet. Please wait. Lin Feng turned his head and saw A Dai and the woman in the red trench coat in the distance. A Dai is still so enthusiastic. Lin Feng felt somewhat touched. A Dai is truly a good ghost. Indeed. I didn't expect A Dai to come. Ah, what a pity. I am a director, and I suddenly want to shoot a TV series called A Dai's Happy Life. A Dai's experiences are so sad, my TV series will avoid A Dai's sadness. A Dai and Alina came to Lin Feng's side. Great, you didn't go. Sorry, I have to trouble you again. A Dai smiled, it's okay, the chosen one, the poor one, must be treated kindly. Then, A Dai squatted down, and Alina signaled Lin Feng to get on. By the way, A Dai suddenly thought you might want to cross the bridge, so A Dai came to help you. Also, please remember my name, I am Alina. A Dai has a name too, he is called Fraint. Okay, thank you, Alina, Fraint. By the way, do you have any wishes? A Dai spoke, Mom, Dad, Grandpa, Grandma, Alina, the family, all well. Alina also said, A Dai's wish is my wish too. By the way, what happened before was too forced, I apologize. The world is too big, maybe that bad girl is difficult to find. Soon, A Dai carried Lin Feng on his back. Cross the bridge, farewell. Chosen one, take care and live on. Thank you, I hope that one day, A Dai, you can fulfill your wish. Thank you, may there be no bullying in the world, and everyone be well. Soon, A Dai brought Lin Feng to the other side of the bridge. I can only send you this far, goodbye. Goodbye, Mr. Fraint, Ms. Alina, may your wishes come true. And so, Lin Feng crossed the suspension bridge with A Dai's help. Lin Feng knew he owed A Dai, also known as Fraint, a favor. Forget it, I will talk about it if there is an opportunity in the future. After traveling for a while, Lin Feng noticed that the surroundings seemed to be getting more prosperous. It felt like he was gradually entering the suburbs. However, Lin Feng had a bad feeling rising in his heart. At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly felt the bat glasses turn off. Looks like the battery is dead, I can only use the flashlight to continue. Just then, a thunder rumbled in the sky. Immediately after, heavy rain began to pour. From time to time, there were thunder and lightning. Ah, what bad luck! In the moment of thunder, Lin Feng found the surroundings suddenly bright as day. But shortly after, the surroundings fell back into darkness. The rain is too heavy. It seems I need to quickly find a place to avoid the rain. Flashlight. Lin Feng was a little worried that the flashlight might get wet and break. Soon, Lin Feng put the flashlight into the system space. Now it was pitch dark, and Lin Feng couldn't see anything or dare to turn on the flashlight. What if I take out the flashlight and it gets ruined by the rain? At that moment, a voice came from somewhere. It's raining. Time to go home and gather the clothes. By the way, young man, do you need to avoid the rain? The rain is so heavy, it seems you must be from out of town. Lin Feng didn't care much anymore. Let's take a gamble. As I said, the rules of the bizarre tales cannot lead to certain death. If there is certain death, why not just kill the chosen one from the start? It wouldn't be so complicated. Wow, it's raining. Brother Feng is really unlucky. Just arrived in the suburbs and it's raining, how annoying. I hope Brother Feng can get through this. Lin Feng said to the old lady. Alright, thank you, Grandma. It's no trouble. But Grandma, I can't see the road. It's okay, I'll hold you. Whether this old lady is a good person, Lin Feng did not know. But right now, Lin Feng had no choice, he could only take a gamble. Hopefully, this old lady is a good person. Chapter 49, Empty Nest Elderly, The Blessing of the Deities. Lin Feng was pulled into the old lady's house. Thank you, Grandma. Young people speak so sweetly. The old lady pressed a switch, and the room instantly lit up. At that moment, Lin Feng noticed that this was a hunchbacked figure, probably over 80 years old. With silver hair and a face full of wrinkles, but she was full of spirit. However, a hint of sadness occasionally brushed across the old lady's face. It seems this rain won't last too long, it should stop soon. Let me pour you a cup of tea to warm you up. As the old lady left, Lin Feng noticed a photo of a little girl hanging on the wall. The little girl looked about 13 or 14, very cute. After a while, the old lady came back with tea. Young man, I don't have much to entertain you with, I hope you won't laugh at me. Lin Feng smiled, it's no problem, Grandma. Are you looking at Jenny? Lin Feng nodded. The old lady began to chat with Lin Feng about her life. Oh, that Jenny really annoys me, ever since she started high school, she hasn't come back in 2 years. A hint of sadness appeared on the old lady's face. However, Lin Feng felt something odd, the old lady's face was pale. She looked very cold, as if her eyes were lifeless and devoid of vitality. Soon, Lin Feng felt something was wrong. This old lady is not a living person. Even Elena doesn't have such eyes. Lin Feng became immediately alert. Yes, Grandma, after all, high school is quite demanding, that's normal. You're right, her parents never care about this old woman. Maybe they have some unspeakable difficulties. Relax, child, there's no need to be nervous. Lin Feng had a sip of tea and found that he felt much better, and the fatigue from his journey vanished. After chatting with the old lady for a while, Lin Feng realized that she seemed to mean no harm. He felt relieved. It seemed the old lady was just a lonely empty nest elderly. Lin Feng learned that the old lady could not stop worrying about her only granddaughter, Jenny. Jenny's parents were out working and had left Jenny with the old lady. Jenny's parents would send money home every month, but the old lady just wanted to see Jenny and her daughter and son-in-law. Gradually, the rain began to lessen. It's expected that in about half an hour, the rain will stop. Young man, you should hurry on your way. Okay, Grandma. Half an hour later, the rain indeed stopped. Grandma, I'll be leaving now. There are a lot of bad people on the road, so you must be careful, you've already covered more than half the distance. By the way, Grandma, do you know where my home is? Lin Feng planned to ask. Let's see if this old lady knows her own home. The old lady hesitated for a moment, then said, Your family should recognize you, they might be waiting for you at the door, perhaps. Thank you, Grandma, by the way, if I'm not mistaken, you are not alive, right? Ah, young man, you are indeed right. I am quite unlucky, I died and no one helped me with my body. Do you need me to help you with your burial, Grandma? Ah, the burial is not urgent, thank you for your kindness, young man. By the way, young man, can you help me with a favor? Grandma, just say it. I miss my granddaughter, Jenny. I really want to see her. Can you help me send her a letter? I just want to see my granddaughter, we haven't met for 2 years. Lin Feng agreed to the old lady's request. Soon, the old lady handed Lin Feng an envelope. She told Lin Feng where his granddaughter Jenny's school was. She even pointed the way for him. Lin Feng picked up the letter, turned on his flashlight, and left. I hope Jenny can receive my letter, and I also hope she doesn't look down on me because I'm a dead person. I also hope that young man can live. Lin Feng walked for a while and when he reached an intersection, he was in trouble. Because the route the old lady pointed out to Lin Feng was wrong. Should I deliver the letter or not? It's giving me a headache. Deliver it, but it's the wrong one. Not deliver it, but this is an empty nester's hope. Suddenly, I thought of the first strange tale world, my grandmother. In the end, Lin Feng gritted his teeth and made up his mind to deliver the letter. Even if it was the wrong path, he would still go. Do what he could, if he encountered danger, he would just return the way he came. Wow, Fenggu really dares to deliver the letter. Yes, Fenggu is really too brave. I have a bad feeling about this. However, Lin Feng didn't notice at all, as he stepped onto that wrong path, a gust of wind seemed to be under his feet, making him walk swiftly. After just a while, Lin Feng arrived at a high school. The guard saw Lin Feng was unfamiliar, so he asked, Who are you? Lin Feng took out the old lady's letter. Uncle, can you help me with a favor? A grandmother hasn't seen her granddaughter in 2 years, and I want to deliver this letter to her. Alright, please wait a moment. Soon, the guard took out a keypad phone and asked Lin Feng, What is her name? Jenny. The guard nodded. I think I have some memory of her, she is a very studious child. The guard quickly dialed a phone number. Is this Miss Smith? Please let Jenny from your class come out, someone is looking for her for an important matter. In no time, a girl around 16 or 17 came rushing over. The girl was indeed Jenny. Jenny looked at Lin Feng in confusion. Are you looking for me? You haven't visited in 2 years, take some time to see your grandmother. By the way, this is what your grandmother asked me to give you. Jenny took the letter from Lin Feng and burst into tears. Whoa, indeed, ever since I started high school and the workload increased, I haven't seen grandma. Even during the winter and summer breaks, I just stayed in a rental house to study. Thank you, big brother. Your grandmother really misses you, take some time to see her. I'll be leaving first. After delivering the letter, Lin Feng hurried back. After all, the longer he delayed, the greater the danger. Suddenly, a voice appeared in Lin Feng's mind. You did what I wanted to do but dared not do, making up for a part of my regret. I am very happy, so I will give you my blessing. The system's voice also rang out. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving the blessing of the deity. Deity's blessing, unexpected things will happen under certain special circumstances. Lin Feng was a bit surprised, he didn't expect that his unintentional act would actually receive the blessing of the deity in this world. Chapter 50 Urban Rules, Executing the Scum Woman. Just when Lin Feng was happy, he suddenly found himself back at the previous intersection. Keep going. Lin Feng chose the right path. Not far along, Lin Feng discovered many monsters. It seems I've delayed for a bit too long. After using his flashlight to eliminate those monsters, Lin Feng continued on his way. However, he did not realize the road had shrunk down to inches. After a while, Lin Feng found himself in the urban area. Surrounded by tall buildings and bustling shops. The streetlights illuminated the area, but the streets were eerily silent, almost empty of people. It felt like a city at 12 midnight, giving off an indescribable vibe. Since there are streetlights, I should not need to use my flashlight for now, save some battery. Soon, Lin Feng noticed a sign that read, Urban Night Road Rules. Welcome to the urban area, your home is hidden inside the city, hurry and find it. 1. When you step into this urban area and see new rules, all previous rules are void. 2. Note, the color of the streetlight is yellow, if you see a streetlight of red color, laugh loudly until the light returns to yellow. 3. In this urban area, there is no strange-shaped man following you, if you see him, run hard to where there are people. 4. Laughter will catch its attention, it really likes laughter. 5. No matter what happens, never leave the streetlight, unless you see your home. 6. You may encounter other people, you can choose to ignore them or interact, but remember, stay cautious. 7. Those are not your family, oh no, those are your tomb dwellers who love you dearly, they can't wait. 8. Laugh if you feel like it, maybe it's the last time. 9. You cannot escape the curse, accept your fate, you can only fall into endless night unless you find and enter your true home to break the curse. After reading the rules on the sign, Lin Feng fell into contemplation. He began to analyze each rule carefully. The audience in the Dragon Country's live broadcast room was also puzzled. This is impossible, a new rule directly invalidating all previous rules? This is ridiculous. Exactly. The expert group from the Dragon Country was also in a dilemma. What is the probability of the first rule being true? 50%. Impossible, this is absolutely nonsense because the urban area is also part of the Endless Night Road. Even if new rules appear in the urban area, they should still comply with the Endless Night Road rules. Any road that hasn't been walked home is the Endless Night Road. How about we discuss this with the leaders? The experts began to consult with the leaders of the Dragon Country. The leader of the Dragon Country rubbed his dark circles and said, send Lin Feng a hint, just as you think. But this is the only chance for an outdoor hint. Then let's wait a little longer and see what the situation is for the chosen ones from other countries. Soon, the experts discovered the chosen ones from other countries. They had not yet reached the urban area. Strange, how did they cross the bridge? A Dragon Country expert asked curiously. Soon, a barrage of comments replied. Those shadow soldiers are good, they really help when needing to cross the bridge. Yes. Just wait a little longer, when the shadow soldiers appear, they will help cross the bridge. Some chosen ones from other countries had their arms eaten by hungry ghosts before they could cross the bridge. The experts couldn't help but exclaim, our Dragon Country's chosen ones have it the easiest. My God, when did a person from the Dragon Country sneak in? After a period of analysis, Lin Feng arrived at some conclusions. First, do not laugh, if you laugh, it will notice you, leading to unimaginable consequences. Second, the 7th rule suggests the possibility of fake homes. In other words, they might encounter fake homes and fake family members. However, Lin Feng had some doubts about whether the first rule was true or not. Forget it, let's keep going, time is tight. After walking for a while, Lin Feng heard a woman's voice. Help me. Who can save me? Under the light of the street lamp, Lin Feng saw a woman. The woman was in her 30s. Please, help me, you must save me. The woman came up to Lin Feng. please, you have to save me. How can I save you? There's a strange man following me. After the woman spoke, she pointed behind her. At that moment, the woman's phone rang. The woman immediately hid behind Lin Feng, pretending nothing was wrong as she answered the phone. Hello, where have you been? Dear, I was wrong. Ha, so you know you were wrong? My whole life has been ruined by your sweet words. If I hadn't tricked that fool from our village into being my fall guy, my life would have been over. Dear, come back. Come pick me up, a man is following me, with bad intentions, you better hurry. The woman then hung up the phone. Lin Feng was very confused. What did the village fool and the fall guy mean? Die? Lin Feng asked tentatively. Yes, that's him, that fool is really ridiculous. So easy to trick. But later he died in a big fire, and then he actually came back as a ghost. That was really scary. Fortunately, I no longer live in that village. The woman chatted boastfully in front of Lin Feng, as if tricking Dai was something to brag about. At this moment, Lin Feng also saw the strange man not far ahead. The man's head was tilted, and his body trembled violently. He didn't seem to walk much, yet he was moving quickly. He's coming, you have to save me. Lin Feng used his flashlight to shine on the strange man. Sure enough, the strange man let out a painful scream, then turned into a cloud of black smoke and disappeared. Thank you, you are so great, even better than my husband. After saying that, the woman leaned against Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng blocked her with one hand. What are you doing? Taking your life. The woman suddenly froze. She thought she still had charm, and this man should be moved by her, but why would he say he wanted to kill her? You must be joking, right? Receiving kindness and doing things for others is a very normal thing. How can you have the heart to make a move on me, a beautiful woman? Lin Feng directly grabbed the woman's neck. Help, quickly let go, brother. After a while, the woman stopped breathing, and her body fell down with a loud thud. Dai, I have avenged you. Chapter 51, Traps Everywhere. At this moment, Lin Feng began to doubt the rules in the city. Since the flashlight could kill the strange man, it proved that the rules of the Endless Night Road were still in effect, not invalidated. If so, then the first rule in the city must be wrong. The system usage was exhausted, and Lin Feng had to analyze it himself. He dared not joke with his life, he had to take it seriously. Although analyzing the rules will take some time, I can afford this little time. It seems that all the previous rules are completely invalid. This is incorrect. At least the 7th rule on the Endless Night Road, shining the flashlight at enemies, is still valid. Lin Feng also felt that the 2nd and 4th rules had problems. The 2nd rule emphasized that the light of the streetlights was yellow. If it turned red, that meant there was a problem with the streetlight. Encountering this situation would make the 2nd rule laughable, but the 4th rule stated that it liked laughter. According to Lin Feng's understanding, this could be understood as the world will of this bizarre world. Just like the will of the first bizarre world, that kind of existence. Since it likes laughter so much, laughter should attract its attention. This should lead to uncontrollable consequences, affecting the way home. So, one cannot laugh. As for the streetlight turning red, it should be due to a problem with self-awareness, or it has been polluted. Cognition has issues, then one laughs, and even laughs out loud. Laughing out loud is unreasonable. The more Lin Feng analyzes, the more he feels that the 2nd rule is a trap. The 3rd rule is also a trap. Maybe for the natives of this strange world, this rule is correct. But Lin Feng is the chosen one, not a native of this strange world. His situation should be different from that of the natives. For example, those villagers, Lin Feng seriously doubts that the world in their eyes is pitch black. The 5th rule should be correct. It is precisely because of the 5th rule that Lin Feng feels the 3rd is a trap. What if somewhere with people just happens to be outside the streetlight? Then wouldn't he be violating the rule? The cost of breaking the rules, Lin Feng still remembers clearly. At least in the first strange world. Lin Feng remembers he almost died. One cannot go out during the day. Back then, Lin Feng chose to take risks to clear the level early. Though with Annie's glasses helping, it still attracted the world's will to target him. The security guard, that 2-meter-tall woman, and the profound malice from the natives of this world. Later, the means used against Lin Feng were extremely varied. Military force was even brought into play. Lin Feng even confirmed that perhaps nuclear weapons could come out later. If it weren't for the wind-up bear given by Annie and his mom's desperate protection, he might have died. At that time, he went out without looking down at his own feet. Though he was rescued later, he was still polluted. Lin Feng believes that the 6th rule should have no issue either. The 7th rule is also a hint, suggesting to be careful of problematic homes or family. As for the 8th rule, this is a rule meant to confuse people. Regardless of its truth, Lin Feng feels it's best not to laugh. The 8th rule has a vague feeling of leading people to give up, also filled with traps. The 9th rule should suggest the way to clear this strange world. It is basically the same as the previous information he was told. The goal is to return home. Continue on the road. The audience from the Dragon Country was very surprised. I didn't expect Lin Feng to analyze the problematic rules so quickly. Yeah. That weird man was really scary, but it also indicated a situation. The rules of the Endless Night continue to apply in the city. That phone was really a godsend, directly exposing that bad woman. I estimate that the bad woman must have left home in anger. Then, after leaving home, she encountered the weird man chasing her and came to seek Lin Feng's help. At the same time, some foreigners were very unwilling. Those countries had directly used their one-time hint opportunity, telling their country's contestant which route to choose. This resulted in the loss of their hint opportunity. But the conclusion Lin Feng analyzed later was very important. They could only be anxious. Lin Feng walked for a while and encountered a group of monsters. Indeed, as time goes on, the danger grows greater. In the distance, a dense group of monsters rushed towards Lin Feng. Roar! The roar of the monster crowd was deafening. Lin Feng wasted no time and turned on his flashlight to attack the monsters. Fortunately, the flashlight was powerful enough. After eliminating the group of monsters, Lin Feng walked for a while and came to an intersection. There were 3 roads. 3 roads? Why do I feel a familiar pattern? Soon, Lin Feng picked up the flashlight and swept it behind him. Sure enough, a transparent monster was eliminated by Lin Feng. Then, 1 road out of the 3 disappeared. If the previous rules are universal, then it means road signs should exist too. We must find the road signs. At that moment, Lin Feng vaguely heard whispers beside his ear. House prices have risen again, sigh. Yeah. Following the sound, Lin Feng turned his head. He saw 2 people walking out from a building in the city. One was a plump woman in her 40s, still full of charm. The other was a middle-aged, bald man with glasses. The 2 spoke as they walked. Those experts predicted that house prices would drop, but they keep rising. Exactly. I initially thought about waiting for the prices to drop a lot before buying, but it seems the prices keep climbing. We better hurry up and apply for a loan to buy a house. A loan requires collateral. At first glance, it seemed like a middle-aged couple complaining about house prices. But Lin Feng noticed they completely ignored him and walked towards the road on the left. We have to buy, we must take a loan for the house. We're both 23, at the age to get married. But the cost of the loan is something we can't afford. What a useless coward, how could I have been so blind to fall for you back then? You used to be so good, brave, and handsome. Now you've turned into a pig and lost your courage. The man seemed unwilling to argue with the woman. Alright, you decide, I support you. For our son's wedding, we must take a loan for this house, it's worth working extra shifts. The man sighed, after all the hard work we put into building our family business, in the end, it becomes cheap for that monster at home. The woman replied, there's no way around it, he's our own flesh and blood. We must be responsible for him. The middle-aged couple then disappeared down the left road. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. At 23, able-bodied, why do they still need to rely on a woman to take out loans for a house and marriage? A man should stand tall and firm. Wait, it seems house prices really are climbing. At this moment, Lin Feng subconsciously stepped onto the left road. P.S. There are too many typos, I need to correct them these days. Today I finally finished the last chapter. This strange tale is nearing its end. Chapter 52, Fake Home and Family, the Mirror People of the Cleanup. However, after walking for a while, Lin Feng stopped. In front of powerful mental strength, strange tricks seemed utterly useless. Trying to trick me? No way. Soon, Lin Feng walked back. The audience from Dragon Country breathed a sigh of relief. However, at that moment, the disappeared middle-aged couple reappeared from that road, walking towards Lin Feng. Bold enough to come back? Last time I was caught off guard. The middle-aged couple continued to talk. By the way, let's go back and get the property deed to apply for the loan. That's the only way now. This time they walked quickly, directly approaching Lin Feng. Still daring to come back. Lin Feng shined his flashlight on the middle-aged couple. Then, the middle-aged couple screamed and turned into black smoke, disappearing. As expected, with the middle-aged couple's death, the left road also vanished. A ghost wall. Lin Feng had almost been deceived. Fortunately, his mental strength was strong. How could he have let his guard down? Lin Feng walked onto the only remaining road. At that moment, he suddenly noticed the streetlights emitting a faint red glow. Lin Feng knew he had been tainted. The system has one chance to purify, but I don't want to use it now. The red glow from the streetlights was very faint, indicating he was only slightly polluted. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt a bit hungry and thirsty. Right, Dai prepared food and water for me. Thinking this, Lin Feng used his mind to pull out the meals Dai had prepared from the system warehouse. Good thing there are chopsticks. After taking a bite, Lin Feng found it delicious, so he devoured it eagerly. So delicious, so delicious. After finishing, Lin Feng took out a water bag and drank it all in one go. Then, he threw the food box and water bag directly on the road. Keep going, as long as you don't smile, it's fine. At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly realized that the color of the streetlight had returned to normal. It seems that food and water might eliminate the pollution, but only in cases of very mild pollution. Lin Feng arrived near a residential building. A woman who looked friendly, probably in her 40s, was smiling widely at Lin Feng. Son, you're back. We've been waiting for you for a long time. Right after, a middle-aged man and a young girl appeared. Son, your sister and I have been waiting for you for a long time. Faintly, Lin Feng seemed to feel a warmth of home. But the viewers in the live stream saw the truth. These three family members of Lin Feng, were they really family? Clearly, they were three monsters. Two big monsters and one half-sized monster. Moreover, a nearby sign had strange words on it. At first glance, it looked like the word for home, but the dot above it turned out to be a fly. The viewers in the livestream could clearly see that fly standing in for the dot of the so-called home. I wonder if Lin Feng can see the problem. I believe he can figure it out. The expert team from Dragon Country was also ready to send hints to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was very alert. Mom gently said, "Son, relax." His sister also asked, "Brother, what's wrong? Why do you look so serious?" Dad said, "Son, we are all family, there's no need to put on a long face." Lin Feng seemed a bit skeptical. Seeing Lin Feng's doubt, his sister pointed to the sign next to them. "Brother, look. This sign says a word, isn't it the character for home? It proves this is our home." Using the light from the street lamp, Lin Feng took a glance and found it really was the character for home. There was nothing wrong with it. However, he felt something was off about that character for home. Just then, his sister walked over. "Brother, long time no see. I missed you so much. What are you holding?" "A flashlight, it's for traveling." "Brother, I want a hug." Then, the sister rushed toward Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng simply dodged to the side. His sister, unable to stop in time due to her momentum, fell to the ground. Mom said, "Look, your sister just wanted to give you a hug, but you dodged away. She fell really hard, go help her up." Lin Feng walked toward his sister. The viewers from Dragon Country began to panic. "Brother Feng, don't go over there. That's a monster." "Right, it's a monster. This home is problematic." The viewers in the livestream could clearly see that these were three monsters. At this time, Pretty Country had lost its previous sharpness. Previously, the character Kara from the last Spooky Tales had died on the 5th day. Because she took a shower on the night of the blue moon. She broke the rules and suffered pollution. As time passed, the pollution on Kara worsened, and soon she lost her sense of self. After eating mutton from the cafeteria, she died. Not long ago, another chosen one from Pretty Country also died. Now, Pretty Country was enduring 3 portions of joy. Lin Feng walked toward his fallen sister. At that moment, his sister revealed a strange smile. She was preparing to snatch Lin Feng's flashlight. However, the next moment, Lin Feng raised the flashlight and shined it at his sister. Ah! His sister let out a scream and immediately turned into black smoke, vanishing. Dad was furious and rushed over while growling. "You bastard, you are not my son. The truth is out now, you smelly weird thing." Lin Feng picked up the flashlight and aimed it at his dad. Soon, Dad also turned into black smoke, disappearing outright. "Son, it's all a misunderstanding. You, don't come over." Mom was in panic. With a thud, she knelt down. "Spare my life, don't kill me." He. I ask you, why does this character for home seem so strange to me?" Mom said, "The character for home above is actually a fly." After Mom finished speaking, the fly instantly flew away, then Mom peeled off a strip of tape that matched the color of the sign's background. A grave character suddenly appeared. He. At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly heard a harsh sound. It made his ears very uncomfortable. It was like the sound of glass being scratched. Suddenly, his mom showed an unprecedented fear. "No, don't. It's coming." Lin Feng clenched the flashlight. "No, your flashlight is useless against it, it can reflect." Then, his mom looked at Lin Feng pleadingly. "Please, kill me. I don't want to live." "Why?" It's more terrifying than you. Soon, Lin Feng used the flashlight to kill this so-called mother. At the same time, in the place where the Endless Night Road sign first appeared, a 3-meter-tall, mirror-faced mirror man appeared. Its speed of movement was very fast. Its appearance was solely to kill the Chosen One. Chapter 53, Clearing the Level, SS Level Scoring. It seems to be a monster for clearing the area, to prevent the Chosen One from lingering too long behind. Lin Feng continued on his way. After walking for a while, he encountered some monsters again. His speed on the road was significantly hindered. Of course, with the flashlight, Lin Feng naturally eliminated those monsters quickly. At this moment, Lin Feng did not know. Since he left the fake home position, his pace had quickened a bit. The viewers in the livestream could clearly see that beneath Lin Feng's feet, there was a circle of white light. Lin Feng had now triggered the divine blessing effect. Oh my, brother Feng is moving so fast. Yes, although it's just walking, this speed is comparable to a 100-meter sprint. At this moment, a location suddenly appeared in Lin Feng's heart. There was a villa. Although he had never seen it, that house seemed so familiar in Lin Feng's memory. Lin Feng knew that this was the place he sensed as home. It seems I shouldn't be far from my real home. Next, I'll strive to reach home in one go. After another hour of traveling, Lin Feng arrived at the end of the streetlight. Beyond the streetlight's light, there was vast darkness. There is no more streetlight ahead, which means there is no road ahead. It seems this so-called Endless Night Road rule horror story is finally coming to an end. Just as Lin Feng relaxed his guard, from the vast darkness, a person walked out. This person was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He smiled as he looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was very cautious. He directly took out the flashlight and shone it at this person. However, this person was completely unharmed. Lin Feng was very surprised. Before Lin Feng could ask, this person said, "Congratulations, you have found the real home." Lin Feng felt that things might not be so simple. Everything was so strange. By the way, a month ago you were going to marry Linda. It's been a month. Did you guys get married? Lin Feng was quite confused. Why would this middle-aged man ask him such a question? Lin Feng shook his head. No, I don't know Linda at all. Who are you? I am your father. Lin Feng began to fall into memories. A wave of memories about this middle-aged man flooded into Lin Feng's mind. In the memories, there were snippets of him with this man. He was a gentle and kind man, did not smoke or drink, and cared for him very much. Just as Lin Feng was pondering, a girl ran over. It was his sister. Brother, you're back. Hurry, come inside, or it will find you. His sister directly grabbed Lin Feng. At this moment, another middle-aged woman also came out. It was their mother. Son, stop being dazed, come back quickly. Your sister, your dad, and I all miss you. It's not easy for you to come back this time. Seeing Lin Feng doubt, the woman immediately started crying. Woo, son, what are you still doing? It's coming. Lin Feng took out the flashlight and began to explore the dark area beyond the streetlight. Indeed, he saw a luxurious big villa. It seems there's no mistake, this should be the true home. Finally, under the warm hospitality of my sister, dad, and mom, Lin Feng followed them into the villa. Mom directly closed the door. With tears in her eyes, Mom said, "Son, you have finally come back." Then Mom rushed over and hugged Lin Feng. "Brother, you finally returned." Dad sighed, "Well, it's true that you are back, but you ultimately do not belong here, you will have to leave again. Son, your dad and I will go cook a few dishes, you stay here and keep your sister company for a while." Lin Feng remained silent. Soon, Dad and Mom vanished from Lin Feng's sight. "Brother, do you know that ever since you had the accident last time, we, including Dad, have been terribly sad? Brother, originally you were the only heir of our family, but then you had an accident, sigh. Whoa, but fortunately, Mom and Dad put in a huge effort just to bring you back." Lin Feng was slightly stunned, realizing he had already died. His sister tugged Lin Feng's hand again, pointing at a picture on the wall. "Brother, look, this is your photo from when you were alive." Lin Feng glanced at the photo on the wall and found a blonde young man. This was not his appearance. Lin Feng was very confused. If he had already died, then he should not be a talent. Why could he not cross that bridge? Just as Lin Feng was pondering, Mom brought the food over. "Son, you should eat to your heart's content." Dad also brought a bottle of wine and a glass, filling it for Lin Feng. Lin Feng took a few bites, found that the food was good, and began to eat heartily, finishing it quickly. Then, he downed the wine in the glass in one gulp. "Child's mother, please do bear the pain, we are lucky to see our child again. But, what sin did our son commit? Why did that plane crash right there?" Lin Feng was now filled with confusion. Seeing Lin Feng's puzzled expression, his sister spoke, "I'm sorry, brother, we didn't discuss and just used that thing." "What thing?" "The darkness you see is also because you were affected by that thing." "Curse?" "Son, please forgive your mother, I really miss you too much. After I learned about the plane crash, my heart felt like it was being cut with a knife. Your dad and your sister were also very sad. In the end, we had no choice but to make a deal with it, just to see you for the last time. Even if it's just to look at you, actually your state still counts as a living person. It said the chance of you coming back is only 10%, even so, your dad and I did not give up." Mom said a lot, and Lin Feng understood. "So, will you blame us?" Lin Feng shook his head. "No, I do not blame you. Son, you are still as obedient as ever, but you should go now. Son, it must have been hard for you to walk through the night. Brother, Wo, you must have suffered a lot coming back. Ding, congratulations to the chosen one from the Dragon Country for clearing the endless night road. Score, SS. Lin Feng let out a breath, it seems he has cleared the level. Lin Feng glanced outside the window and suddenly realized that the darkness outside had faded away without him knowing. The scenery in the daytime was beautiful. As for why the score did not reach SSS, it was probably related to his slight pollution or taking some time. The entire Dragon Country was also filled with cheers. Although the score did not reach SSS level, it was still good enough. Chapter 54 Welcome to the Bloody Bar. In light of the Dragon Country chosen one's achievement of SS level, reward distribution begins now. The Dragon Country receives the gods' gifts, endless night road ghost stories disappear, the life expectancy of all dragon citizens increases by 10%, and a plant that can completely cure cancer appears. Reward for the Dragon Country chosen one, increase body quality by 10%, and 10 points of mental power. Ha ha ha. Unexpectedly, the reward our Dragon Country received was actually a drug to cure cancer. Yes, this is all thanks to Lin Feng. Currently, there aren't effective treatment methods for cancer. System function reset, host gains a chance to purify the anomaly. Purifying anomaly, capable of purifying the anomaly into a benevolent one that helps people, lasting 1 minute. Lin Feng nodded, this function seemed quite nice. The chosen one has cleared the level, next you will enjoy 3 days of wonderful time, during which you will have no life-threatening dangers. Soon, Lin Feng felt darkness envelop him. Then, Lin Feng discovered, he appeared in front of a villa. Brother, you don't seem like a local. The villa door opened. Lin Feng walked inside. Inside the villa, there was a beautiful figure, about 7 or 8 years old. It was a little girl. Lin Feng recognized her. This should be the so-called mother in this horror story world. The villa seemed to be much newer than before. Could it be that he returned to many years ago? By the way, brother, come in and sit. Okay. Lin Feng followed the little girl into the villa. Soon, Lin Feng saw a creature completely made of mirrors. The little girl glanced at the mirror creature and said, "This big brother is from out of town." The mirror creature shook its head, then nodded. Then, the little girl looked at Lin Feng, "This is my friend, my mom and dad are often not at home, it's always my friend who plays with me, my friend is not bad at heart." The mirror creature also greeted Lin Feng. At night, the little girl invited Lin Feng to stay and watch TV together. The TV broadcasted a news report. It was about the police arresting a group of human traffickers and rescuing a female college student who had been abducted. The buyer of the female college student was an old bachelor, who was also a cattle herder. When the TV played scenes from the village, Lin Feng suddenly realized. Isn't this the village where Adai is? The old bachelor, the traffickers, and half of the villagers were arrested by the police. At the same time, the news also mentioned that this was indeed a human trafficker's village. Most of the women in the village were sold away. Later, a police officer bought a train ticket for the abducted female college student and sent her home. Lin Feng felt very gratified. Adai's mother was rescued, while Adai's father went to prison. And those traffickers. The outcome seemed to have changed. Perhaps for Adai, not coming to this world would have been a better outcome. The mirror creature also nodded. Soon, 3 days passed. The horror story's 4th chapter began. Lin Feng found himself in a bar. He was standing at the bar counter. The bar was very dark. The atmosphere was very eerie. Welcome to the Crimson Bar. Good luck, chosen one, goodbye. Crimson Bar? Soon, Lin Feng noticed a piece of paper on the counter. Lin Feng picked up the paper and saw 5 big words, rules for waiters. Welcome to the Crimson Bar, the night shift is up to you. This bar is quite normal during the day, but at night, you need some luck and skill to survive. After all, your salary is 5 times that of others, please remember the following rules, maybe you can survive. 1. Your working hours are from 11 p.m. to 4 a.m. the next day, please ensure to adhere to these hours, no leaving early, no arriving late, otherwise Lilith will be angry. 2. There is perfume in the cash register drawer that masks your human scent. Remember to spray it before work. If you forget to spray the perfume, the consequences will be severe. 3. After midnight, Lilith will enter the bar. She might stand behind you. Don't be worried, as long as you honestly follow the rules. She has no reason to turn you into food. If a customer questions the drinks or food in the bar, you just need to simply reply, "The sources of our drinks and ingredients are all handled by Lilith." At 12:30 at night, you will hear a scream. Do not pay attention, do not ask, do not be afraid, and do not let her realize you noticed it. Lilith is currently in the kitchen handling ingredients. Absolutely do not attract her attention, and do not look at what is happening in the kitchen. Lilith will occasionally stand behind you. Unless you want to be the one who screams, please keep your eyes forward and do not turn back. When Lilith finishes preparing the ingredients, she will talk to you. Immediately turn your body towards her, look at her, and do not be too scared when talking to her. Even if other customers enter the bar, do not break your eye contact with her. Until you hear her say, "I think you should work hard," then you can turn your body back, and before the end of your shift, do not have any further communication with her. There will be no cars parked at the door of the bar. If you see a car parked out front, hurry over and tell the driver, "Our bar is now closed." When you walk back, you will find Lilith showing her long fangs. Please do not mind that. If a customer comes to the bar at this time, serve them as usual. If you hear heavy breathing, be careful because that is a sign that Lilith is angry. If Lilith gets angry, she will make herself a fast meal. At that time, do not hesitate to take the perfume from the cash register and attack Lilith. Although you cannot kill Lilith, you can delay her attack time, and then you need to run to a place where there are humans as fast as possible, until dawn. The customers in the bar are quite special. Do not mind their appearances, and do not be afraid of them. Try not to have too much contact with them. When customers order drinks and food, remember to keep accounts. If the bill is wrong, Lilith will get angry. You will not be able to receive any salary because you will die. Lin Feng let out a breath. He didn't expect that this 4th level's rules would be so many. After reading the rules, even Lin Feng felt his scalp go numb. Lin Feng glanced at the watch in his hand and found that it was already 10:40 at night. This means that in 20 minutes, he will start his night shift. The bloody bar, just hearing the name feels very creepy. This Lilith has a big problem. Have you noticed, the atmosphere in this bar is very strange. Lin Feng began to analyze the rules. He only had 20 minutes left. Chapter 55, The Hanged Ghost Guiding New Employees. Meanwhile, in the beautiful country's livestream room, Rosen looked at the rules written on the paper and felt his scalp go numb. There is just too much content. Rosen had not participated in the rules of the horror tales before. He never dreamed he would be chosen by the world of horror tales to participate in the rules of horror tales. Rosen, keep going, you are the best. Our beautiful country is already full of wounds. You need to stay calm. Yes, stay steady, keep going. Rosen, you absolutely must not fall, otherwise, our beautiful country. Rosen helplessly clenched his fist, feeling very unwilling inside. Why did he arrive at the 4th level right at the start? Why wasn't he participating in the 1st level? Fear and despair spread in his heart at this moment. No, I must work hard to survive. In the Dragon Country livestream room. Lin Feng, stay calm. With so many rules, my head is spinning. I don't even know how Lin Feng is doing. I tell you, even someone with super memory like me finds these rules complicated and hard to understand. I hope Lin Feng doesn't run into trouble. That Lilith looks very frightening. Lin Feng analyzed for a short while before the system informed him of the incorrect rules. The 4th rule unexpectedly turned completely red. This means that he could not respond like that in the 4th rule. However, for the subsequent rules, the system didn't indicate any red errors, so they should be fine. Since he had already gained 30 points of mental strength, understanding and remembering those rules wasn't very difficult. Ah, it's a pity I didn't get an SSS on the last horror story. The horror merchant didn't give me any items or even show up. This time, no matter what, I have to get an SSS. Only the horror merchant can give items, which would make it easier for me to clear the level. After analyzing the rules, Lin Feng quickly took the perfume from the drawer of the cashier's desk and sprayed it on himself. Soon, at 11 o'clock, a woman with a pale face, bulging eyes, dressed in a white dress, with her tongue sticking out to her chest pushed the door open. Lin Feng speculated that this woman should be a hanging ghost. The hanging ghost entered the bar and directly approached the bar where Lin Feng was. With a chilling voice, she said, "Give me a bottle of frozen malt liquor." Frozen malt liquor? Lin Feng was a bit confused. What should he do now? He had no idea where the malt liquor was located. He also didn't know where the freezer was. It seemed like he had fallen into a deadlock. But soon, Lin Feng calmed down. In the rules of the horror story, there would not be a certain death situation. Otherwise, why would there be so many rules? Why not just kill the chosen one directly? Lin Feng prepared to explain to the hanging ghost. Just then, the hanging ghost spoke again. you look so unfamiliar, you must be new here, right? I just started my night shift today. Upon hearing Lin Feng say this, the hanging ghost's eyes flashed with a hint of helplessness. There shouldn't be too many customers now, let's do this, come with me. Okay, thank you. The hanging ghost's eyes showed a hint of surprise, she didn't expect this new employee to be so polite. Soon, the hanging ghost brought Lin Feng to the freezer. Look, this bottle of red liquor is called Blood Rose. This one is strong white liquor, called Head Spinning. This. When Lin Feng looked, it turned out this hanging ghost was like a new guide. Sure enough, the horror story rules could not lead to a guaranteed death situation. After simply telling Lin Feng the names of the drinks in the hotel, the hanging ghost took a bottle of malt liquor from the fridge. If a customer orders a drink, you need to keep track of it, and then reconcile the accounts when you finish your shift. The hanging ghost felt that Lin Feng was quite polite, and she was very satisfied with him. Then, the hanging ghost quickly tested Lin Feng, discovering that his learning ability was very strong, and she was quite pleased. It's time to go back and do the accounts. Okay, thank you, senior. No need to thank me, actually, I was sent over from there. Was it Lilith who sent you? The hanging ghost shook her head. No, it's not her. I will leave at 11:50, during this time you need to quickly familiarize yourself with the work here. At that moment, the door was pushed open again, and a person with a dog's head walked in. Give me a cup of blood rose ears. The head of this dog-headed man resembled that of a husky. Behind him was a dog tail. He was dressed in human clothes, which was quite strange. Even Lin Feng was a bit surprised. The audience in the live stream also exclaimed. What is this creature? It has a dog's head. I think it is my husky that has turned into a spirit. The hanging ghost is also quite pretty, but her tongue is too long and a bit scary. Lin Feng's mental quality is pretty strong, he remains so calm now. The dog-headed man glanced at Lin Feng and asked the hanging ghost, Xiaoling, who is this? A new waiter. The dog-headed man became interested. Your bar is really something, in just a week, you've already changed 3 waiters. The hanging ghost awkwardly smiled and said nothing. I hope this waiter can last a bit longer, I'm a regular at the bar. The waiter is not quick on his feet, and he changes often. It really affects the service quality. The hanged ghost said, this waiter's different from the previous ones. I find he learns quickly, has a sharp mind, and reacts fast. The dog-headed man smiled after hearing this, then said to Lin Feng, I hope you can last a bit longer. Of course. Lin Feng showed a confident expression. In the Cherry Blossom Country live broadcast room, Kato Yuji was very scared when he saw the hanged ghost. Help! There's a ghost. You must be new here, right? I am. You, don't come near me, I don't want to die. The hanged ghost directly stuck out his long tongue and wrapped it around Kato Yuji's neck. I see you are seriously affecting the customer experience. Sooner or later, Lilith will kill you. Why not let me be a good ghost and help you get free? Kato Yuji, the chosen one of Cherry Blossom Country, is dead. The rules of Weird Tales will descend upon Cherry Blossom Country. The Cherry Blossom Country live broadcast room erupted with curses. Damn it, that cursed Kato Yuji. What should we do? Why is our Cherry Blossom Country so unlucky? Just don't go to the bar. On Lin Feng's side, the hanged ghost took out a flower and put it into a wine glass. He then took out a blood rose and poured it into a glass filled with ears. He gently shook it. If the customer requests, we can add a bit of salt or sugar, if not, we can leave it out. Yes, this is how to mix the blood rose ears. As for the price, I will give you a bill you need to check for accounting. Our bar is usually quite empty at night, so there are hardly any peak times. Go serve this blood rose ear to the customer. Lin Feng nodded. He cautiously picked up the blood rose ear and walked towards the table where the dog-headed man sat. Chapter 56, The Rules on the back of the paper. Lin Feng mixes drinks. Lin Feng placed the blood rose ear in front of the dog-headed man. Enjoy. The blood rose ear is still so tempting. The dog-headed man seemed to find Lin Feng pleasing. You are the most courageous night shift waiter I have ever seen. Thank you for the compliment, it's an honor to serve you. The dog-headed man smiled slightly, then said, remember to finish reading the information, being careless is not a good habit. Lin Feng was a bit puzzled. Was the dog-headed man hinting at him? Finish all the information? Could it be that he missed something? At that moment, in the Dragon Country live broadcast room. I just came back from John Country, and the competitors over there saw new rules on the back. Wow, there really are new rules. Yeah, but I don't know if Lin Feng can see them. However, the husky hinted at him, he should understand. Lin Feng picked up the piece of paper again and indeed discovered the rules on the back. Seeing that Lin Feng was engrossed, the hanged ghost did not urge him, directly helping Lin Feng keep track of the accounts. Lin Feng suddenly noticed that the backside of the paper continued with Rule 12. No wonder Rule 12 didn't have a prompt error. 12. You will never receive a salary because you will die. Unless you can stay alive, you can receive your salary. The last word on the first page coincidentally was die. It seems the system truly does not lie to me. 13. At 11 o'clock, a woman with a long tongue will come. After she leaves, you will mix drinks alone and find alcohol until the end of your shift. Please familiarize yourself with the workflow as soon as possible. 14. Most of the time, do not be afraid. If you encounter a customer provoking you, picking fights, paying less, or refusing to pay, please do not be scared, just kick them out of the bar. 15. Tips given by customers can be accepted, but tips do not belong to you. 16. At the end of your shift, please check the bill and wait for the cleaner to arrive. You can leave only after the cleaner tells you it's time to clean. 17. If a customer requests companionship while drinking, you must agree. Preparing to leave, remember not to talk or make eye contact with anyone, keep your head down and watch the ground, you will see the signs on the ground, then follow the signs home. Soon, Rule 16 and Rule 17 turned red. Lin Feng felt a chill in his heart. Rule 16 said to wait for the cleaner to arrive, and only leave when the cleaner says it is time to clean. It seems, one cannot wait for the cleaner to say it is time to clean. Perhaps, leaving directly after checking the bill is the correct choice. As for Rule 17, if a guest proposes to drink with them, one must agree and go over to drink. This rule also has issues, either agree to drink but not go, or don't agree to drink but still go. Lin Feng had already decided, after finishing the bill at work, he would leave directly, he wouldn't wait for the cleaner. However, Lin Feng was a bit shocked. From Rule 14, it showed that he could exercise his rights and kick out some customers. This should be a means of self-protection for the chosen ones. After all, the rules of strange tales cannot lead to certain death. Moreover, there was one more message: when encountering troublesome customers, don't be afraid. At this moment, Lin Feng heard the cold voice of the hanged ghost by his ear. Have you finished reading? You know some things in your heart, but try to finish work on time. If you can avoid dragging, don't drag, to prevent prolonged nights and many dreams. For some reason, the hanged ghost found Lin Feng increasingly pleasant to look at. Alright, just now I've helped you record the bill for the blood rose ears. The frozen malt liquor was 30 strange coins, and the blood rose ears was 50 strange coins. Thank you. Next, I will tell you the basic cocktail making methods. You must remember well, absolutely cannot die so quickly. If you die, the bar still needs to hire a waiter, and Duke doesn't want the business in the ladies' bar to be affected. Thus, the hanged ghost taught Lin Feng almost all the cocktail mixing methods. And threw the price list to Lin Feng, letting him take responsibility for checking. After a while, at 11:40, an old man in a security uniform walked in. Give me a cup of goat's claw. This security grandpa had a rotting left eye and only the white of the eye in the right, looking very eerie. His face was very pale. Lin Feng could tell at a glance that this security grandpa was not human, but a ghost. The security grandpa looked at the dog head beside him and said directly, "Ha dog, you're here too?" "Yes, if I don't drink blood rose ears for a day, I feel unwell all over." The hanged ghost glanced at Lin Feng. "Well, the second customer is here, you should know how to mix goat's claw now, right?" Lin Feng nodded. The so-called goat's claw is to mix fingers with goat claw in a cup. 1 cup, 1 pack of goat claw. Soon, Lin Feng picked up a pack of goat claw. The audience in the Dragon Country livestream immediately felt chills after seeing this. What kind of hell hotel is this? This is not goat claw, this is clearly a human finger. Help, I can't look anymore, I'm logging off now, I'll check the results tomorrow. I can't look either, it's too scary. By the way, the blood rose ears just now aren't goat ears, right? It seemed Lin Feng also understood the difficulty of this round. It was to test the spiritual endurance of the chosen ones. If he hadn't increased his spirit by 30 points, if he hadn't passed 3 rounds of strange tales, he would probably collapse too. Even at this moment, Lin Feng felt a little uneasy in his heart. The security grandpa added a sentence. Remember to add more salt. The hanged ghost brought over a pack of salt and a pack of sugar, saying to Lin Feng. This customer made a request, so you can add some salt for him, adding salt and sugar is free. Soon, Lin Feng mixed the goat's claw and served it in front of the security grandpa. The new waiter you have is quite impressive, he has guts. The hanged ghost said, thank you for the compliment, I will be sure to keep an eye on him. Lin Feng forced himself to suppress the discomfort inside him. He struggled to refrain from thinking about the truth of the goat's claw, and the so-called truth about the year from before. He could not let himself lose control, he must not be fearful, must not be afraid. If he became afraid, he could die. To survive, and to achieve a perfect victory, he must do his best. At that moment, the dog-head person suddenly said, give me a cup of goat claw, make sure to add more salt. Then, the dog-head person walked over to where the security uncle was and sat down. Okay, please wait a moment. Soon, Lin Feng skillfully prepared a cup of goat claw for the dog-head person and served it in front of him. Chapter 57. Are you deliberately trying to pick a fight? At 11:50, the hanged ghost left the bar. Lin Feng had already put the 2 cups of goat claw on the tab. A cup of goat claw was 40 strange coins. 2 cups of goat claw were 80 strange coins. At the stroke of midnight, outside the bar, a figure in a dark red Lolita dress slowly walked into the bar. She walked with elegant steps, her waist-length hair swaying, her red eyes shining like rubies. Standing at about 1.5 meters tall, she had the figure of a little lowly. Lin Feng still showed an unhurried expression. The incoming person was none other than Lilith, the owner of the bloody bar. Lilith glanced at Lin Feng, revealing a puzzled expression. Is this the new night shift employee? Soon, Lilith approached Lin Feng from behind. Lin Feng still stared straight ahead. Lin Feng could feel a chilling sensation on his back. Lilith looked at the bill. 1 bottle of frozen malt beer, 30 strange coins. 1 cup of blood rosier, 50 strange coins. 2 cups of goat claw, 80 strange coins. Lilith then came beside Lin Feng. She directly opened the drawer of the cash register and checked. 160 strange coins. The viewers in the Dragon Kingdom livestream began to sweat for Lin Feng when they saw this. Oh no, this vampire lowly. They're starting to check the accounts. If it doesn't match, Lin Feng might die. With a vampire next to him, if it were me, I'd probably be scared to death. Lilith placed the money back into the cash register while extending a hand to rest on Lin Feng's shoulder. Lin Feng could feel that it was a warm yet simultaneously very cold hand. Instantly, a suffocating chill spread throughout Lin Feng's body. He felt as if, at that moment, his heart nearly stopped beating. This was a high-level vampire, or perhaps a Blood Clan member. Even with 30 points of mental power boosting him, Lin Feng still felt this way. It felt as if death was closing in. At this moment, Lin Feng also prepared himself. He planned to use the system's function to purify Lilith. After all, he still didn't want to die. Fortunately, Lilith quickly withdrew her hand from Lin Feng's shoulder. The sensation also diminished considerably, but Lin Feng could still feel the coldness around him. At this moment, Lin Feng confirmed that Lilith was no ordinary vampire. She was probably at the level of a count or marquis. Lilith said nothing and directly left slowly. As Lilith left, the surrounding chill also dissipated. Lin Feng felt relieved, thankful that Lilith did not pursue further. System, can I still save the game now? Returning to the host has cleared the previous horror world, so the system's reset function is restored, and the host can still save the game once in this horror world. Good, system, create a save point immediately. Soon, Lin Feng finished saving. As long as Lin Feng died, he would respawn at this save point. Actually, Lin Feng could load from that endless night road level again, aiming for an SSS rating, and ask the horror merchant for items, but Lin Feng did not want to experience a repeated level once again. And the SSS level reward is not bad. A few minutes passed. A woman walked in. The woman had a pale face, devoid of any color, in a blood-red dress, with long hair reaching her waist. She was very beautiful, but her eyes were extremely fierce. Lin Feng guessed that she must be a vengeful spirit in a red dress. In legend, a red-dressed vengeful spirit is a powerful being. The woman in the red dress casually found a table and sat down. Bring me a bottle of frozen blood rose. Lin Feng wanted to say to wait a moment, but feeling the woman's fierce presence, he remained silent. Lin Feng walked towards the refrigerator. The woman in the red dress glanced at him, then revealed a sinister smile. Then she murmured to herself. This new waiter looks tender and young, quite handsome, much better looking than those other humans, he must be very tasty. However, Lin Feng heard her words. His physical abilities had increased by 70%, and his hearing was now quite extraordinary. He could naturally hear her. Damn it, you're trying to play tricks on me, huh? Lin Feng's vigilance increased considerably. But since she was a customer, he still needed to earn money. Soon, Lin Feng picked up a bottle of blood rose from the fridge and slowly walked towards the woman in the red dress. Then he placed the blood rose on her table. How much? 100 bizarre coins. Is this bottle made of diamond? Why is it so expensive? No negotiating. Lin Feng turned to leave. The woman in the red dress stood up. Stop, you can't leave. Lin Feng had no choice but to turn around and face her again. The woman revealed a weird smile. Oh no, what is this female ghost up to? I think she is deliberately making things difficult for Lin Feng. Oh dear, Lin Feng is in danger. What should we do now? As long as Lin Feng stays calm and not afraid, the female ghost won't be able to harm him. After all, that's what the rules say. Lin Feng looked at the female ghost and then smiled. Sister, I'm just a waiter, all the prices in this hotel are set by our boss. If you think it's too expensive, I think it's too expensive too. If you can't accept the price, you can find our boss Lilith and ask if she can lower the price. Fine, then sit down and drink with me. Lin Feng shook his head. I still have to work, I can't drink alcohol. Hee hee, are you not giving your sister face? The woman in the red dress directly slammed the table. Then she bared her teeth. Let me tell you, you have already angered your sister, you must apologize to me, or else I will eat you. The woman in red was waiting for Lin Feng to show fear. If Lin Feng was scared enough, she could directly attack and eat him. Lin Feng helplessly spread his hands. I am just a waiter. So what if you are a waiter? Customers are gods, do you understand this? Our boss has never said that customers are gods, and I advise you, sister, to be careful. The woman in red was furious. Why was this waiter not afraid of her? If he was not afraid, she couldn't eat him. Yet this tender and handsome human was quite to her liking. Although she had eaten many humans, those were all local, farmed humans. They weren't as good looking as this waiter, nor did they possess his charm. She could no longer hold back. You! The woman in red stamped her foot in anger. Lin Feng knew that as long as he didn't show fear, this woman in red couldn't do anything to him. Lin Feng turned and left once again. Stop, stop. I want another bottle of frozen drink. Soon, Lin Feng brought over a bottle of frozen drink and placed it in front of the woman in red. You drink it, I'm treating you. Lin Feng glanced at her and coldly said, Are you deliberately looking for trouble? Hee hee, is this how you serve customers at your bar? The woman in the red dress never expected to be confronted. I just asked you if you want a drink or not. I don't want to drink. You have to drink, whether you want to or not, if you don't give in today. Suddenly, the words the woman in the red dress planned to say got stuck in her throat. Because she saw Lilith. It's fine if you don't want a drink, brother, just bring me 5 bottles of blood rose, frozen. Lin Feng initially intended to kick the woman in the red dress out, but after hearing her words, he had to temporarily let it go. After getting the 5 blood roses, Lin Feng started to keep accounts. 1 frozen drink will cost 80 strange coins. 6 frozen blood roses will cost 600 strange coins. At the same time, Lin Feng added a note beside the bill, customer's attitude is very poor, I suspect she is deliberately causing trouble. Wow, Brother Feng is awesome. It seems Brother Feng holds grudges pretty well. I wonder how Lilith will react after seeing the note. The woman in the red dress felt a pang of regret. This time she spent 680 strange coins, her attempt to outsmart ended up costing her more. 680 strange coins are not a small amount. This man not only didn't eat, but she also spent money. Thank you, big sister, for taking care of the business. Hearing Lin Feng say this, the woman in the red dress's face darkened. Ha ha ha, how about I introduce a big client to your bar? Whatever. The woman in the red dress gritted her teeth. How can you be so calm? This is impossible. Nothing is impossible, I've been through so many storms. Your little troubles are nothing in front of me. At that moment, the woman in the red dress felt her dignity was greatly insulted. But Lilith was watching not far away. This man had a scent of perfume, should she steal his perfume? Or maybe not. After all, she couldn't afford to offend him. The perfume was intentionally left by him. She couldn't go against him. I'm leaving. The woman in the red dress directly picked up 6 bottles and left. Stop. You can't leave. What do you want? You haven't paid the bill. Let's save it for next time, I'll owe you this time. No way. You have to pay before you can leave. Lin Feng grabbed the woman in the red dress. I am the red dress ghost, Suddenly, the woman in the red dress realized she was feeling weak all over. It felt like she was instantly suppressed by this man. This is the power of rules. She broke the rules, so she was naturally restricted by the power of rules. Alright, I'll pay the bill. The woman in the red dress let out a breath. Thankfully, she wasn't thrown out. If she was kicked out, Lilith would probably take action. Just as she prepared to pay, she suddenly heard. Apologize, if you don't apologize, I won't accept your payment. The woman in the red dress froze. Why was she so unlucky today, encountering a tough opponent who skillfully used rules against her? You, don't push your luck. Do you believe I won't kill you right now? Get out. I'm going to fight you. Lin Feng released the woman in the red dress. The next moment, a mysterious force swept in. It directly rolled the woman in the red dress out of the bar. Lilith's figure moved swiftly, while Lin Feng returned to the bar counter. He wrote another note. Note, the red dress ghost is avoiding payment, she has been kicked out of the bar as per rules. Lin Feng had a temper too. This female ghost was really unpleasant for him. He was not a saint. He just asked for an apology, that wasn't too much. Since the other party refused a simple request for an apology, then he wouldn't be polite. He could only use rule weapons to vent his anger. As for Lilith, standing by, not taking action, she clearly wanted to see his attitude. Lin Feng guessed that Lilith was a wealthy little girl. After all, someone like Lilith shouldn't be short on money. If Lilith asked, he could just explain to her. If Lilith killed him, he could simply load the last save. Outside, the woman in the red dress knelt at the door. Lord Count, I'm sorry. Please spare me. Who gave you the guts to cause trouble in my territory? Lord Count, I am a member of the Ghost Queen Yiyu, you can't kill me. You don't want to fall out with Lord Yiyu, do you? Lilith was very angry. She hated threats the most. Lilith did not continue speaking but grabbed the woman in the red dress with one hand. We can have a special meal tonight. Although the woman in the red dress was much taller than Lilith, at this moment she was completely suppressed by Lilith. It was true that she was a red-dressed evil spirit. However, she was also among the lowest of the red-dressed evil spirits. And although Lilith was a countess, her power had surpassed that of a duke, reaching the level of a prince. Countess, I was wrong. Lin Feng was also a bit surprised. Spare me. If you dare to deal with me, Lord Yiyu will not let you off. Lin Feng sighed, feeling emotional. Sister, I advised you long ago to act carefully, but who told you that your brain is not working well? Soon, it was 12:30. Lin Feng heard a scream from a female ghost. As for Lin Feng, he had already memorized the 5th rule. He acted as if he saw nothing. Wow, Lilith is really fierce, directly chopping that female ghost. Haha, the female ghost didn't expect to run into a tough nut. Lin Gu is quite bold, I like it. Go away, Feng Gu is mine. At this point, more than half of the countries had been eliminated, and their chosen ones had fallen. The remaining countries informed their chosen ones of Lin Feng's performance through message alerts. Some foreign people were very grateful to Lin Feng. Although the rules and strange tales invaded reality, they could still watch Lin Feng's videos on their phones. They followed what Lin Feng did in the video, and many miraculously survived. After chopping the female ghost and handling the ingredients, Lilith started chatting with Lin Feng. Lilith stood behind Lin Feng. By the way, why did you do that? It was a business deal. Lilith asked why Lin Feng chased away the female ghost instead of collecting money. Lin Feng knew it was time to talk with Lilith. So, Lin Feng cautiously turned around, slightly lowered his head, and looked into Lilith's eyes. I have tolerated her for a long time, and I couldn't stand it anymore. Lilith froze for a while after hearing this, then laughed. Ha, a good one, I couldn't stand it anymore. It seemed this phrase satisfied Lilith very much. Do you think ghost meat is tasty? If the boss thinks it's tasty, then it is. Lilith suddenly became serious, believing Lin Feng was fooling her. Tell the truth. I don't know, but I don't like eating that kind of stuff. What do you think of this bar? It probably doesn't earn much money. You are right. At this moment, a man with a fish head pushed the door and walked in. He originally wanted to order drinks, but upon discovering that Lilith was chatting with Lin Feng, he could only help himself. Chapter 59, There's a problem with time, we can't leave work early. Lilith fell silent. She carefully examined Lin Feng. Why was this man so calm? He seemed completely unperturbed. He didn't seem afraid of her at all. This new night shift waiter had both guts and ability. Not only did he face the hanging ghost calmly, but he also showed no fear towards the 2 earlier customers. She placed her hand on his shoulder, and he acted as if nothing happened. Even when customers caused trouble, he could handle it properly. He was also handsome, fitting her aesthetic perfectly. This was definitely a talented person. Lilith soon calmed down. If you can survive a week, I will pay you. Then, Lilith interrupted her conversation with Lin Feng. Customers have arrived, get ready to keep accounts. I think you should work properly now. At this moment, a customer had already picked up a bottle of wine and was drinking it directly. Although he had a fish head, he drank very quickly. Lin Feng walked up to the fishman, ready to ask him a question. Before Lin Feng could speak, the fishman spoke first. A bottle of Moonlight Blue. Okay. Lin Feng checked and found that Moonlight Blue cost 230 strange coins. Quickly, Lin Feng noted it down, a bottle of Moonlight Blue, 230 strange coins. Lilith watched Lin Feng's serious work with a daze. At the same time, the phrase arose in Lin Feng's mind, echoing in Lilith's mind as well. Endure no more, no need to endure. Lilith thought about the day she could no longer bear it. Then, Lilith began to rebel. She didn't want to endure any longer. Lilith, you are the pride of our clan, you will surely become the king among us. Lilith, I'm doing this for your own good. Lilith, you are the daughter of Duke Dracula, you must not bring shame to me. Recent scenes flashed in Lilith's mind. Miss, you cannot run away, the Duke will be sad. An old man in a black suit, wearing a black top hat and leaning on a cane, blocked Lilith's path. Old butler, since you were good to me when I was little, I don't want to kill you, just go away. In the end, Lilith ran away from home and founded the Crimson Bar. Lin Feng's words hit her heart. Endure no more, no need to endure. Now, Lilith was in a good mood and decided to leave the bar. After all, this new waitress couldn't pick out any flaws. As Lilith left the bar, a car appeared in the distance. But the car hadn't reached the entrance yet. Miss, the Duke misses you, please hurry back. Old butler, I can never go back. I hope you can understand me, I really don't want to dream about it anymore. Lilith had a nightmare. A nightmare that tormented her since childhood. This nightmare scared her more than when her father killed her mother. In her dream, a huge, blood-red eye always watched her. That gigantic eye seemed to be 100 meters in size. In front of it, she felt smaller than an ant. No matter how she tried to escape, that huge eye still stared at her. It seemed to say, you can never escape. That eye had a name, the Divine. It was the deity of this strange world. Even with the power of a blood prince, she was nothing in front of the Divine. Even the ancestor of the blood clan was still nothing before the Divine. The most hateful old man used her mother as a sacrifice to curry favor with that gigantic eye. At first, Lilith was innocent, cute, kind, and gentle. As time passed, she gradually became cold, heartless, and cruel. Lilith turned her head again to glance at Lin Feng. If I could stay calm and unafraid like you no matter what happens, how wonderful it would be. At that moment, a voice echoed in Lilith's mind. This voice came from the depths of her consciousness. What, do you want to resist me? As soon as the voice appeared, Lilith was terrified to the core. Divine, I dare not resist you. After saying this, Lilith knelt down directly. Then, that fearsome power that struck her soul vanished. Inside the bar, Lin Feng knew nothing about what was happening outside. After finishing his drink, the fishman directly took out 3 strange coins. No need to give change, the rest is your tip. After the fishman left, Lin Feng added a note to the account. Note, Moonlight blew 230 strange coins, the fishman customer gave 300, saying the rest was for tips. After a long time, Lin Feng found no customers coming. He then began to analyze. How exactly do you clear this strange world? Lilith said if I survive a week, she would pay me. Preliminary deduction, clearing the game should be related to receiving a salary. However, if there is no SSS rating, the strange merchant will not come, so I still need to strive for that SSS rating. If I really can't get an SSS rating, there's nothing I can do. A long time later, Lin Feng noticed that the clock on the wall showed it was already 4 in the morning. To be safe, Lin Feng checked his watch, which said it was only 3:50. It's good that I didn't leave now, otherwise it would be a violation. Meanwhile, some foreign viewers in the Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room were utterly confused. Did he say he was leaving early? Wait, is there a problem with the time? My God. In the Kangaroo Country live broadcast room, Victor looked at the clock on the wall, realizing it was already 4. This is truly the scariest day. Victor swore he would never forget this day. Fortunately, he was a special soldier, with a solid mental state. If it were someone else, they would probably have already collapsed. Time to clock out. Earlier, when no one was coming, Victor had already checked the bill. The Kangaroo Country officials had also reminded Victor not to wait for the cleaner. Victor knew this. What the hell, is Victor really off work now? The chosen one in the Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room said there's a problem with the time, he can't clock out now. The Kangaroo Country leaders were anxiously pulling their hair. Hurry, prompt Victor, he can't clock out yet. We can't prompt anymore, we've already used our only chance for off-site prompting. Well, since that's the case, from now on, no one is allowed to go to the bar. Under the watchful eyes of the kangaroo people, Victor walked out of the bar. He kept his head down, looking at the ground but found no road surface. What is going on? Why are there no road signs on the surface? At the same time, not far from him, Lilith, who had been kneeling on the ground, suddenly stood up. Because it's still not clock-out time. Hearing Lilith's voice, Victor was now very panicked. Run amok and disobey, I will turn you into food. The chosen one from Kangaroo Country Victor is dead. The rule horror story will descend upon Kangaroo Country. Chapter 60, No Looking Up, the new rule at home. At 4 o'clock, Lin Feng began to prepare to leave work and go home. He remembered the 18th rule for going home. Do not speak or make eye contact with anyone, remember to keep your head down and follow the road signs home. Lin Feng kept his head down as he walked out of the bar. Sure enough, at this moment, he saw a green arrow on the road. The viewers in the live broadcast room were very worried. Oh my god, will Lin Feng cause a car accident by always keeping his head down? Yes, the roads are very dangerous. Right. Lin Feng followed the arrow's direction. Lilith stood up at this moment. This guy is quite aware, he knows to go home after work. But it's already past 4, it really is time to go off work. Can't find any faults here. Lilith quickly arrived beside Lin Feng. Then followed him. What is this vampire loli doing following Lin Feng? Yes, could it be that she plans to harm Lin Feng? So strange. The viewers from the Dragon Kingdom also did not understand why Lilith was following Lin Feng. After following for a while, Lilith stopped. Just now, Lin Feng felt a chill, but thankfully he remained calm. I need to check the bill now. 10 minutes after Lin Feng left, a woman walked into the bar. This woman was dressed in rags. The bill matches completely, and it's remembered in such detail. The woman glanced at Lilith at the bar and asked, "Miss, where's the new waitress?" Left. I didn't expect her to be so cunning, it's a pity I couldn't arrive early. The woman was the bar's cleaner, and also a Blood Clan high priestess. Responsible for offering sacrifices to the gods. What a shame, a sacrifice just slipped away. On the street, Lin Feng heard a chorus of ghostly wails. There were even strange voices discussing. Look at that guy. He's so strange, if he says he's human, then the smell on him isn't human, if he says he's not human, he looks like a human. Let's just call him a human for now. You uninformed bunch, this person is the new night shift employee from the Blood Red bar over there. The night shift employee looks so brave. I heard that 3 night shift employees have gone missing. It goes without saying that they must be dead. Around Lin Feng, there were many monsters and spirits. There were also many twisted shadows. They were chatting and laughing. Some were even just a few centimeters away from Lin Feng, almost touching him. The audience felt their scalps tingle. Wow, there are so many monsters here. Yeah, I feel like I'm going to wet myself, help me. I can't bear to look anymore. The surroundings were practically a den of monsters. Lin Feng also felt the chill around him, but compared to the cold that Lilith brought him, this chill was nothing. Lin Feng ignored everything, still keeping his head down, following the signs on the ground. He walked like this tirelessly. Many monsters around wanted to attack Lin Feng, but since Lin Feng obeyed the rules, they couldn't take action. He didn't know how long he had been walking, but Lin Feng heard a voice. Welcome to the human area. Lin Feng was stunned. Had he finally entered the human area? Although he entered the human area, Lin Feng still kept his head down, looking at the signs on the ground. After walking for a while, Lin Feng seemed to hear a group of people discussing. Why is this happening? Why did my son get on the train, yet he died? That train ticket cost 11,000 weird coins. 11,000 weird coins, that's really hard to earn. Old man, please calm down, the endless train is not meant for us. Endless train? Lin Feng suddenly remembered. He boarded the endless train to pass the first horror world. The endless train does not belong to the realm of this horror world. Perhaps the key to passing was to receive salary and then buy a ticket for the endless train. Then take the endless train to leave this place. Lin Feng showed a relieved smile. However, Lin Feng's expression turned serious. Annie, are you okay? And Mom, Grandmother, are you also okay? But when he boarded the endless train, that horror world had already begun to collapse. As long as I clear all the horror stories, I can make a wish. No, Annie helped me back then, I must not betray my conscience. Grandmother, Mom. I don't know if one wish will be enough to change their fate. At this moment, Lin Feng had an idea. He needed to clear all the horror stories. Then gain a chance to make a wish and save Annie. After all, this was what he owed Annie. He had been too reckless and broken the rules. If it weren't for Annie betraying the world's will and teaming up with Grandmother and Mom to send him on the endless train, he would likely have died. He wouldn't have been able to achieve an SSS score to pass. And Mom and Grandmother, even until the last moment, did not give up, fighting for his chance. Even though they knew he was the chosen one, they treated him as family. I, Lin Feng, will act with a clear conscience. Now Lin Feng had a clear goal. Lin Feng started to miss his mom, grandmother, and Annie. Forget it, I can't be distracted now, I should clear this horror story first. At this moment, Lin Feng had an unprecedented determination. Lin Feng did not know that in some invisible place, a gigantic eyeball suddenly fixed its gaze on him. The huge eyeball seemed deep in thought. However, Lin Feng did not feel the fear like Lilith did. He actually passed through 3 worlds and has already met those 3? Those 3 actually gave him face? Lin Feng was now certain, as long as he gathered 11,000 weird coins, he could buy a ticket for the endless train. Then he could leave this horror world via the endless train. Wow, that last train. This should be the key to passing. A train ticket costs 11,000 weird coins, I reckon that's going to be tough. I wonder if Lin Feng's 7 days' salary will be enough for 11,000 weird coins. Should be enough, after all, night shift pays 5 times. Lin Feng quickly followed the road signs and arrived in front of a house. This should be my home. Lin Feng pushed the door open and walked inside. Inside, he heard snoring sounds. Ha! Ha! Lin Feng felt it was strange. Isn't this my home? Why do I hear snoring? At this moment, Lin Feng felt very tired. He wanted to rest. I wonder if there are any rules to follow in this house, things seem complicated. Just then, a voice from a radio with electronic music came through. Welcome home. To ensure your safety, you need to follow these rules. Chapter 61, Mysterious Diary, Daluo Mountain, Zoo. 1. Do not talk to anyone in your family first. If they talk to you, you can only reply with one sentence at most. 2. Mom is clumsy while cooking and sometimes cuts her own fingers. Just pretend you don't know and never draw her attention. 3. Before sleeping, remember to draw the curtains and cover the mirror with newspapers. If you don't have newspapers, anything else will do. You must fall asleep before 12 o'clock. When you sleep, do not open your eyes no matter what sounds you hear. If someone calls you, cover your head with your blanket. 4. You might dream of a big eyeball-shaped monster, do not be afraid. Try not to make eye contact in the dream, and if you do not be scared. 5. After 8 o'clock at night, you can go outside, but you must keep your head down and look at the road signs. The road signs are green, not red. If you find the color is red, it means you have caught its attention. At that point, you cannot go to work, remember to return the way you came and go back home. 6. If a family member invites you to the rabbit store, you must refuse because the owner hates only one thing, real animal meat. 7. There are no rabbits in the house, nor are there family members with rabbit heads. If you discover someone with a rabbit head, do not panic. 8. In mom's memory, you are a vegetarian, you like to eat carrots. In your sister's memory, you do not like to play with her, you find her very annoying. In dad's memory, you only say, So, do not let them notice anything unusual. 9. When you wake up, you must quickly play rock paper scissors with your reflection in the mirror. You can only do other things after you win. 10. Occasionally, neighbors will visit, no matter what, you must act as if you do not know them. Do not talk to them at all. If a neighbor tells you that you look very tasty, you need to be alert and quickly run to your mom because those creatures do not like her. 11. If a neighbor claims to be Mr. Rabbit, you need to push him out. 12. The radio relates to your life and safety, it is your family. You need to hide it and make sure it is not discovered by other family members. Protect it well. 13. Make sure to listen to the information from the radio. Good luck, I hope you can leave this world alive. 13 Rules. Lin Feng heard a total of 13 rules. Thankfully, he gained quite a bit of mental strength, so memorizing these rules wasn't difficult for him. His system's error opportunities had already been used up 3 times. Next, he could only analyze it himself. There must be incorrect rules among these 13. Just as Lin Feng was preparing to analyze, a path appeared before him. Lin Feng knew this was a system's action prompt. What is this situation? Why did it trigger the system's action prompt? It seems this is not the time to analyze the rules. Soon, Lin Feng followed the system's prompt. He arrived at the door of the storage room. He gently pushed the door, not wanting to wake the family. There was a message in front of the door. Lin Feng knew that this should also be included in the behavioral hints. He gently pushed open the door to the storage room and entered. Inside the storage room were many animal masks, and the rabbit masks were very exaggerated. There was also a note stuck to one of the rabbit masks. It said, Mr. Wendy's exclusive. Besides rabbits, there were also masks of deer, pandas, bears, wolves, and dogs. Lions, fish, and other animal masks too. These animal masks looked so realistic. Suddenly, Lin Feng saw something that emitted a green glow. He walked over to take a look and found it was a very old diary. The cover of the diary was covered in dust. The cover boldly read, Diary. Lin Feng opened the diary. It wrote the following, My name is Su Long, when you see this diary, I am already dead, or lost, or forever becoming its slave. I record my experiences, maybe they will be useful to you. I hope you can escape from here. April 7th. I found the storage room at home, filled with many animal masks. I think these animal masks are very beautiful and realistic. I find them very interesting, so I casually picked up a husky mask and put it on my head. April 10th. I found that the husky mask could not be taken off at all. Gradually, I noticed that I had grown a dog tail. April 12th. I discovered that my sense of smell had become exceptionally sharp, and my body became hairy. April 15th. I seemed to dream that I gained powerful abilities, my courage also grew, and I bravely reached the inhuman area. Those monsters were all afraid of me. I seemed to have gained great power, and I started hunting some monsters. April 18th. I discovered a bar called Bloody Wine Bar. The owner is a little girl named Lilith, rumored to be 9 rich among 10 little girls, and 1 super rich, not sure if it's true. April 20th. In the bar, there was a very beautiful and cute woman with a long tongue, but I didn't smell the scent of a living person from her. She seemed to be a cold corpse. April 25th. The drinks in the bar were incredibly delicious, and gradually, I spent all my savings. Just when I didn't know what to do, an old man in a suit appeared. He gave me 1,000,000 strange coins, telling me to go to that bar to drink every day, saying it was for the sake of his daughter's business. Then the handwriting became extremely sloppy. Month. Day. I noticed something was wrong. I turned into a monster. Maybe I was already a monster, a big eye staring at me all day. I was terrified. I wanted to escape from here, so I bought a train ticket, intending to buy a ticket to the zoo, but they wouldn't sell it to me. I bought a ticket to Daluoshan instead, but they still wouldn't sell it to me. In a fit of rage, I prepared to kill them, but they said, "You have already become a part of here, other worlds do not belong to you." Month. Day. Gradually, I accepted my fate. Let's live here, as the chosen one of the Great Xia Kingdom. I really embarrassed the Great Xia Kingdom. I feel like I'm going crazy. Since it's like this, let it all be destroyed. The diary ends here. Lin Feng seemed to vaguely guess the next level. The next level is either Daluoshan or the zoo. Daluoshan, the zoo? These two places should not be simple. Should I go to Daluoshan or to the zoo? Chapter 62, Finding the Radio, Strange Family. Forget it, I'll just rest and sleep. Just as Lin Feng was about to leave, he discovered another glowing green object. An old-fashioned radio. Then, Lin Feng picked up the radio and placed it in the system space. As long as I entered the system space, my family could never find the radio. Lin Feng left the storage room, then gently closed the door behind him. The system's opportunities are all used up, all I have left is to rely on myself. Lin Feng spent some time searching for rooms, and soon he found an empty room. Lin Feng walked in and locked the door behind him. He discovered that the curtains on the window were indeed not drawn. Not only that, there was also a mirror in the room. According to the rules, I should pull the curtains and cover the mirror before going to sleep. Lin Feng pulled the curtains shut. Then he inspected the room. He did not find any newspapers. The audience in the Dragon Country live broadcast room also began to worry. What should we do? We can't find any newspaper. Yeah, it seems there are no newspapers in the room. If we can't find newspapers, then the mirror. As long as we cover the mirror, it will be fine. At this moment, Lin Feng was not panicking. Lin Feng lifted the mirror and set its reflective side down on the floor. Wow, Bro Feng is showing off. Who would have thought Lin Feng would cover the mirror with the floor? I didn't know it could be done this way. After handling the mirror, Lin Feng lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. He was simply too tired. Soon, Lin Feng was fast asleep. Before long, a yawn echoed in the room. A girl in a pink dress, with beautiful black hair and a cute appearance, appeared. "Brother, are you there? Come play with me." This girl was what they called a little sister. The little sister had just woken up. If Lin Feng delayed for another 5 minutes, he would have run into his sister. The little sister pushed Lin Feng's door but could not open it. "Brother, are you there? If you're in the room, please say something." Suddenly, the little sister's eyes turned bright red. "Brother, open the door. Brother!" The little sister started banging on the door violently. "Are you in there? Answer me." Gradually, the sound of her banging grew louder. Inside the room, Lin Feng was awakened by the banging sound. Lin Feng opened his eyes. Then, Lin Feng remembered. "Oh no, I actually opened my eyes." Sure enough. The next moment, a strange laughter came from outside the door. "Brother, I can see you now, please don't ignore me." Then, Lin Feng covered his head. "Wait, I clearly saw my brother just now, why can't I see him now?" At that moment, a furious roar came from behind the little sister. "Your brother just got off night duty, don't disturb his rest." The little sister turned her head and was surprised to find her dad in pajamas. "Dad, you. Humph, if I catch you disturbing your brother's rest again." Though the dad did not finish his sentence, the little sister felt the threat. "Yes, Dad. Also, do not wake me up from my sleep next time." It seemed the little sister was very afraid of her dad. The dad turned to go back to sleep, but ran into a middle-aged woman. "What are you making noise for? Always taking out your anger on the kids? Don't you fear the neighbors laughing at us?" The mom held a kitchen knife. you're already 18, can't you show a little decorum? The dad pushed past the mom and returned to his room to continue sleeping. In a little while, the sound of snoring came from the dad's room. Mom, I know brother hates me, I just want to improve our relationship. Look at dad, what kind of person he is. The mom looked at the little sister and returned to a kind expression. Mom understands. You and your brother had some unpleasantness, but mom will do her best to help you improve your relationship because we are all a family. After the mom left, Lin knew the little sister revealed a strange smile. Hee, I will find you sooner or later, so you can play games with me, brother. At the same time, the remaining chosen ones were all no easy targets. Some directly opened the window and threw the mirror out. Some covered the mirror with curtains. Others shoved the mirror under the bed. There were even those who used bedsheets to hide the mirror. The younger sister felt very frustrated, she couldn't see Lin Feng. Really, brother, why don't you want to come out and play games with me? Her teeth ground together with a crunch, and the veins in her hands stood out. At the same time, her skin started to turn red. The sister let out a reluctant roar of anger. Ah! What's all the noise about? Dad's voice came, and the sister instantly returned to normal. When Lin Feng opened his eyes, he glanced at his watch. He found it was already 5:30 in the afternoon. Right, let's first play rock paper scissors with myself in the mirror. Although Lin Feng didn't know if the rules were right or wrong, he decided to give it a try. After getting out of bed, Lin Feng turned on the room light. He indeed saw the mirror standing in place. Strange, I clearly laid the mirror down on the floor. Lin Feng approached the mirror. In the mirror was a handsome young man in his 20s. The young man's face looked dark and sinister, showing an expression that wanted to devour Lin Feng. Rock, paper, scissors. Lin Feng instantly threw out rock. The young man in the mirror began to imitate Lin Feng's movements. He also repeated Lin Feng's words. Rock, paper, scissors. In the next moment, Lin Feng suddenly opened his hand, changing rock into paper. Paper. You lose. At this moment, the young man in the mirror still had rock out. Then, the young man in the mirror let out a roar. No, you cheated, that doesn't count, doesn't count. The young man's face suddenly twisted hideously, his mouth opened to reveal a row of sharp teeth. I will eat you. Lin Feng appeared indifferent. Come on. Then, the young man in the mirror began to slowly fade away. Then he disappeared. Wow, the Lin Feng in the mirror just now was really scary. Yeah, but I didn't expect Lin Feng to cheat and win the game directly. There's a saying that the person in the mirror will imitate movements and eventually get faster until their actions match the person's actions, causing the person to be switched into the mirror and the thing in the mirror will come out to replace them. Wow, now that I think about it, that's really terrifying. After dealing with the mirror version of himself, Lin Feng began analyzing the rules. However, footsteps sounded outside the door. Brother, are you awake? Can you play games with me? I'm busy right now, I can't play. However, the next moment, Lin Feng heard banging on the door. Brother, open the door. Hurry up and open the door. I'm coming in. Chapter 63, This sister has a problem. Lin Feng seemed to understand why the rule said the brother no longer liked the sister. He probably couldn't play with his sister, if he did, it could break the rules. But, if this rule is correct, then he might be contaminated. There's a standard for contamination. Lin Feng wasn't panicking, after all, he still had one chance to remove the contamination. What's all the noise about? At this moment, Dad's stern voice came, and the sister immediately fell silent. Tell your brother to come eat. Yes, Dad. Soon, the banging on the door stopped. Brother, Dad wants you to come eat. Are there carrots? Yes, brother, Mom specially prepared carrots for you. Got it. Lin Feng opened the door and saw his sister. Brother, just play with me for a while? His sister reached out and linked her arm with Lin Feng's. Dad told brother to eat, so brother has to go eat. Hearing Dad, the sister trembled all over. Lin Feng noticed this detail. It seemed his sister was very likely afraid of Dad. If the sister caused trouble for him, perhaps he could bring out Dad. After Lin Feng left, his sister came to Lin Feng's room and glanced at the mirror. Ha, you can't come out, just stay there and replace me. No one will figure out I'm the fake, no one will save you. You stay there just fine. You are nothing but a burden in your father's eyes, ha. In the mirror, another figure of my sister appeared. 2 drops of tears fell from her eyes. Please let me out, I miss my family. Humph, you should just stay in there and never come out. Then, my sister lifted the mirror and shoved it under the bed. No, don't. Please let me see my family. All done, time to eat, ha. However, Lin Feng did not know that the sister in front of him was fake. The real sister was already dead, leaving behind a trapped soul. She was in despair, wailing and crying with a broken heart. Yet, no one knew. Her eyes were nearly crying blood. At the dining table, Lin Feng picked up a raw carrot and began to gnaw on it. Crisp and slightly sweet. Dad glanced at Lin Feng. Is the carrot good? MHM. Lin Feng replied with a slight nod, and Dad sighed, you should eat some meat too, eating carrots all day is not good for your health. Lin Feng wanted to explain, but suddenly thought of the rules, so he restrained himself. In fact, Lin Feng didn't really like eating carrots. It was just that he was starving and had no choice. And that rule said he was a vegetarian in his mother's eyes, and even liked eating carrots. Lin Feng had no choice but to force himself to chew on the carrots. His sister, sitting beside him, picked up a piece of chicken leg and started to munch. Brother, look at you, why don't you try some meat? Meat is really delicious. Mom also persuaded, son, what's so good about carrots? Why are you so obsessed with them? MHM. After finishing 3 carrots, my sister proposed to play with Lin Feng. Brother, come play with me? MHM. Let's go, brother. My sister directly grabbed Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng shook his head. Brother. Dad pressed down on my sister with one hand. Alright, don't disturb your brother, he still needs to work later. Lin Feng felt something was off, his sister clearly knew he hated her. Why did she still want to drag him to play? Didn't she have any awareness at all? And why was his sister so afraid of Dad? Why were there so many masks in the storage room? The rules in the radio must not be complete. Anyway, Lin Feng thought his sister was a little strange. Moreover, his sister was a bit odd, clearly scared of Dad, but seemed to disregard his words. For example, just now, Dad told her to call him for dinner. But she still wanted him to play with her. Something was definitely wrong. The system prompt function he relied on was gone. The error prompt from the rules, he didn't get to see. The only prompt for behavior error was also gone. Didn't they say something about a bloody wine bar? Why did he still have to follow the rules at home? Lin Feng thought of the diary. It mentioned a chosen one from the Great Xia Kingdom named Su Long. It seemed he came from another parallel world. Maybe he knew. Combining that with the old man giving Su Long many strange coins to help take care of his daughter's business. Perhaps, that Su Long was the one with a husky head yesterday. Hopefully, he can encounter him tonight and ask him a few questions. Brother! Lin Feng felt someone tap his shoulder. Brother, what's wrong? Brother, answer me. Brother! His sister's voice was very loud. Dad lifted his foot and tapped his slipper on his sister's head. What are you shouting for? You're already 18, an adult, and still shouting loudly, showing no manners? His sister immediately quieted down and looked at Mom with grievance. Mom, Dad hit me. Mom shot Dad a look, why did you hit our child? A burden, why are you protecting her so much? Lin Feng glanced at his father, noticing the murderous look on his face. It was as if he was about to tear his sister apart at any moment. You dare to hit our daughter again, and I'll divorce you, no more chances. His father held back his anger with great difficulty. His sister made a face at their father. Clearly, she was doing it to provoke him on purpose. Lin Feng felt that this family must be quite extraordinary. His sister obviously had huge problems. In Lin Feng's heart, he had already classified his sister as a dangerous person. All he had to do was wait until after 8 o'clock tonight, and he could go out to work. But during the time before 8, where could he go? At that moment, his mother suddenly spoke up. The things in the house are almost gone. Do you 3 want to go with me to the rabbit store? We need to buy some things. His father nodded. Lin Feng shook his head. His sister said, I won't go either. I want to stay and play with my brother. Just as his mother was about to say something, they heard their father's voice. His father said, your brother has to work the night shift, and it's very hard work. We won't disturb him. You must go with your mother and me to the rabbit store. His mother added, yes, your brother is already very tired from working night shifts. Let him rest well. So, father, mother, and sister left. But suddenly, the sister turned around and gave Lin Feng a strange smile. Then she turned her head back again. Chapter 64, the radio almost exposed, Lin Feng was heavily polluted. After his father, mother, and sister left, Lin Feng walked toward his own room. Suddenly, he discovered that the door was deformed. And there were signs of damage on it. Lin Feng reached out to touch the door and found that it was an iron door. This shouldn't be possible. Since my sister is 18 and a girl, her body shouldn't be strong enough to deform an iron door. After Lin Feng entered the room, he found that the mirror was missing. Strange, where did the mirror go? There are just too many weird things happening. Lin Feng locked the door behind him. Then he took out the radio from the system space. The radio began to broadcast a voice message. A strange store has appeared in the human zone, called the Rabbit Store. According to staff who escaped from there, the sources of the ingredients in the Rabbit Store are very suspicious. Nearby residents have also reported that they sometimes hear screams. The police have already launched an investigation. Rabbit Store? It seems the ingredients there are quite suspicious. At this moment, in the mirror world, his sister looked at the darkness in front of her, feeling utterly hopeless. Is anyone there? Is anyone there? Is anyone there? She called out several times, but received no reply. Strange, I clearly heard footsteps just now, sob sob sob. Help me, help me. Who can save me? I just want to see my family. I would pay any price. Suddenly, a giant eye appeared in her mind. Can you save me? I want to see my family, please. I would pay any price. Her sister could feel that this giant eye contained immense power. That's right, please save me. The giant eye fell silent, seemingly considering whether to save his sister. If you can provide me with a satisfactory sacrifice, I will consider saving you. At this moment, several shadows appeared. What the hell are you? This little girl must stay here. However, the next moment, those shadows let out a scream and swiftly dissolved. Heretic, die. Even his sister didn't realize that this giant eye had instantly killed those powerful mirror world creatures. You are so powerful, you must be able to save me, right? Unfortunately, you are not his real sister. Soon, his sister felt the giant eye vanish. Hey! Lin Feng continued to listen to the radio. That's all for the Rabbit Store story. Next, let me tell another story. There was a father who wanted to make his daughter strong. He killed his own woman, leading to a rift between father and daughter. But in his eyes, this was not important, all that mattered was making his daughter strong. In the end, his daughter ran away from home. He did not know how long it had been, but Lin Feng heard footsteps in the distance. It seems they should be back from the rabbit shop. Lin Feng immediately put his radio away into the system space. And he pushed the door open. Thus, Lin Feng met his dad, mom, and this fake sister all at once. Lin Feng saw that they were carrying big and small bags. His dad's eyes revealed a hint of helplessness. His mom was very happy. His sister looked at him as if she wanted to devour him. Brother, I'm back with things I bought. Can you play with me now? By the way, brother, I think I heard you talking to yourself in your room just now. You weren't talking to someone, were you? Lin Feng suddenly felt a bit dazed. Was he talking to someone? The viewers in the live stream noticed the problem. Wow, this sister's hearing is really too good, she even heard the radio. It must be that Lin Feng left the radio on too long, and his sister found out, breaking the rules. What should we do now? Lin Feng shook his head to clear his mind. Brother, don't lie to me anymore, I heard it very clearly, you were talking to someone in your room. His mom also said, yes, quickly tell us who the person in your room is. Lin Feng suddenly felt a sense of crisis. In the end, he was so focused on listening to the radio that he ended up being discovered, as he left it on too long. Lin Feng wanted to reason with them, but seeing his dad beside him, he knew he could not give up the radio. You two, shut up. His dad roared, like a lion's roar. Why are you so fierce? You only know how to be fierce in front of your family. You nasty woman. His dad raised his fist, ready to strike his mom. It seemed his mom also felt that his dad was really angry, so she took a step back. You must have heard it wrong. No, I clearly heard that there was someone talking in my brother's room. His dad was full of anger as he spoke. Your brother is introverted, he is practicing his speaking skills, techniques for communicating with customers. After all, he works at a bar and needs to communicate with customers. At this moment, Lin Feng shot a look at his sister with a U8 gaze. His sister suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. She was very puzzled, could it be that Lin Feng was holding a grudge against her? The dispute temporarily came to a halt. Taking advantage of his mom and dad's distraction, Lin Feng pointed at his sister and made a snap gesture. It seemed to tell his sister, get ready to die. Indeed, Lin Feng was already prepared to deal with this sister in front of him. Because this sister was very strange, and she made Lin Feng feel a huge threat. His sister suddenly felt sweat breaking out all over her body for some reason. In her mind, for a brief moment, it felt as if a huge eye was staring at her. After 8 o'clock. Lin Feng walked out of the house, lowering his head according to the rules. Sure enough, he saw the red road sign. The sign was deep red, like fresh blood, very eerie. It showed that he had been heavily infected. System, I want to use the chance to clear the pollution. Are you sure, host? Sure. Soon, Lin Feng noticed that the crimson road sign turned green again. I didn't expect to be so heavily polluted. Where did the problem occur? I turned off the radio early. Could it be an incorrect rule? Lin Feng felt a bit pained inside. He had unexpectedly been forced to use a chance to clear pollution. Now he could not quite understand where the problem was. Could it be the mirror? He had indeed gotten rid of the mirror. As I returned to my room just now, it seemed like the mirror had disappeared. In fact, the audience in Dragon Country already had the answer. Because the chosen ones from other countries were also corrupted. Their radios were hidden well, not discovered, but they still saw the red road signs when they went out. At this moment, the expert team of Dragon Country was also editing the message, preparing to send the truth to Lin Feng. Chapter 65, Ghost Emperor Yiyu, the first chosen one Sulong. On the way. Lin Feng received a hint from Dragon Country. That mirror cannot be covered, covering it will lead to corruption, and there may even be hidden clues with an SSS rating inside the mirror. I hope you can find it. Lin Feng was stunned. Sure enough, the third rule on the radio, about covering the mirror to sleep, was wrong. Not a word was spoken on the road, and Lin Feng quickly arrived at the bloody bar. At this time, it was only 10:30, half an hour before the 11 o'clock shift began. As soon as he entered the bar, Lin Feng saw a familiar presence. A guest with a husky head. Before Lin Feng could speak, Sulong said, I have been waiting for you for a long time. You should be back home now. Did you find the radio? Brother Su, I found it, and I also found your diary. Sulong nodded, then spoke. The Great Wall will never fall. The Yellow River flows endlessly. Sulong nodded. You are also a chosen one from the Great Xia Nation? I am from Dragon Country. To be a hero in life. To be a hero in death. I still think of Xiangyu. I won't cross to Jiandong. Sulong was becoming more and more sure that this Dragon Country must be very close to his Great Xia Country. So he continued. The Emperor calls, but I won't board the ship. I call myself the Immortal of Wine. Instantly, Sulong's eyes welled up with tears. He never expected to meet an old friend in this so-called bizarre world. The audience in the live broadcast room was confused. What's happening? Could this dog-headed person be from our Dragon Country? No, he just asked Brother Feng if he was from the Great Xia Country. Although Lin Feng was not from the Great Xia Country, through their conversation, Sulong discovered that aside from the name, Dragon Country and Great Xia Country were almost identical in every other aspect. In other aspects, such as historical development trajectory and cultural transmission, the similarity was over 90%. Brother Su, what's your situation? Can't you go back? Sai, my state is very strange. I'm neither dead nor alive, akin to being stuck here. Stuck for how long? About 30 years. Lin Feng was stunned. Brother Su is the first chosen one? That's right. Then does Brother Su know Feng Chang or Carter? Chosen one Feng Chang, and chosen one Carter? Yes, but that security captain Feng Chang is dead, and Carter is an old man from Lighthouse Nation. However, he has already cleared the levels and become a night watchman. Sulong nodded. Through their conversation, Lin Feng discovered that Sulong still had one chance to escape. However, to Sulong, this chance didn't make much of a difference. After all, the gods could never help him remove the mask. Once the mask was removed, he could board the train without bounds and then escape from here. This is the rule, fellow countrymen. Sulong pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket, on which was clearly written the rules. I've marked the wrong rules for you, brother. No need to be polite, we are all descendants of Yin and Huang, all inheritors of the dragon. Even though we are people from different worlds. Brother, do you want to go back? Of course, I love my motherland, but only the gods can remove the mask, and the gods will not let me go, they will naturally not help me remove the mask. Lin Feng put away the paper and placed it in the system space. Although Great Xia Country and Dragon Country were not the same country. However, Sulong had already regarded Lin Feng as a fellow countryman. At 10:10, a stunning woman dressed in a phoenix robe and wearing a phoenix crown walked into the bar. Is this the bloody bar? The woman's words carried authority. As if she were sacred and inviolable. Yesterday, Mu Xiaoyu came here to drink, but why hasn't she returned? Could it be that Mu Xiaoyu is dead? A wave of pressure immediately spread out. Lin Feng could feel that the visitor was not friendly. She was likely the ghost queen, Yiyu, mentioned by the ghost from yesterday. At that moment, Sulong raised a hand, dissipating Yiyu's pressure. Are you talking about that red-clothed ghost from last night? Our boss, Lilith, chopped her up, and she became ingredients. Yiyu examined Lin Feng. She had never seen such a handsome, charming man. Ha ha ha. What great spirit. Come to me. Lin Feng walked up to Yiyu. Customer, would you like something to drink? Do you want to come to me? If you are willing, I will overlook Mu Xiaoyu's death. Customer, if it's for other things, I won't take responsibility. If you need a drink, I'll get you one. Ha ha ha, good. Then just watch and get it for me. Yi Yu admired Lin Feng's calm attitude in the face of danger. However, she noticed that Su Long next to her seemed unhappy. Yi Yu, this one is from Lilith. You wouldn't want to fall out with Lilith. Ha ha ha, I like to make friends, naturally. Soon, Lin Feng brought over a bottle of Moon Blue. Yi Yu took it and drank it all in one go. Old rules, little brother, get me a bloody rose ear. All right, big brother. At 12 o'clock, Lilith arrived. Lilith was puzzled, Yi Yu actually came. And this dog-headed man hadn't left yet. Lin Feng still felt a chill behind him. This time, Lilith placed her hand on Lin Feng's shoulder again. Su Long stood up. He did not want Lin Feng to die just like that. Before being chosen by the strange tales of rules, Su Long was a man of loyalty. And in his view, Lin Feng was from the great Xia nation, just like him. He couldn't just stand by while a fellow countryman was in trouble. But then he realized that Lilith did not have ill intentions and sat back down. This time, Lin Feng did not feel the suffocating sensation in his heart. Lilith began to probe into Lin Feng's past. Lin Feng did not know what was happening. Soon, Lilith's face turned pale. What is happening? Lilith interrupted her probing into Lin Feng's past. Lilith had a look of panic. She then left. Su Long also felt the chill behind him disappear. Meanwhile, Lilith arrived at the warehouse, kneeling on the ground. Why could this happen? Her face was pale, breathing heavily. Her whole body trembled. In that moment, she felt fear. But I am a prince-level existence. Earlier, a mysterious power had blocked Lilith from peering into Lin Feng. But Lilith still gleamed a bit. Then, Lilith sighed in relief. Maybe he really was very strong once, but now he is weak and easy to kill. Chapter 66, Su Long's message, destroy the radio? At midnight, a scream echoed. Su Long calmly drank his wine, while Yi Yu ran out in fear. Though she was the ghost queen, she still felt quite different from Lilith. Lin Feng remained calm. After a while, a car stopped at the door. Lin Feng walked to the entrance and said to the driver, "Our bar is now closed." Soon, the driver drove away. When Lin Feng returned to the bar, he heard Lilith's voice behind him. Do you believe in fate? Lin Feng turned around and found that Lilith had grown fangs. I do not believe. I mean, do you believe that a person's fate is determined from the moment they are born? Lin Feng shook his head. At that moment, Lilith suddenly hugged Lin Feng. Save me, please save me, I beg you to save me. Lin Feng was completely bewildered. However, Lin Feng quickly reacted. This should be something like the second level of a ghost story, a main line of choosing between two options. You can definitely save me. Lin Feng shook his head. I am willing to pay you, please, save me. Lilith seemed like a person drowning, grabbing onto the last straw. At this moment, Lin Feng was the light of her life. If Lin Feng could negotiate with the gods, the deities would surely respect him. Lin Feng reached out and gently patted the little girl's head. Seeing this, Su Long couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah! I am just a weak mortal, how can I save you? My boss." No, you are definitely not a mortal, please save me, I don't want to fall into darkness again. Lin Feng pushed Lilith away. Please. Lilith's eyes were filled with tears. How can I save you? You come out and walk with me, go negotiate with it. After speaking, Lilith directly grabbed Lin Feng. Then she pulled Lin Feng to the door. Big eyes, I brought someone here to negotiate. In the next moment, Lilith fell to her knees in pain. Ah! She screamed in agony. You cannot disrespect the gods. Lilith's powerful vitality began to dissipate rapidly. Save me. Lin Feng glanced at Lilith, then pulled her up. Gradually, Lilith's vitality stopped fading away. This is just a warning, you are not worthy to negotiate with me. Lin Feng was taken aback, was he not worthy to negotiate with this big eye? Lilith, roll. Immediately, an invisible force threw Lilith 10 meters away. You can. Lin Feng discovered that deep within his consciousness, a huge eyeball appeared. I know who you are now. Who am I? The big eyeball wanted to speak, but then reconsidered and remained silent. You cannot reveal your identity again, or you will truly be killed. The big eyeball spoke with a tone of complaint. You are truly weak right now, if they come looking for you, you will definitely die. But fortunately, this world is independent. The culprit that caused your identity to be exposed, should we kill her? Lin Feng helplessly said, but she is my boss. Tell Lilith to prepare a sacrifice that can save her, then she will be free. Okay. Lin Feng felt as if he and this big eyeball were old friends reuniting after many years. He seemed to vaguely sense that he knew this big eyeball. Soon, the big eyeball left. Lilith quickly ran over. What's the situation? The big eyeball said you need to prepare enough sacrifices to redeem yourself, then you will be free. Lilith breathed a sigh of relief. Actually, you once. Lin Feng shook his head. Then, Lin Feng looked at Su Long. By the way, brother, do you want me to help you see if I can take off the mask on your face? Su Long fell into deep thought. Lilith said, trust him, he can do it. Lin Feng placed his hand on Su Long's head, then began to remove the mask. Soon, the mask was easily taken off by Lin Feng. Immediately, a rugged face appeared. This. Suddenly, Su Long was enveloped in bright white light. Little brother, I am actually leaving. Brother, this is what you deserve, thank you for your help. Su Long was moved to tears. Little brother, you must also work hard. By the way, this is the money your father gave me, the password for the bank card is your birthday, I'm returning it to you now. Soon, Su Long took out a bank card and handed it to Lilith. And these strange coins, they are all your father's. Then Su Long took out some strange coins, which Lilith accepted without hesitation. Soon, Su Long completely disappeared, he returned to the Great Xia country. Lilith found a note on the back of the bank card, which read, take off the mask, and you can go home. Alright, let's go back. Lin Feng returned to the bar counter. Lilith placed her hand on Lin Feng's body. You have been tainted, I will help you cleanse it. After a while, Lilith continued, I think it's time you worked hard. Lin Feng knew this was a signal. Soon, Lin Feng turned his body back. Lilith felt an unprecedented exhilaration. At this moment, she seemed to see her liberation. As long as enough offerings are prepared, she could redeem herself. In the past, even preparing many offerings could not save her. Meanwhile, in a certain ancient castle, a statue of an eye shattered. An old man was kneeling on the ground. God, why did you stop the ritual? Why did you sacrifice? I want Lilith to gain powerful strength, to dominate the world, and bring glory to the Dracula family. It wasn't me, it was Lilith who interrupted the sacrifice. Dracula was furious. However, he had no idea that soon he would be executed by Lilith herself. Lin Feng opened the paper given by Su Long. The rules on the paper were identical to those on the radio. However, some parts of the third rule were crossed out with a line. Crossed out content, cover the mirror with newspaper, if there's no newspaper, other materials are acceptable. There was a note, I think the mirror is a clue. The seventh rule also had a note, if you fall into a desperate situation, wear the rabbit mask, you will gain immense power, but you might lose yourself. And the eighth rule, in Dad's memory, you only say The 12th rule had the words radio crossed out. There was a note, destroy the radio. Lin Feng was stunned. How could Su Long's note tell him to destroy the radio? But the radio was the way to gather information. Lin Feng thought for a moment. He really had been heavily tainted yesterday. At first, he thought it was because his sister found the radio, but later he thought it was because he covered the mirror that he got polluted. Was Su Long's information really reliable? But the rule said the radio is family, he must protect it well. Chapter 67, Is the sister in the mirror fake? Is the real sister someone else? Lin Feng continued to read on. Next to the 13th rule, there was also a note. Note, you cannot exceed half an hour. Quickly, Lin Feng found the 14th rule. 14. The storage room has many animal masks, only the rabbit mask is yours. When you wear the rabbit mask, you need to repeatedly tell yourself, you are human, you are human, you are human. Note, I'm not sure about this either. 15. The sister is strange, never agree to play with her, or the consequences are yours to bear. 16. Carrots are items to cleanse pollution, but you can eat at most 5 a day. 17. Please don't get too close to mom, she is very dangerous. Although mom is at home, she is no longer the real mom. 18. Dad will protect you, but you need to be cautious, never let dad discover that something is wrong with you. 19. The radio cannot be listened to continuously for more than half an hour, and you need to shut it off for 5 minutes after each listening. 20. Within 5 minutes after returning home, you can look in the mirror, certain creatures have the ability to see through, and can observe you through the mirror, like the one dad wants to kill. 21. Mom really likes sister, do not mention sister in front of mom. 22. If you can rescue the real family, then the above 20 rules are all invalid. Note, this must be true. 23. When rescuing all family members, please smash the radio in front of mom. 24. The mirror cannot reflect animals, animals will make the mirror creatures feel fear, especially rabbits. 25. Survive for a week, collect your salary, then you can go to the train station to buy a ticket and take the infinite train to leave here. I didn't expect there to be so many unlisted rules on the radio. Lin Feng felt a surge of gratitude towards Su Long in his heart. At the end, Lin Feng saw a note. Note, save the real family, maybe the score can improve. Lin Feng looked at it for a while longer. So, it turns out I can't listen to the radio for more than half an hour continuously. No wonder I was infected so badly before, but I listened to the radio for a long time. But this weird thing is really cunning, it actually hid the last dozen rules. I wonder how the other chosen ones got the last dozen rules. Of course, other chosen ones also had their ways to learn the last 12 rules. When work ended, Lin Feng walked out. He had already checked the bills in advance. Lin Feng lowered his head, looking at the signs on the road. The color of the road was green, proving he had not been infected. But Lin Feng still remembered that Lilith helped him remove the contamination. It seemed Lilith had the ability to remove contamination. Lin Feng returned home, back to his room. He stood in front of the mirror. Sure enough, a girl appeared in the mirror. Brother! Lin Feng looked and said, you must be the real sister, and the one at home is the creature in the mirror, right? The sister nodded, brother, please save me, and as a reward, I will protect you. How to save you? Kill the one at home who is me, and throw her body into the mirror. Does the mirror need to be covered? No need, brother just needs to cover his head and sleep. Remember to lock the door. The sister in the mirror brought Lin Feng a completely different feeling. Gentle, well-behaved, cute. But Lin Feng felt something was a bit off. In fact, Lin Feng had a sense of falling into a conspiracy. The rules stated that the radio was his true family. But everything seemed to hint that the sister in the mirror was his family. According to the weird nature of this situation, things could not be so simple. There must be another hidden truth. At this point, a small mistake could lead to irreversible disaster. Lin Feng still kept a watchful eye on the sister in the mirror. Suddenly, Lin Feng looked at the sister in the mirror and asked, Sister, do you like rabbits? Brother. Upon hearing the word rabbit, the sister indeed showed a look of panic. Brother, rabbits kill people, I'm afraid. Then does my sister like cats or dogs? They are scary. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly realized. The sister in the mirror was not right. Although the rules hinted at it, and Su Long's message, all signs indicated the sister in the mirror was family. But the rules did not directly say, your sister is trapped in the mirror, save her. Although Su Long crossed out the radio. However, Lin Feng felt that Su Long's judgment was not necessarily all correct. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also quite confused. Strange, why would Lin Feng ask his sister about rabbits? Wait, could it be that the sister in the mirror is a weird? Impossible, if the sister in the mirror is a weird, then the sister at home is even more like a weird. So confusing, no wonder it's the 4th level. After a while, Lin Feng stared at the mirror. You are not my real sister. The sister in the mirror said sadly, no, please believe me, I am your true family. Then why are you afraid of rabbits? And also afraid of those animals? I. The sister in the mirror suddenly fell silent. Right, brother, you should go rest, that me is about to wake up. Lin Feng directly lay down in bed and covered himself with the blanket. The sister in the mirror showed a guilty expression, I'm sorry. Then, she looked confused, who am I? Who am I? It seemed even she could not distinguish herself. Am I not his sister? No, I seem to be his sister. After Lin Feng fell asleep, the sister at home woke up. She came to Lin Feng's door. I will not let you out, if you come out, I will be finished. No, you can't do this. The world of the realm is too boring. How wonderful it is outside, with bright lights and wine, and I can freely eat, drink, and have fun all day. You should go back to where you belong. Go back? If I go back, they will bully me again. Out here, I still have family. It's much more comfortable. But you are a sinner of our realm, a traitor. Then, the sister began to smash the door. She decided to take action against Lin Feng, the head of the family, ahead of time. Open the door. After her smashing for a while, the door became severely deformed. Until Dad came out and scolded her harshly. Only then did the sister quiet down. Mom still came out to defend her, but she had no idea this was not her biological daughter. Meanwhile, under the sofa in the living room, there was a wooden puppet, locked in a rusty iron chain that emitted a red glow. On the puppet, a name was written, He Xia. The surname He is Lin Feng's father's surname in this haunted world. Chapter 68, Rabbit Head Lin Feng, Kill the Fake Sister. After awakening, Lin Feng came to the mirror as usual. In the mirror, his face was hideous. Rock, paper, scissors. Lin Feng showed paper to his reflection in the mirror. The reflection also showed paper. Rock, paper, scissors. Lin Feng turned directly to scissors. Your move is too slow. With a 70% improvement in physical fitness, Lin Feng had already surpassed ordinary people. His reaction speed crushed whatever was in the mirror, which was normal. Damn it! Let me out! The creature in the mirror roared in anger before it began to dissipate. Lin Feng took another look at the door. Oh, this poor door. The door was now severely deformed, and if this continued, it was likely that the next time he slept, the door would be completely smashed by his sister. As soon as Lin Feng woke up, his sister's voice came through. Brother, play with me. His sister kept banging on the door. But suddenly, a dazzling golden light emitted from the door. It sent his sister flying back 2 to 3 meters. Looking at the yellow talisman on the door, his sister stamped her feet in anger. Damn it! Lin Feng opened the door. His sister immediately lunged at him. Lin Feng sidestepped to avoid her, and she could not stop her momentum, crashing to the floor. Wah, mom, brother is bullying me. His sister rolled on the ground and cried loudly. The audience in the Dragon Kingdom livestream was also worried about Lin Feng. Oh, this sister, I wish I could beat her to death. This sister is a weird reflection from the mirror. So cunning. I just don't know what Brother Feng should do. At the same time, the beautiful country also found the shaman's whereabouts. But that shaman refused to come out. The people of the beautiful country could only use force to drag the shaman out. However, later on, the shaman committed suicide. In beautiful country, a scruffy man was cleaning a grave. If I could start over, I would definitely respect your wishes, Annie. The man in green next to him gave him a resentful glance. Brother, it's almost dark. We should hurry back, otherwise, we'll face endless rules of the night road again. Annie, Dad misses you. The man in green prepared to forcibly pull away the scruffy man. Brother, take me for a ride, I want to think of Annie, and Annie's brother, living like this is meaningless. Then, a burst of gunfire rang out. At dinner, Lin Feng still just nibbled on a carrot. Lin Feng noticed that his father's face looked extremely grim. And there were blood vessels all over his father's eyes. If it weren't for Lin Feng's 70% improved physical fitness, he wouldn't have noticed this detail. Mom glared at Lin Feng hatefully. Lin Feng also glared back at her. You dared to glare at me? Dad shouted angrily, what's wrong with my son glaring at you? Don't forget the sins you committed, tossing you into a pot of hot oil wouldn't be enough. Hearing Dad say this, Mom fell silent immediately. And your perception is problematic, you are already not normal. By the way, son, later I'll give you some talismans. Remember to keep them on you, they can protect you at a critical moment. His sister was so angry her teeth were grinding together. As long as Dad gives Lin Feng the talismans, there was no chance to kill Lin Feng. After eating a carrot, Lin Feng glanced at his father and pointed at his sister. He extended a finger. I understand, you can rest assured and go. Lin Feng had decided not to endure any longer. Dealing with his sister was the most important thing at the moment, after all, this sister posed too great a threat. Lin Feng went to the storage room. What came into view were many animal masks. Lin Feng searched for a while. He found only one rabbit mask. The rabbit mask had the words written on it, exclusive to Mr. Wendy. Lin Feng tore off the paper tag on the rabbit mask, then put the rabbit mask into the system space. Then Lin Feng returned to the dining table. Brother, where did you go? His mother complained, does it make sense to just run off while eating? His father shouted angrily, shut up. His father's fists were clenched with rage, and he was so forceful that blood dripped out. Lin Feng could also imagine the anger bottled up inside his father's heart. His father wanted to kill his sister, but there was no opportunity. Lin Feng glanced at his father, pointed at his sister, and then made a cutting gesture. He pointed at his mother and shook his head. His father looked at Lin Feng in confusion, did you clean the bedroom? Lin Feng nodded, yes. Lin Feng knew that his father actually wanted to ask if he was confident. But in order not to startle the snake, he could only ask Lin Feng this way. After dinner, Lin Feng went straight back to his room. Mom, I want to play with brother. His mother said with a big smile, kid's dad, what do you think? His father said, go ahead, you need to improve your relationship with your brother. Even his mother and sister didn't expect that his father would actually agree. His sister excitedly said, thank you, Dad. And so, his sister joyfully ran towards Lin Feng's room. His sister found that Lin Feng's room door was surprisingly open. Brother, sister is here to play with you. Lin Feng was standing by the window, with his back to his sister. Can you help brother with something? His sister nodded. What do you want, brother? Please close the door, you don't want dad to hear any noise, do you? Brother, I will lock the door now. Another sister appeared in the mirror. No, no, please don't kill my brother, come at me if you're brave. His sister made a ghost face. He, the chosen one. It's really funny that someone brings a pillow when you're sleepy. Heaven is a path you refuse to take, and hell has no door that you come to. You are really foolish. Is that so? The foolish one is you, the weird one in the mirror. Lin Feng remained calm and collected. This sister didn't think much of it. The sister in the mirror cried, please spare my brother, I am willing to trade my life for his. At this moment, in an unseen place, a huge eyeball was watching everything. Although you are weak now, I believe you can handle her. We three are watching you, go for it, old friend. In Lin Feng's room, the sister was closing in. Since you already know my identity, then you can die. The sister in the mirror had already lost hope. She helplessly closed her eyes. Then came a scream. You, rabbit. The sister didn't expect that just a moment ago, Lin Feng's back turned into the back of a rabbit-headed figure. Lin Feng turned around. Long time no see. Wait, Mr. Wendy. Please don't kill me, I am willing to go back to the mirror. Don't come near, Mr. Wendy. Lin Feng felt that he was now filled with power. In just a moment, he was in front of his sister, one hand grasping her neck, lifting her up. Too late, I've disliked you for a long time. Please spare me, I was wrong, let us not interfere with each other in the future, how about that? The sister struggled desperately. But it was in vain, and soon she lost her breath. Chapter 69, Dad is actually Mr. Rabbit? Then, Lin Feng went to stand in front of the mirror.